This is Not a Test by Courtney Summers, a raw, unflinching descent into a high school lockdown where the zombies outside are nothing compared to the ones inside our heads. This story was born from the author's own battles with depression and despair in her mid-20s, transforming that personal darkness into a zombie apocalypse that strips everything bare. It's inspired by the brutal honesty of mental health struggles, turning survival horror into a mirror for what it means to want to live, or not, when the world ends. First published in 2012, the book gained renewed life with its revised and expanded definitive edition, including the sequel novella Please Remain Calm, released January 13, 2026, cementing its status as a cult favorite that continues to resonate deeply. Its author, Courtney Summers, is a New York Times best-selling and Edgar Award-winning writer, known for unflinching YA novels like Cracked Up to Be, All the Rage, and the acclaimed Sadie, stories that tackle trauma, abuse, and resilience with fearless intensity. The story reached the big screen in this powerful adaptation, released in theaters February 20, 2026, directed by Adam McDonald and starring Olivia Holt as Sloane, bringing its haunting emotional core to life for a wider audience. This is a third-person retelling of This Is Not a Test by Courtney Summers, crafted from my own narrative perspective, not a word-for-word reading. Picture yourself trapped in those echoing hallways, the infected clawing at the doors, forced to face the question, when everything falls apart, do you keep fighting? Or finally let go? By the end, you might find yourself rethinking what survival really demands, and whether holding on is always the brave choice. Stay until the close, where I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes insights from the film, and some hidden trivia most readers miss. The visuals created here use today's technology to help bring the scenes to life. They may not match every detail perfectly, but they'll aid your imagination as we dive in. Bear with it. They enhance the experience. The story begins. Sloane woke to the final fragment of her heart slipping away, the loss landing heavy behind her eyes before she even sat up. She perched on the tub's cold edge and dragged her thumbnail along the soft inside of her wrist, following the blue vein until it branched and vanished beneath the meat of her palm. Lily's sleeping pills were gone. She had hunted every drawer that morning and found nothing. The absence stung more than expected. She had counted on them on this one day when everything was finally supposed to line up so she could simply stop. It had not. 3 quick knocks cracked against the bathroom door and stole her breath. She looked up. Footsteps already faded down the hall. She waited, then followed the same route downstairs. The hallway reeked of her father's cheap cologne, thick enough to scrape her throat raw. In the kitchen, the smell sharpened, mixing with scorched bread. 5 minutes late for breakfast. Golden morning light poured across the table, turning every surface warm while the air itself stayed cold and gray. An envelope waited beside the plate of blackened toast. Her father told her it was the note for school, the flu story they would use to explain her long absence. He needed her to confirm she understood. He ordered her to lift her chin. She did. It was not enough. He reached across, seized her jaw, and wrenched her face into the light. She kept her eyes fixed on the envelope, willing it to become something else. A message from Lily saying she was coming back tonight. The real note she had left still lived in Sloane's memory, its apology and farewell rewritten in 1,000 hopeful ways. He released her. Everything had grown worse after Lily disappeared. Mother lay buried. Lily was simply gone. Only 2 charred slices remained on the plate. The butter sat on the counter, out of reach. Once seated, she was not allowed to rise until the plate was clean. The wall clock ticked down her minutes. Her father flipped pages in the newspaper. 2 minutes left. 1. He folded it shut and stared at the untouched toast. He warned her that it had better be gone when he returned. The edge in his voice sealed her throat. She picked at a snag in her nail, peeling it sideways to trade one pain for another. A bead of blood rose, but breathing stayed impossible. She began to pray for anything that would spare her from swallowing. She tried to speak, the protest dying the instant it left her lips. He stared. She could not finish the sentence. The front door suddenly rattled and shook. A girl's voice screamed for help from outside. Sloane stood before her mind caught up, plate still full, the pounding cut off. She had heard it clearly. Someone needed her. Her father commanded her to sit. She obeyed. He slapped the paper down and jerked his head at the plate, the silent order unmistakable. As he left to check, she caught the smallest hesitation in his step, something she had never seen before. The moment he was gone, she crossed the kitchen, dumped the toast into the trash, and buried it under a crumpled napkin. She flung herself back into the chair and tried to look calm. Sirens wailed closer. The front door slammed. Her father stormed in, face wild, voice shouting that they had to leave now. Blood streaked his shirt. Sloane's mind filled with old images, her head cracking against the coffee table, teeth cutting her lip, bruises blooming later. She shoved past him and ran for the door. Outside, tires screeched. People sprinted in every direction. Broken glass glittered on lawns. Cars idled empty. Smoke rolled from Mr. North's house down the street while a police cruiser sat crooked on his grass, lights flashing. A woman staggered across their own lawn, hunched and crimson, arms reaching for nothing Sloane could see. Sloane called to her, needing to know if the blood on her father belonged to the stranger. Her father yanked her backward, hurled her into the foyer, and slammed the door in the woman's face. Sloane glimpsed a red-smeared mouth an instant before the heavy thud of a body hit the wood. He seized her arm and dragged her down the hall. She tripped, knees slamming the floor. He hauled her upright and pulled her toward the rec room door. Glass exploded in the living room. The picture window shattered. He spun back. He ordered her into the rec room and not to move. Sloane crawled after him instead. Sunlight caught on 1,000 shards across the carpet. The bloodied woman dragged herself through the broken frame, shards slicing her palms and legs without slowing her. She left red streaks on the sill, steadied herself on the yellow couch with a crimson handprint, then paused. Her head jerked side to side, side to side, side to side. She fixed her gaze on them and lunged. Her father overpowered her easily. He pinned her throat with one hand while the other groped for a weapon. She clawed his arms open, blood welling, and the sight drove her wilder. He found a long shard of glass and drove it into her chest. Again. Again. Each thrust seemed only to feed her strength. Finally, he stabbed the jagged point straight into her left eye. She went still. He sat there drenched in someone else's blood, face strangely calm, as if the morning had always been headed here. The room tilted. Sloane backed into the hall and knocked the end table. The phone clattered to the floor. The steady dial tone cut through the spinning world and anchored her again. Sloane pushed through the front door again and kept moving until she reached the sidewalk. She arrived just in time to watch 2 cars slam together in the middle of the street, the raw crunch of metal freezing the world for one critical heartbeat. She edged around the wreckage, desperate for anything that still made sense. There, Mr. Jenkins lay spread-eagled on his lawn in his housecoat, twitching. Mrs. Jenkins knelt over him, ripping his shirt wide open. Sloane thought it was a heart attack. He had always had a bad heart. She was trying to save him. It was not CPR at all. Her fingers had torn straight through the fabric and were now digging into his chest. 7 days later, Sloane found herself climbing onto the auditorium stage before Carrie could assign her a task, even though every second mattered. Carrie had drilled that truth into them while they fled through streets and alleys, past the fallen community center, hiding in empty houses. Seconds could erase everything. In the life she had wanted, she would have been gone by now, breaths fading until nothing remained. But Lily had taken the pills, so Sloane was still here, still breathing. She slipped past the curtain. The smell of death coated her skin, though not her own. Not yet. She ran her hands over every inch of herself, searching for any mark that did not belong. They had been one street away when the infected came from all sides, arms out, teeth hungry. Carrie had yanked her clear, but the doubt still clawed at her. Reese called her name. She could not reach far enough behind her back. He kept demanding she join him in the halls, but the question underneath was always where she was. Sloane looked up at the looming stage lights. She pulled out her phone and tried Lily's number. If this was the end, she needed her sister to hear it. The line had been dead since Lily left. Instead, the woman's calm voice filled her ear, the same one that sounded like someone else's mother, not her own who had died young in a car accident. Reese burst through the curtain and spotted her. She dropped the phone. His face drained of color as he asked whether she had been bitten. She unbuttoned her shirt and stripped it off, not caring that he saw everything. She had to know. She could not see or feel anything back there. Reese ran his hands over her skin, murmuring prayers while she held her breath. He told her she was clean, she was alive. The auditorium thrummed with the frantic scrambling of people who still wanted to live, but Sloane stayed perfectly still. She was fine. She was alive. She no longer understood what either word meant. He urged her back into the fight. More doors needed securing. He turned her to face him and asked if she was ready. She opened her mouth, but nothing came. 7 hours later, this felt like what Dorothy might have felt if Dorothy had been 6 terrified teenagers and Oz had been hell. Their high school remained one of the last buildings in Cortege still standing, a strange place to wait out the end of the world. They had gone to the community center first, the town's promised shelter, only for it to fall under too many bodies on both sides. Somehow they had fought across town in what should have taken 40 minutes, but had taken 7 days. The radio kept crackling the woman's looped instructions. Stay hidden, stay quiet, wait for help. They had done exactly that, barricading every door, covering every window so nothing could see in. Carrie sat across from her on the stage, waiting for the message to change. It never did. This was not a test. The recording insisted. Sloane was certain it was exactly that. Grace and Trace sat on the floor below. She whispered to him. He nodded, but looked sick, gripping her hand so tightly his fingers pressed white into her skin, as if making sure she was still real. He caught Sloane watching and turned his pale face toward her. The chaos outside shattered her focus. Screams swallowed by bigger roars, the sound of the world breaking apart all at once. This was what the end sounded like. She took in the auditorium's bright purple and beige walls, the matching banners, the Go Rams posters taped everywhere. Carrie had chosen the school after the community center fell, following the radio's advice to find shelter. It had been built with almost no outward views, perfect for hiding. Harrison said it was still happening outside. Sloane followed his tear-streaked gaze to the barricaded exit that opened onto the parking lot and the ruined streets beyond. Every door was the same, reinforced with lunch tables and desks. They had spent the first 5 hours building those walls. The last 2 had been spent shaking in silence, waiting for them to fail. Reese muttered that of course it was still happening. Carrie switched off the radio and dropped to the floor, running his hands through his black hair as he looked at each of them. They had followed him for days. Lily used to buy from him sometimes. His voice came out raw from hours of shouting orders. He asked for a phone. Trace dug his out, dialed frantically, but the same woman's voice answered instead. The sound sank into him. His face went white. He hurled the phone across the room. It shattered into 3 pieces. He said he could not get through. Carrie picked up the pieces and fitted them back together. He told Trace to give it more time. The call would connect. Trace asked bitterly whether anyone would even answer. Carrie explained it meant emergency workers still had priority signal. Help was coming. They would be saved. Trace challenged him, saying coming here had not exactly worked out for him and Grace. Carrie winced. Reese reminded them that Carrie had gotten the rest of them this far. There had been 8 before. Trace laughed bitterly and turned to Grace. pointing out they were here with Carrie Chen. Grace's broken voice stopped him. Trace held out his hand and demanded the phone back. Carrie stared at it a moment longer, then met Trace's eyes and apologized quietly for what had happened to his parents. Trace ripped the phone from his grasp. Sloane closed her eyes and tried to picture the auditorium on any normal school day. Assemblies, lunch lines, the smell of cafeteria food. The noises outside surged louder, flooding her veins, spiking her heart, reminding her that fear had never left, not since Lily vanished. She opened her eyes as the entire barricade shifted with a heavy scrape. Reese rushed forward, shoving desks and tables back into place. Harrison asked what that was. Reese insisted it was only the desk settling, not the door, and told him to stay calm. Harrison stood alone in the center of the auditorium, arms wrapped tight around his own body because no one else stepped forward. The sight pierced Sloane with its raw loneliness. She might have gone to him if she had known him at all. He was one of those freshmen who had always faded into the background, made even smaller by arriving in town just 4 weeks earlier. Carrie had not even known his name until they found him pinned under his own bike, jeans snarled in the spokes. Now she knew this much. Harrison was short, stocky, and he cried easily and often. Grace, kinder than Sloane could ever manage, slipped an arm around him and murmured soft comforts until his sobs quieted into shaky gasps and pitiful hiccups. The others looked away, busying themselves with small tasks to avoid witnessing it. Sloane kept watching because she had nothing else to offer. She watched until the ache became too much, then dug her hand into her pocket. Her fingers closed around the crumpled paper. She pulled it out and unfolded Lily's note. The single word stared back. "Hey." A quiet voice broke the moment. Sloane shoved the paper away. Reese stood at the stage's edge, hair wild, eyes red-rimmed. Senior, lockers across from hers. He had touched her back, told her she was safe. Now he carried a case of water. He set it down and offered her a bottle. She snatched it without asking where it came from. Yesterday morning, they had knelt at a filthy bird bath, lapping stagnant water from cupped hands, because desperation made even that taste like salvation. Now thirst roared back. She drained the bottle in long gulps, then took the second he handed her. When her stomach sloshed full, she curled knees to chest and wrapped her arms around them. Reese gave her a lopsided smile. They were still here. They had made it. Trace called across the room, asking if that was really water. Sloane turned her face toward the barricaded doors. Sloane. The name jolted her awake. For a heartbeat, she forgot the auditorium, the mats dragged from storage, the exhausted sprawl of sleeping bodies around her. Deep breathing filled the room, distant noises pressed against the walls, and nothing more. She listened harder. Silence answered. She tugged at her scratchy collar and settled back. Sweat coated her skin. Clothes rasped against it. Sleep came in fits. Each time she drifted, she heard Sloane again and snapped awake, the living room carpet glittering with red glass shards behind her eyelids. Eventually, she gave up. Her watch read nearly 6. Bladder full, muscles stiff, she slid off the mat. The floor chilled her bare feet. She crossed into the hallway. Emergency lights cast a sickly glow over beige and purple walls, making the long corridor feel endless and wrong. The school had never been meant to stand this empty. She should not be out here alone. She could wake someone. She did not. If something came, it would come for her. In the girls' bathroom, she bent over the sink and retched. The sound fed on itself until she forced herself upright mid-heave. Bile dripped from her chin. She twisted the faucet on instinct. Water poured out, clear, cold, steady. She stared, disbelieving. Had the others known? She had avoided the taps earlier, braced for disappointment. Now she cupped her hands under the stream, splashed face and neck, slipped wet palms beneath her shirt. Her body shook with quiet gratitude. She shut the water off, then turned it on again to prove it real. It was. She used the toilet, then faced the mirror she had avoided. Green-tinged skin, greasy brown hair clumped around her face, a fresh bruise blooming under her right eye. She traced it with ruined fingernails. She looked better than 3 weeks ago. The apocalypse had spared her face more than her old life had. A laugh tore out of her, sharp and splitting. She pressed both hands to the glass over her reflection. Glass could kill, driven straight into an eye. She had seen it happen. Her nails were cracked from clawing pavement 6 streets from home when Carrie and Reese found her. They had thought she was struggling to stand. She had only been waiting for the pills she thought she had taken to finish her. The dead did not rise, yet they had. By the time she understood the world had truly broken, it was too late to tell them she did not want to survive. They fought so hard to keep going. She stayed because she never expected to last this long. She returned to the auditorium as silently as she had left and lay on her mat. Reese slept to her left, back turned, shirt streaked with dirt and old blood. Trace lay to her right, mouth slack. She stared at the skylights until faint sunlight leaked through. Another day. The sounds beyond promised it would be no different. Carrie woke first. He moved quietly to Reese, woke him with a touch. Keys jangled, stolen from the principal's office, and the kitchen door sighed open and shut. Trace stirred next. Eyes darted beneath closed lids. He moaned, fists clenching. His body locked rigid until he shouted himself awake, bolting upright then collapsing back, drenched and trembling. Grace reached him instantly. He clutched her hand, eyes still shut, chest heaving. He could not speak. She whispered that she was there. The quiet certainty in her voice, the way she stayed close, made Sloane ache to slip between them and steal a piece of that connection. Grace's gaze flicked to her. Sloane looked away, suddenly aware of her own dirt-streaked skin. Grace was beautiful even now, bloodied and exhausted. Prettier. It should not have mattered. Harrison woke last. He sat up, rubbing his eyes with both fists, scrubbing long enough that Sloane wondered if he would ever stop. When his hands dropped, she saw the tears he had tried to hide. Pointless. He noticed the empty mats and panicked. Where were they? The kitchen door swung open. Carrie and Reese returned carrying trays, bagels, apples, browning bananas, rice cakes, peanut butter, and jam packets, plastic utensils, juice, water. Sloane sat up. Grace and Harrison crawled closer. She chose an apple over the overripe fruit. Reese warned them to eat slowly or risk sickness. Carrie tore a piece from a bagel, dipped it in jam, and savored the bite with closed eyes. They had food for a while, he said after swallowing. Sloane asked how long a while might be. He was sure help would arrive before it ran out. She pressed her fingers into the apple's cold, solid skin to confirm it existed, then bit down. Sweetness flooded her mouth. Her eyelids fluttered. Beside her, Reese drained an entire bottle of orange juice and crushed the plastic in his fist. Water was still running, he added. That was good. No one else reacted with surprise except Harrison. They had all known about the miracle in the taps, and none had told her. She might have let it pass if not for Harrison's wide-eyed shock beside her. But the power was off, he said. Sloane listened as Carrie explained the water tank on the roof. Enough to last until this ended, but they still had to conserve. No long obsessive washes, nothing wasteful. Harrison's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked if Carrie really believed it would just blow over. Grace quietly offered Trace the apple she had been holding. He muttered that he was not hungry. Harrison pressed again, voice rising. Everyone's attention shifted to Trace and Grace. The weight of their stares only sharpened the tension. Trace snapped that he was not fucking hungry. The shout landed too close. Sloane flinched, hating the thick silence that followed. She lifted her apple to her mouth, but the sickly sweet smell turned her stomach. She set it down untouched. Harrison asked Carrie once more. Carrie answered simply, yes. The quiet stretched until Reese cleared his throat and asked what else needed doing today. Carrie began to reply, but Trace cut in, demanding why Carrie spoke for all of them. The question hung sharp. Trace accused him outright of stepping into the role of leader. Carrie raised his hands, insisting no one had said anything about leading. Trace kept going, voice edged with old grief, referencing the alley that had emptied and swarmed in seconds, the way Carrie had sworn it was clear before the Caspers walked straight into it. Sloane watched Carrie's face stay calm while his eyes filled with something like guilt. Trace stood. Carrie stood. For one frozen second, Sloane saw it play out. Trace pinning him to the floor, head cracking against tile until nothing remained. Carrie turned away as if ending it, then spun back, red-faced, and pointed at Trace like a gun. He swore he would never have done it on purpose. Trace insisted he had. Reese stepped between them, asking what possible gain Carrie could have had. Trace whirled on Reese, then demanded Sloane say what she had seen. She shook her head, trying to stay out of it, but the question kept coming, pulling at her until Grace screamed for them to stop. At the same instant, a heavy bang slammed against the doors. Everyone scrambled backward. They stared at the barricade for a long, breathless stretch. Nothing followed. Harrison whispered, "Oh no," over and over, the words looping even though the quiet held. Carrie finally spoke, tired now, and suggested they check the barricades, reinforce anything that had shifted. That was all he had meant to say. Trace refused outright and stormed into the hall, footsteps echoing louder than the chaos outside, as though he had anywhere left to go. Sloane's mind drifted to reality shows, contestants stranded, viewers at home judging every move. She half expected hidden cameras, an audience, $1 million prize waiting when this ended. She scanned the auditorium. Nothing. Just them. They split up. Carrie took the front doors, Reese the back, Harrison the library exit, Grace the gym. Sloane stayed in the auditorium, ordered only to check for weaknesses. She stared at the stacked tables and desks, but did not touch them. The doors would hold, or they would not. Trace returned sooner than she expected. He walked straight to the leftover food tray, chose the apple Grace had first offered him, and bit into it with raw hunger. When the core lay discarded, he asked again what she had seen in that alley. She told him it did not matter. He said it mattered to him. He looked nothing like his sister now, solid, athletic, eyes hard where hers stayed soft. He asked whether she thought the Caspers were dead. She did not know. She did not want to remember them being pulled away, still reaching for their children while Trace and Grace reached back. The only real family she had ever known, torn apart without choice. They had wanted to stay together. That should have been enough. Trace said they had been outnumbered. She knew. So had she, for one terrible moment. Hands, open mouths, milky eyes, infection trying to crawl under her skin. She held out her arms, studying every inch of exposed flesh, then rubbed harder and faster, trying to scrape it all away. The itch returned. Shower. She could smell herself. Dirt, sweat, old urine, dried blood. Trace stared and asked what was wrong with her. She tugged at her stained shirt. Reese's words from yesterday echoed in her head. Still here, still here. She whispered that it was all over them. The locker rooms lay on the far side of the school. Sloane slipped past Reese at the back doors. He was too busy stacking furniture to notice. In her locker, she found spare clothes. She pressed them to her face, hoping for something familiar like Lily's scent, but they only smelled of school. She took out the suicide note, set it carefully on the top shelf, and fought the urge to shove the paper into her mouth just to feel less hollow. She was not supposed to be here. The world had ended and time had warped. Seconds into minutes, minutes into years. She could not survive that long. Inside the locker room, her footsteps echoed twice, like she walked beside herself. Sunlight spilled through the transoms, softening everything. She rose on tiptoes and saw only sky. Her mind drifted to astronauts stranded up there, reaching for Earth with no answer, and part of her envied their not knowing. The door opened. Grace stepped in carrying a bundle of clothes. She said Trace had told her about the shower plan, and Carrie had allowed 10 minutes at most. Grace unfolded the bundle and held up a dress from the drama department's West Side Story production. She eyed Sloane's spare outfit with quiet envy. They moved to the showers without speaking. Sloane waited until she was behind the plastic curtain, then peeled off her filthy clothes slowly, shirt, jeans, leaving them piled at her feet so they could be washed too. Bruises and scrapes covered her. She turned the knob. The shower head sputtered, then sprayed ice-cold water across her skin. Grace shrieked from the next stall, the same shock. Sloane twisted the hot water handle. Nothing. No warmth at all. She scrubbed fast, hands racing over every inch, forcing herself to breathe as if the water were warm. She soaked her hair, then shut it off and leaned against the tile, dripping and shivering. It had not been 10 minutes, but she could not stay longer. She darted out naked, grabbed her clothes, and dressed while they still clung damp to her body. She sat on the bench and waited. Grace took longer. When she finally emerged, she was naked and unself-conscious, the same easy confidence Sloane remembered from their single sleepover. Grace slipped the dress over her head and ran fingers through her wet hair. She looked vintage and perfect, untouched by everything that had happened. Sloane sat smaller on the bench, acutely aware of her own sharp edges, her body nothing soft or easy to hold. Sloane listened as Grace mentioned, almost offhand, that Trace still believed their parents might be alive. The words hung for a single breath before Grace's face crumpled and she pressed her arm to her eyes, crying quietly. Sloane offered awkwardly to fetch him. Grace shook her head, breathing in short bursts, and admitted she was certain they were dead. She needed Trace to keep hoping, even if she could not. Sloane's mind drifted to Lily somewhere far away, safe in a bunker, eating rations, flirting with a soldier who had carried her out. She told Grace she was a good sister, but the words felt distant, spoken from another room. Grace wiped her face and asked to be alone. Sloane hesitated, almost mentioning the old sleepover, the way she had thought of Grace when everything collapsed, but the moment passed. She left without saying it. Later, the emergency lights began to die, one by one. Carrie called it a miracle they had lasted at all. When Harrison asked what it meant for them, Carrie answered that nights would be harder, but daylight would still reach them. They scavenged flashlights from the custodian's closet. No one voiced the obvious truth that the batteries would not last forever. Trace woke them all by running frantic laps around the auditorium, sneakers slapping the floor in an endless rhythm that grated deeper the longer Sloane lay there. Reese groaned that he was trying to sleep. Trace kept moving, saying he used to wake at 6 and run 5 miles before the world ended and he would not stop now. Carrie suggested the gym. Trace hurled an insult. Carrie's automatic reply about kissing his mother with that mouth slipped out before either of them could catch it. Trace froze mid-stride. Sloane closed her eyes and let sleep pull her under again. When she woke next, Grace sat turning her dead phone in her hands. Trace told her the landlines were silent too. The emergency message had lasted 9 days and then gone quiet. Sloane drifted off once more. Breakfast came. Rice cakes thick with jam, canned peaches. She stayed awake this time. Harrison whispered the word zombies. Trace told him to shut up. Reese laughed, first sharp and bitter, then helplessly, covering his face while his shoulders shook. Harrison asked if it could be the government, something local. Carrie said they would have bombed the town by now if it were. Trace concluded it must be global and no one was coming. Harrison's voice rose in panic. Carrie reminded them the radio message still looped. Cortege was small. Help would simply take longer. Cities would be far worse. Reese asked whether anyone had been sick with that flu before everything started. His eyes found Sloane. She answered flatly that she was not infected and did not look it. Carrie added it was probably coincidence. Harrison suggested terrorists. The boys traded theories back and forth, searching for a reason that might undo the fact of it. Grace stared at the skylight and said maybe it was God. Trace told her not to be cliché. After that, the talk died. Later, Reese sighed that it had almost felt better when they were still running outside. Harrison snapped at him not to joke. They lounged through lunch, long naps, stretches of silence, and brief arguments. The clock showed barely past 3. Sloane understood what Reese meant. Waiting to be saved felt exactly like waiting to die, and she had practiced both longer than any of them. Safety had pinned them to the auditorium. Everyone stayed close except her. She said she was going to the bathroom and slipped away instead, wandering the empty halls pretending the town outside still looked the way it had 4 years ago after the beautification. Trees, lights, flower beds, fresh signs. Now it was gone. She moved far enough that voices from the auditorium faded, and the sounds beyond the walls grew muted. Or perhaps she had simply grown used to them. The loneliness arrived without warning, carried on a cheap, musky ghost of her father's cologne. Her chest tightened. She tried to breathe around it and could not. She climbed the stairs to escape, but the feeling followed. On the second-floor landing, she pressed her palm to a boarded window, wishing she could shatter the glass and step through. She could not. She could not even find a quiet way to end it here. Her body would become a risk to the others. She refused to be that selfish. The hate for Lily surged so hard her heart lodged in her throat, hammering. She gripped her neck, pressing until her eyes stung, then hurried back downstairs. She thought of Trace running laps, something he could still control, and pushed through the gym doors. As soon as they closed behind her, she ran. Bleachers blurred on either side. Sunlight poured from above. The barricade loomed monstrous in her peripheral vision, spiking her pulse each time she caught it. She pushed faster, circling until her body screamed for rest, for food, for anything but this. Her knees buckled. She hit the floor, dripping sweat, stomach churning. The sound that had dropped her was not her own fall. Thud. She turned toward the exit. Thud. Thud. Harrison's tears streamed silently. He covered his ears. Trace and Grace clutched hands. Sloane pressed her own together in front of her face, thumbs against her lips, praying the way she had never been taught to pray. She wanted the doors to burst open. Reese said they knew the group was inside. The pounding carried purpose now, not random stumbling. Trace agreed their entrance had not been quiet. Reese asked Grace if she had heard it yesterday. She could not be sure. Everything had been too loud. Carrie said he had not heard it when he built the barricade either. That meant the infected had only figured it out since they arrived. They moved together, checking every entrance. The same deliberate thud echoed at the gym doors, the back doors, the front. In the auditorium, it had already begun. Only the library stayed silent. They waited 20 minutes in the stillness. Nothing. Carrie wondered aloud whether the infected simply needed to sense that people could be behind any door. Trace snorted that they had literally watched the group break in. He reminded them of the house on Rushmore. They had been silent there, yet the infected had still stormed it. Sloane remembered the house on Rushmore Avenue clearly. Unfortified, ordinary, but they had slipped inside without drawing attention and stayed silent. Minutes passed before the infected found them anyway. The door splintered like dry kindling under relentless pressure while they scrambled out a bedroom window, running again into the night. Trace challenged Carrie sharply, calling the theory nonsense. Why would the infected swarm every door simply because the school existed and they did too? Carrie snapped back that the group was surrounded, no other survivors nearby, nothing else for the dead to pursue. Buildings like this were food containers to them, plain and simple. Grace pointed out quietly that this library door stayed silent. Carrie explained it was practically hidden from the outside. Trace warned him not to speak to her that way. Carrie started to protest, but Reese cut them off. Sloane studied the exit. The narrow path beyond led around the front of the school to the athletic field, chain-link fence on one side, a thin stand of trees on the other that opened to the road. The front gate was locked, but the back stretched wide and unguarded. She said it aloud. If they had to leave, that was the way out. Carrie agreed, unless the infected discovered it too, in which case they would fight through. Reese nodded. They needed to be ready either way. They prepared quickly. 2 bags filled with water, food, spare clothes, and medical supplies from the nurse's office. Carrie and Reese volunteered to carry them. Trace insisted on one bag per person until he remembered how the dead grabbed anything within reach. Aluminum baseball bats from the gym became their weapons. Supplies waited beside the library door while they refined the plan, though Sloane knew plans had crumbled before and would again. If barricades fell elsewhere, the crash would buy them seconds to clear this one and slip into the night or day. Harrison whimpered at the thought of leaving, even hypothetically. They promised repeatedly he would not be abandoned, though Trace threatened otherwise. When Carrie tried to map where they might head next, Trace accused him of overstepping as leader. The argument flared and died without resolution. Carrie declared the library off limits except for one nightly check. They would keep this section quiet, avoid drawing attention, and stay until leaving became unavoidable. More waiting. On the walk back to the auditorium, Reese touched her arm. Sloane jerked away instinctively. He looked surprised but said nothing. Carrie glanced back at the sound of fewer footsteps. Reese waved him on. The others continued. Reese asked what she thought of the plan. She did not answer that there was no real plan for her. Once outside, she would separate, perhaps buy them time with something final so they could escape while she ended it her way. How no longer mattered, only that it happened. She had cared too much about method before. Now the outcome was enough. He pressed gently. She barely spoke, yet her eyes always looked like they carried thoughts. She wandered off alone, which was reckless. He wanted to know what was happening inside her. "Nothing," she said. He hesitated, then asked where her family was. She threw the question back. Dead like his? The words landed hard. Reese winced, hand pressing to his chest as if to hold something in place. He had never said his family was dead. What gave her the right? He turned and walked away. Anger flared in her chest for no clear reason. She followed, calling after him that she had always been quiet. He had not known her before. He stopped and faced her. Sloane Price, locker diagonal from his. She and Lily had been inseparable when Lily still attended, a closed unit no one else could touch. He had thought it strange but also sweet. What she had just said about his family was cold. She asked where they were then, if not dead. He gave her a hard look and stalked off. The pounding started again. Thud. 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 It drove Carrie and Reese into the halls to check other entrances. Harrison stuffed wet toilet paper in his ears and swallowed Benadryl from the nurse's office. He slept deeply now. Blankets and pillows from the same place turned their mats into makeshift beds. Sloane lay on hers, watching the door, picking a scab from her elbow until blood welled fresh. The thudding quickened. Hud, 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 hud. She pulled the blanket to her chin and closed her eyes. Reese and Trace settled on either side. Reese murmured prayers under his breath until sleep took her. Sloane. Her father's voice sliced through the dark. She opened her eyes. Minutes or hours later, impossible to tell. A shadow moved across the room. Panic flared. He had gotten in. Then settled when she recognized Grace and Trace slipping out. She followed quietly. The building twisted in darkness. She circled the first floor twice without finding them, then climbed to the second. A beam of light spilled from the AV room. She hid behind lockers and watched Trace sort through Principal Lavalle's stolen keys, while Grace held the flashlight steady. Grace asked if Carrie knew he had taken them. Trace said no, they were not his. He unlocked the door. They hesitated on the threshold, the same heart-spike fear that came with every doorway outside, then stepped inside. Sloane edged closer and listened to their quiet shuffling, then Trace's soft question, "Ready?" They would not see faces clearly in the recording. They could say their names. Grace resisted. Trace urged her on. Their parents had known they were heading to the school. If the Caspers were alive and trying to reach them, or if the group died before reunion, the tape would be waiting. If they survived, they could watch it later and laugh. Sloane peered around the frame. They sat on Miss Yee's desk facing a mounted camcorder, Grace holding the flashlight beneath their chins so the glow turned their faces ghostly. The LCD screen flickered open. Trace started. His name, Grace's. 17 lifelong Cortege residents, Cortege High students, twins, March 11th. He faded into the personal. Their parents, Troy and Leanne Casper. If still alive, this was for them. Grace spoke next, voice small. They had tried to reach them. The words tumbled out in overlapping rush. The journey to the school, Trace's resentment toward Carrie, the endless thudding outside, hours stretching into days, the escape plan if barricades failed. No destination yet, but they would record it when decided. They struggled to describe how they felt, physically fine, emotionally shattered, scared, sad, lonely, aching for their parents while trying not to show how deeply it cut. The message closed with love yous. Just before Trace stopped recording, Grace blurted they were sorry they left, then broke into fresh tears. Sloane stayed against the wall, listening until the camcorder clicked off. The worst emptiness settled in her chest. Imagine loving someone that completely and being loved back the same way. She had thought she understood it once. She never had. Surviving for its own sake felt hollow now. Trace and Grace had each other. That was their reason to keep going. If there was no equivalent anchor, if surviving meant nothing more. Sloane walked the dim hallway beside Carrie as dusk settled, the constant thudding pressing like a bruise behind her eyes. Soon full dark would swallow everything. At the fork, she would turn toward the gym while he continued to the library for the nightly check that never changed. The talk turned to the Caspers, as it always seemed to with him. He asked whether she believed he had killed them. She answered that the swarm had done it. He pressed. Did she blame him? She stopped. So did he. She told him it could have happened to anyone. He gave her a wounded look and called her a politician. She hesitated, then swore she would never repeat it. She did not think it was his fault. She did not think he had killed them. In fact, she thought he was unnaturally good at keeping them alive, especially for someone who had sold pot and barely scraped through school. His shoulders dropped. Relief softened his face and his steps grew lighter. The power of that small reassurance felt strange in her hands. She added that he was especially impressive for a stoner who could never organize his own life. He laughed, correcting her. He only sold, never used much, and high school had simply been the waiting room until he stepped into the family business. She said nepotism must be nice. He gave a thumbs up. His parents ran a small press in Toronto. She wondered where they had been when it started. He answered easily. They might have been on a plane. Either way, he had decided he would never see them again. Hoping felt greedy after making it this far. She asked if that was really how it worked. He turned the question back. Did she think Lily had survived? Hearing the name aloud made Sloane want to grind something to powder. Of course Lily had survived. Carrie agreed quickly. She knew how to take care of herself. Then he asked if Sloane thought he and Lily had slept together. The bluntness caught her off guard. She pushed anyway. Lily had bought from him after all. Had she paid cash or something else? He admitted both. They had fooled around. He apologized if it made things awkward. It did not shock her. It simply sat there heavy. It was exactly the kind of thing Lily would do. Exactly the kind of thing Carrie would do. Lily had never allowed boyfriends at home. Too risky, too many stories about what their father would do if anyone found out. Stories that always ended in the sisters being torn apart. Never tell. For Lily, that meant keeping everyone at arm's length. She had been blonde and pretty, but mostly looked exhausted. Carrie's face flushed. He repeated the apology. Sloane said it was fine. Then the thought twisted. He had touched her sister, sold her drugs, and never once looked at Sloane before now. The unfairness of it stung more than she expected. He decided aloud that Lily had definitely made it. They had been together the night before she left. He had known then she would survive, and he knew it now. She was a fighter. The words slammed into Sloane like cold water. He had been with her the night before she disappeared. He had known she was leaving. She froze. Had Lily told him where she was going? He stopped walking. No. Sloane bit her tongue hard. She should let it die there. She could not. Had Lily said why? He answered softly again. No. He had assumed Sloane knew everything. The way the sisters had been, he would never have stayed silent otherwise. She told him it made no difference now. He agreed, but the damage was already done. In the gym, she stared at the barricaded doors, pulse hammering in exact rhythm with the thudding outside. Anger she had never known she could hold rose hot and sudden. She stepped forward and kicked the nearest desk. The metal leg rang satisfyingly. She kicked again, harder. The jolt traveled up her leg like electricity. She kept kicking until desks shifted and one toppled sideways with a crash that echoed through the gym. The noise stopped her cold. Outside, the dead erupted into frenzy. Footsteps pounded in from every direction. Carrie, Harrison, Reese, Grace, Trace, all demanding what had happened, whether the infected were inside. She lied. She did not know. The barricade had simply moved. They believed her. A full day dragged by in near silence. Trace ran his laps. They ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner to the soundtrack of their own approaching end. Everyone moved like hollow shells, dark circles under their eyes, bodies stiff and ancient. Carrie sat against the wall staring at the doors as if the thudding might crack them open before the wood itself gave way. Trace suggested moving to the quiet library. No one agreed. The only words exchanged all day were Carrie reminding him a watched pot never boiled, and Trace pointing out 3 other unwatched doors. Sloane left before it escalated. She circled the first floor, the noise from the front entrance swelling and fading with each pass. Light drained away. She was not ready to return to the auditorium, so she slipped into the administration office instead. She pressed buttons on Mrs. Ramos's computer and watched nothing happen. She had emailed Lily every day for 2 weeks after she left. How could you do this? Who are you? Until the messages began bouncing back. Account closed. She jabbed the power buttons on monitor and tower again. Nothing. Carrier pigeons would make a comeback. Her gaze drifted over the smiling photos on the desk. Mrs. Ramos looked happy once. Nothing mattered anymore. The thought burned so fiercely she wanted to storm back to the gym and shake every neck until it snapped. She shoved the monitor hard, not off the desk, just into the wall. The impact felt pointless. Carrie had known Lily was leaving. She refused to think about it. She left the office, door clicking shut behind her. The hallway stretched empty and burned out in the dark. Instead of heading back, she climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. Halfway down the corridor, her body grew impossibly heavy, as if the entire sky pressed down. She sank to the floor, forehead against her knees. Carrie had known. In her mind, she replayed the fantasy she had carried for years, her 18th birthday. She would wake early, bags already packed by the door, palms tingling with nerves and excitement. Lily would appear in the hallway, and Sloane would feel the luck of it all. Her sister had stayed 2 extra years just so they could leave together, so Sloane would never have to face their father alone. "You die without me." Lily had said it constantly because it was true. It was never a secret. She would have died without her. And Lily had left anyway. And Carrie had known. Sloane never imagined any pain could echo the morning she had woken to find her gone, yet this hollow ache matched it exactly, bone deep and unrelenting. She stretched out on the cool tiles, pressing her cheek against their chill until she willed her blood to thicken like cement and her heart to simply quit. She held perfectly still, letting every raw sensation seal her eyes shut, and when they opened again, a hand rested heavy on her shoulder. Reese crouched there, flashlight in his grip. She bolted upright faster than he could withdraw, sending him stumbling back before he steadied himself, his face a careful mix of worry and caution. She rose. He followed. He told her Grace had marked the time. She had been gone from the auditorium more than an hour. And though he claimed he never feared the worst, the unfinished worry hung between them. She gestured weakly, explaining the noise felt distant up here. It sounded reasonable enough, yet he still warned her they had to remain together. She knew the rule. She nodded, rubbing her eyes, sweeping hair from her face again and again until he simply stood watching. She told him he could return without her. She would follow soon. He reminded her sharply of the very warning he had just given. She tried to answer, but the words snagged. Something crawled beneath her skin like insects. He asked what was wrong. She claimed nothing. He called out the obvious lie. She admitted then that everything was ruined. He sounded almost relieved at the honesty, pressing that it felt deeper with her than the rest. A shaky laugh escaped her, edged with hysteria, while he waited in silence, forcing her to fill it. She hated him for that. She settled on being tired, nothing more. He countered that everyone felt the same exhaustion. She bit back the truth. No one carried it like this. He confessed his own nights, jolting awake every few minutes convinced he was still at home, the reality refusing to settle no matter how often he reminded himself. He asked if she was ready to return. Before she could reply, the world detonated, a blast that slammed through her first as pressure, then as deafening roar. The force locked them together. She felt the electric thrill race through her veins as he seized her hand and yanked her down the corridor. They burst onto the landing the same instant Carrie, Trace, Harrison, and Grace arrived, their flashlight blinding her. She threw up her free hand to shield her eyes while the two groups rushed past each other, up against down. Carrie gasped that the explosion had come from outside. They needed to gauge its distance, afraid it might signal something dire. Harrison shouted it was rescue and shoved past them both, sprinting for the window. Carrie yelled for him to stop and chased after, the rest of them following in stunned pursuit through twisting halls until they reached the boarded pane. Carrie gripped Harrison, half restraining, half steadying him while he pleaded they could not risk drawing notice by simply ripping the cover away. Harrison protested they would miss their chance and be abandoned. Trace demanded they uncover it slowly yet urgently. Reese insisted on caution. The group pressed in, tearing at the tape with fevered hands despite Carrie's repeated pleas for care. No one listened. Hope of salvation burned too hot. The board finally slid free and dropped. They recoiled, then froze, dreading the next step. Harrison urged someone to look, yet remained rooted. Long seconds stretched until Trace stepped forward, leaning close to the glass and squinting. The rest crowded beside him. An orange glare painted the horizon. Thick smoke rolled upward. Fire. Sloane recognized the sight from the night Cortege's old feed mill had burned, and the entire town poured from their beds to watch history devoured. Grace asked the location and whether it lay near. Carrie identified it as Russo's gas station, cursing softly. Sloane let her gaze drop from the flames to the street below. Cortege looked like a mocking shadow of itself, figures drifting across pavement. Men and women clustered in the school lot and rode before hurrying off in one unified direction. Realization struck cold. She whispered it aloud. They were leaving. Grace pressed for clarity. Sloane blinked hard, confirming the swarm of dead surging toward the blaze, drawn by the promise of prey. Other survivors might be there too. She ached to scream their presence inside these walls. Grace laughed in shocked relief as the parking lot emptied. The truth settled slowly, then fully. Reese and Carrie exchanged wide, foolish grins. Harrison kept seeking confirmation that this was good, needing the words spoken aloud before he could believe them. Trace punched his arm and declared it obviously was. Joy swept the group. Sloane turned back to the glass, palms flat against its cool surface. When they returned to the auditorium, the distant thudding had ceased. Trace leaned into the radio and pronounced each syllable with mocking clarity toward the broadcaster's voice, naming her Tina T for the broadcast title. Sloane pushed her untouched juice and cereal breakfast aside. The morning felt subdued, almost peaceful, something that might pass for good. Everyone celebrated the gas station's destruction. Grace remarked she could not recall her last proper breakfast. Trace reminded her it had been yesterday and the day before. She clarified she meant before the world ended. Reese asked without real curiosity, simply filling the air. Eating never took long, he noted. She began to explain how it did when you were student government president. Trace finished for her, describing the hour-and-a-half bathroom ritual of makeup just to face everyone. Harrison stared, asking why she would endure that. Trace detailed the full-face product routine, teasing that she simply cared about looking presentable, unlike the rest. She shot back that one of them should. He countered she was merely jealous. Her twin was better looking. The warmth in Trace's teasing voice felt like honey to Sloane. Grace's eyes sparkled in a way no one else's had since arrival. Trace caught her staring. Her mouth betrayed her with a small smile. He returned it. Reese yawned. Carrie asked if he was tired. He admitted sleep had come hard the night before, almost too quiet. Harrison warned against jinxing the peace. Trace declared he was jinxing it deliberately. Nothing seemed worth worrying over today. He stood before Carrie, hand outstretched, demanding Lavalley's keys so he could explore. Carrie's fingers moved protectively to his pocket, and he shaped his face into reluctance. Trace dismissed any objection and insisted. Grace spoke softly yet firmly, eyes locking with steel, reminding Carrie that Trace held equal claim. Carrie exhaled, fished out the keys, and tossed them over. He offered that if Trace found anything useful, he should bring it back. Trace told him to send one of his 2 followers instead, pointing at Reese and Harrison, because he refused. Reese cursed at him. Trace flipped the group off and strode out. Carrie remained seated, cracking his knuckles, the urge plain on his face to vent every insult and violent fantasy about Trace. Yet each glance toward Grace kept the words locked inside. Sloane watched the restraint hold. Sloane watched Reese agree without hesitation to the locker raid and the bolt cutters he had spotted. They rose together. Harrison hung back 5 full seconds before chasing after them. Carrie turned, asking if she and Grace would join. Grace shuddered visibly and refused, calling it grave robbing. Sloane sensed the silent plea in Grace's glance and chose to stay behind too. Now it was only the 2 of them and the heavy quiet. 10 minutes dragged and Sloane grew irritated she had remained, certain Grace had no reason to speak to her when she already had her brother. Grace finally broke the silence, voice tentative and embarrassed, asking Sloane to walk with her to her first-floor locker near the office. She had left her purse inside before everything collapsed and could not face it alone. Sloane accepted at once. They moved wordlessly down the corridor. Distant voices of Carrie, Reese, and Harrison floated back, light and easy. At the locker, Grace fumbled the combination in the weak light, hesitating long moments before swinging the door open. Sloane caught glimpses of taped cutouts, actors, musicians, and her mind drifted to whatever had become of them, whether celebrities had been spared, and how the world would later need stories where survivors became the heroes, the lovers, the victors, until the real terror faded into screen-safe memory. Grace snatched the designer purse, rifled inside, then dropped it as her fingers closed on a folded paper. She crushed it to her face, inhaled deeply, kissed it once, and passed it over with a careful warning. Sloane stared at the rounded handwriting. A mother's apology for no packed lunch, a few bills instead, a gentle reminder to eat healthy and set the example as Miss President, signed with love and kisses. The first thought, that Mrs. Casper still prepared lunches, vanished instantly. This slip of paper now carried more worth than any currency left. She murmured that Grace was lucky. Grace explained she had known it waited there, but could not retrieve it until this morning when the ache for her mother sharpened beyond bearing. She reclaimed the note, thumb tracing the ink. Sloane's throat cinched tight, a stone weight pressing her chest, so breathing grew labored. Her own memories of her mother stayed blurred and weightless, like an old childhood blanket. This moment stirred no envy for the woman she had mostly lived without. Grace asked if she was all right. Sloane claimed she was. They stood frozen in that suspended hush, arms crossed, notes studied, the urge to mention the old sleepover flickering and dying inside her unspoken. Trace's voice cut through from down the hall. He approached twirling the keys like a prize, grinning wide, eager to show them something worthwhile. Grace quickly tucked the note away. They gathered in the second-floor teacher's lounge, the others trailing after stashing their finds back in the auditorium. Trace's mood soured at their company, yet Carrie reminded him plainly that no one owned the building. Bickering followed them inside. The room offered soft couches, fake flowers bright against the gloom, a fridge, microwave, water cooler, lamps, and scattered magazines. Trace rummaged a cupboard and produced a full bottle of whiskey, flicking the retirement tag for all to see. Best wishes to Vic Bergstein, the ice cream cake long melted. Harrison reacted with pure shock, clearly untouched by alcohol before. Reese questioned its presence. Grace read the tag aloud. Trace joked about their history teacher probably enjoying retirement and death, then spiraled into dark laughter about every teacher he had once wished gone, Mrs. Good among them, until horror crossed his face at the thought that his old venom might have somehow summoned reality. Grace countered gently that not all had been terrible. She named Mr. Ford, Mrs. Lafferty, and the formidable Mrs. Tipton, betting some had survived because they deserved to. Sloane's mind filled with faculty faces, wondering their fates, whether stray wishes had doomed them, or whether the teachers had once wished the students dead in return. Trace stared at the bottle and posed the choice. Open it for still breathing, or save it for the certainty of dying. Carrie insisted they were not going to die. Trace lashed back about the alley and his parents. Carrie told him to drop it. Trace called him murderer outright. Sloane spoke up, explaining they had volunteered first and Carrie never forced them, hoping to ease the wound. Every eye turned on her. Trace looked gutted and stormed out, head lowered, the damage hers alone. Reese suggested hauling lounge furniture to the auditorium to make it livable. No one spoke while they wrestled the heavy couches down the stairs and arranged them in the corner. They discovered one overlooked lunch table beneath the stage, dragged it out, and stole chairs from the main offices. Grace arranged the fake bouquets as centerpieces. Watching her twisted Sloane's stomach, she had to repair what she broke. She approached while Grace adjusted the plastic stems and offered that she never meant Carrie had deliberately sent them to their deaths. He simply would not have. Grace faced her with perfect student council poise, tone icy. Yet he had, and they had gone. Trace already carried enough. If that was how Sloane felt, she must keep distance from her brother. Grace walked away. Sloane swallowed the sting, too jealous of the fierce shield Grace threw around Trace, to let tears rise, hating that she was now someone who needed guarding against. Later, Carrie gathered them at the stage to display the locker spoils. Toothpaste passed around for tiny finger dabs, floss, deodorant, spare clothes that brightened Grace at once. Sloane spotted a pink sweater tagged Corrine M. and recalled Corrine Matthews' curly hair and ready smile. She refused to touch it. Candy, gum, lighters, and cigarettes lay piled. She glanced at Reese expecting pleasure, yet his face stayed flat. Night settled. The auditorium felt almost like home, though the word tasted wrong. Sloane remembered playing house with Lily. She 8, Lily 10, their mother already long gone. Cardboard walls, dolls propped just so, endless questions about room sizes and separate bathrooms while Dad stayed excluded because this house belonged only to them. 4 days later, Trace exploded into the auditorium, voice raw and shattering the fragile sleep, shouting that his father was alive, outside, right now, calling for help. Mr. Casper, alive. The words yanked Sloane upright, heart slamming as if she had never closed her eyes. Trace stood breathless, tears streaking his face, flashlight jerking in his grip while he tried to piece the story together. He had been wandering sleepless, heard the calls, rushed to the window and seen him. Reese pressed for certainty, half convinced it might be sleepwalking or illusion, but Trace was too wrecked to snap back. They ran, halls blurring, stairs burning in her lungs, until the group reached the second-floor window. Sloane pressed to the glass first, Trace shoving in beside her, forcing her cheek harder against the cold pane. They scanned past the auditorium roof's edge, desperate for any sign in the parking lot below. Dawn crept slow and useless, gray light too thin to reveal much of anything. Reese asked where he was. Trace insisted he had been there, standing, calling, then faltered, nudging them aside to search again. Carrie hissed for silence, urging them just to listen. Sloane flattened her ear to the glass, straining every nerve. Distant car alarms wailed. Grace drew a sharp inhale. Trace spun toward her pointing finger. There, a crumpled shape face down on the pavement. Sloane's stomach dropped. They had overlooked it because they hunted movement, not stillness. Trace refused it instantly. No, that could not be him. He had been upright, alive. From this distance and dimness, the body could belong to anyone. Sloane bit back the question of how Trace could have recognized his father's face in the dark. She could not voice it with Grace so close. Carrie warned that if the man was dead, infected would follow soon. Had he been shouting? Trace exploded again. He was not dead, just hurt. They had to go out, bring him in, save him. Carrie tried to hold him back from the window. Trace's hope-fueled strength surged. He broke free and slammed Carrie against the lockers. Sloane heard the punch before she saw it. Trace's fist connecting with a dull thud that she knew carried real pain. Carrie staggered but stayed on his feet, blood already leaking from his nose. He touched the flow, stared at his red fingers, and she watched fury rise in him. Deep, vein-hot, the kind no one else seemed to notice. She almost warned the others to step clear, yet she stayed frozen, watching. Trace spat that Carrie was useless, a murderer. Carrie lunged. They collided in a frantic tangle of limbs while Grace screamed for them to get off her brother. Reese finally pried them apart, pinning Trace face down with a knee in his back. Sloane turned to the window again. The man lay motionless. Trace gasped beneath Reese that they were wasting time. Carrie insisted he was not moving. Sloane asked quietly if Trace was truly sure it was his father. Trace shot back. Who else could it be? He had to go out, had to get him. Grace refused outright. He could not leave her. Trace pleaded it was Dad. He had seen him move. They had to save him because belief burned through every word. Grace kept repeating, "No, you can't," until the fear solidified and sobs racked her, breath coming in panicked gasps. Trace reached for her the instant Reese released him, cradling her against his chest while she soaked his shirt. He stared past her at the window, at Sloane, soothing her even as his mind raced for a solution. Then his gaze sharpened on Carrie. He demanded Carrie go out and retrieve the man, because this was Carrie's fault for sending his parents into that alley. Carrie stared in disbelief, refused to die for Trace's sake, and stormed off down the hall. Sloane felt the sting of that dismissal for Carrie. She wanted to tell him he mattered, that Harrison needed him. Reese glared at Trace with open disgust, but Trace ignored it. Eyes closed, cheek pressed to Grace's hair, options gone. He whispered to her that he had to do it. She begged, no. He tightened his hold, insisting it was their father. Sloane felt the familiar ache flare, the longing for that unbreakable sibling bond, the reminder she would never have it. The parking lot remained empty except for the still figure. Trace's earlier words, "We have to bring him back in," echoed suddenly clear. An escape, a way out. She heard her own voice say it. She would go. She paused at her locker long enough to slip Lily's letter into her pocket, the mad hope flickering that if her body were found, dead or turned, her sister might read it and feel something final. In the library, Carrie and Trace worked together to clear the barricade, an unreal sight. Carrie's nose crusted with dried blood, Trace trembling with the fever of possibility. Sloane studied him for any crack in his certainty, any sign he doubted, but found none. His heart clung tight until proof tore it free. Grace and Harrison sat on a table. Harrison kept the flashlight steady on the door, voice small with fear that the brief opening would let something in. No one reassured him. Grace stared ahead, distant, yet Sloane sensed the quiet wish that she would step outside. Reese told her she did not have to. Trace grunted that she wanted to. Sloane nodded. She did. Reese sighed. resigned, then spoke the words that turned everything sour. He would go with her. Her stomach lurched. No, no. But he pressed on. If by impossible chance the man lived, one person could not drag him back alone. It took two. Unless she wanted to die trying. The logic twisted fast. Better this way. Reese could return alone with the truth. If it was Mr. Casper, he could bring him in. And if she did not come back, at least she would not leave Trace and Grace abandoned without answers. She could rationalize it into something almost kind. She agreed. Fine. Trace and Carrie slid the final shelf away. The door stood bare. Reese crouched to retie his laces. Sloane mirrored him. He asked, too loudly, why she was doing this. Grace finished the thought softly. Was it because of what she had said before? Sloane knotted her laces tighter, throat tight. She could not explain the apology she owed, could not bridge that gap. She rose and met Grace's waiting eyes. The only truth she could find was simple. She liked their family. Grace's expression eased, perhaps remembering the sleepover, perhaps not. Sloane clung to the thought anyway, the last small thing she had left. Carrie gave the signal. Trace pulled her into a sudden hug. The warmth flooded her, dizzy and perfect, the sensation of being wanted so strong she almost wished she could stay for more of it. He released her, gave Reese a sharp nod, and pressed a baseball bat into each of their hands. Sloane held hers loose. Reese gripped his until his knuckles blanched. Trace told Carrie to stay by the door, ready to open at their signal. Carrie promised he would not move. Good luck. Sloane met Reese's eyes. The silent question passed between them and she gave one firm nod. She had never been more ready in her life. Carrie eased the door open. Night air rolled in, cool and April fresh, wrapping around her and exposing how stale every breath inside had become. She drew it deep, lungs filling as though tasting oxygen for the first time. They stepped out together. The door clicked shut behind them, solid and final. The fence loomed ahead. They pressed back to back instinctively, scanning every shadow. Nothing stirred. She felt Reese's rapid breathing against her spine, terror plain in every exhale. He whispered whether she truly believed it was Mr. Casper. She answered she had no idea. He confessed he did not want to die today. They stared down the blind path toward the athletic field, wide open, unknowable, then at the gated route nearer the parking lot, still a long walk and possibly a noisy climb if locked. Alone she would not have cared, but Reese's presence changed everything. She had to protect him until she could slip away. She nodded toward the front gate. He swallowed hard and matched the gesture. She started forward. He seized her arm, voice cracking as he insisted on leading. She shook her head, yet he moved ahead anyway. She followed, glancing back every few steps. At the gate they crouched low, faces against the cold chain link. The street looked almost ordinary at first, the world still asleep, until their eyes adjusted and the damage sharpened. Shattered windows, a gaping front door, a dark shape sprawled on the lawn, a car crumpled around a telephone pole with its driver surely dead at the wheel, a clean way to go. No infected anywhere. Perhaps they lingered at the gas station still. Reese tested the gate. Locked. He said they should climb together. They wedged shoe toes into the links. Metal rattled under their weight. The bats clanged loud against it. He held his breath, cleared the top, and dropped. She followed, landing light. He grabbed her again and pulled her behind the decorative hedges at the building's corner. Neither had spotted movement. They crept along the wall, stepping softly through flower beds until concrete forced them into the open. Every accidental noise sent them freezing into shadow before hurrying faster. Past the bike rack, they reached the far corner, inches from the parking lot. Reese halted suddenly. What if the man had been bitten? The question hit them both at once. How had no one considered it earlier? She answered that he had never risen, so he could not be infected. She stepped into the open asphalt then, feeling braver and more unbreakable than ever. Strange because she walked straight toward the end she had chosen. The morning air kissed her skin like a gift. Reese called her name. She circled the car, checked the ignition, empty. He advanced a few more paces, then stopped. She sensed he would go no farther. This last stretch was hers alone. She kept walking until she stood in the center of the lot and saw the body clearly. It was not Mr. Casper, she knew instantly, nor was it her father, though the build echoed his. She approached anyway, drawn by a need she could not name. This stranger had reached the school, cried for help, and collapsed here. She crouched, gripped his shoulders, and rolled him over. Swollen, bruised face. No bites visible. No obvious wound that explained death. Perhaps his heart had simply quit after surviving this long. Middle-aged, thinning hair, deep lines at eyes and mouth. She wished ending could be that simple, lying down beside him and borrowing his stillness. Reese demanded what she was doing. She told him she was not returning. He was stunned. "Go back," she said. "Tell them it was not Mr. Casper. She was leaving. She could not stay. He warned she would die out here. She knew." His eyes flickered with understanding. All he had to do was turn and go inside. But he stayed rooted. Before either could speak again, the man's eyes snapped open. Reese paled and cursed. Her bat slipped from her fingers and clattered, jolting the stranger fully awake. He groaned, half-wail, scrambled upright, shoved her backward. She fought for balance while he babbled, begging her to stay away. She repeated that it was all right, stupidly. Turned to Reese, he only shook his head, lost. The man rose and fell, shouting for someone named Nick. She stepped closer, trying to calm him. He charged again, slamming her hard. She hit the ground on her elbows, pain flaring, blood already trickling as she rose slowly. Reese stood frozen. She offered shelter, safety. He recoiled, still calling louder and louder for Nick, stumbling farther across the lot. She urged Reese to run inside now. Then the breathing reached them. Ragged, wet, wrong, the sound that always betrayed them, the same choked rasp they had learned to flee on Rushmore Avenue. She could not pinpoint the source yet, felt the urge to face it. The noise echoed, snapping Reese back. He retreated toward the gate, insisting they abandon the man and return immediately. She answered she was not going with him. The stranger kept shouting. She rushed forward to silence him before the cries drew more. His shirt hung open, pants torn, red stains everywhere, body twitching. He spun, fist raised. The motion flashed her father at her. She froze. She called to Reese over her shoulder. "Get inside while you still can. I'm staying." He refused. He would not leave without her. She turned to argue. That was when everything shattered. At least 5 infected surged toward Reese from every direction, drawn by the noise like sleepers waking. She screamed for him to reach the school, but he stood paralyzed. His earlier words rang in her ears. "I don't want to die today." She ran to him. "Reese, go!" She reached first, planted herself between him and the pack. 3 slammed into her at once, clawing for her flesh. She staggered, lost balance. One, a girl, seized her arm and yanked. Reese grabbed the other, pulling hard, but the dead girl pulled harder while the rest scrambled for their share. She realized stupidly she was the prize. Then her shoulder wrenched out of joint with a sick pop. She screamed. Reese swung his bat at wrists, at anything, trying to break the grip. The girl's fingers finally loosened. He seized her arm, the wrong one, pain sharpening the world into cruel focus. They could not return. The pack would trail them straight to the door and doom everyone. She was not Lily. She would never do that. "We have to lead them away," she said. Her mind solved the rest before she finished speaking. She sprinted deeper into the parking lot. Reese followed close, the dead streaming after. Chest burning, lungs seizing, every footfall jarring her bones. They rounded the lot. The stranger still stood there, eyes widening at the tide rushing toward him. She closed the gap and shoved him hard. He latched onto her. They tumbled. He landed a heartbeat later. She used that heartbeat, scrambling up with her good arm. He reached again. She kicked his face, the crunch of teeth loud in her ears. She did not want to watch what came next. "Help me!" he cried. She glanced back anyway. 4 already feeding, but the girl had not forgotten them. She chased, hair whipping, torso bare, skin gray and veined with dark fury, lips twitching over sharp teeth. Reese shouted for her to come on. They reached the athletic field. Vast, empty, no other infected in sight. Yet the girl stayed close, gaining. She lunged. They crashed together. Sloane's forehead struck pavement with a sound like cracking bone. The world went underwater, distant and strange. She rolled over slowly, pain threading every motion, and stared into milky white eyes ringed with burst red capillaries. Focus blurred. 1 girl, 2, 3. Calm washed over her like warm water. The girl licked her lips. Sloane closed her eyes. This was it. Finally. A splintering crack split the air. Again, relentless. Something giving way. Sloane thought at first it was her own body fracturing into pieces as death came, but then warmth spread across her skin, wet and wrong, followed by a heavy, sodden collapse pinning her down. Reese hooked his arms under hers and hauled her free. She blinked through the haze. The dead girl's head was ruined. Shattered bone and brain matter streaked over her clothes, her face, her hair. Sloane staggered upright on legs that felt borrowed, everything graying at the edges. Reese seized her hand and pulled. She stumbled after him, lungs refusing air. He urged her forward, voice tight with urgency. The field had gone silent, yet he ran as though the pack still chased. Her knees buckled. She dropped hard. He yanked her up, wrapped an arm around her waist, and they lurched together toward the library door. He pounded the metal, desperate. Open it. Open the fucking door. Memories flickered in the fog. The sleepover at Grace's house, she had slipped out without permission, risking her father's fury for one clean, bright day that belonged only to her. She had told Grace she envied the family she watched so closely. Grace had noticed, and Sloane admitted she was unused to seeing parents happy and whole together. Television could fake it, but real love right in front of you felt impossibly better. She had stolen that single afternoon. Lily had been furious cleaning up the aftermath, yet Sloane had dared it anyway. Brave. Later she tried leaving for good, bags packed by the door weeks before the world broke, but her father discovered the plan. He kept her home from school until the bruises faded. That was the first time his fist found her face. She tried again after that. Lily took the pills with her. She tried once more. Reese dragged her through the threshold. The world slid sideways. She floated outside herself, watching from afar. They hauled her to the locker room showers. Icy water shocked her skin but failed to drag her back inside her body. Voices overlapped, asking Reese if she had been bitten, if she was turning. He insisted no, yet cautioned them to wait, to scrub until the blood ran clear. They kept her under the spray until her lips went blue and the water finally ran pink-free. Then Carrie stepped in and reset her shoulder. Pain slammed her back into her skin, sharp, dizzying, horribly familiar. Her father had learned the technique from online videos so no hospital visit would expose them. She knew the sequence, more agony, then release. She clenched her jaw until her teeth ached. Carrie murmured it was okay. It was over. It wasn't. When the worst passed, she shut her eyes. Next time they opened, the world swam through warped glass. She lay on a cot in the nurse's office, thin sheet draped over her, forehead clumsily bandaged, body swallowed in a scratchy sweater that belonged to someone else. The violation of being changed without memory twisted deeper than the hurt. Yet the pain felt almost ordinary. Variations of it had shadowed her entire life. Her pulse slowed. Daytime light filled the room. The hall beyond the open door stood empty. Reese sat against the wall beneath a poster charting a woman's year-long descent on crystal meth, haggard to hollow-eyed cracked skin and dead stare. The girl from the field flashed in her mind. Dizziness pulled her upward like she might fall into the ceiling. She eased back down, breathing slow and deliberate. Reese approached, pressed a palm briefly to her forehead, too quick, too clinical, then withdrew. She croaked how she was. He pushed a water bottle into her trembling hands. She drank, half spilled down her chin and soaked the unfamiliar sweater. He took it back. He told her she was sick, maybe concussed, maybe brain damaged, or perhaps she had always been, since before they stepped outside, or maybe infected, turning already dead in hours. She told him to stop. He pressed harder. She had gone out there to die, hadn't she? So what did it matter? She turned her face away. He was right. She tried to feel inside herself for rot taking root, for purpose replacing emptiness. He asked again if she had gone out to die. She closed her eyes. He said her name. She opened them. Yes. He recoiled as though contagion might leap across the space, then kicked his chair hard into the wall. She flinched, hands flying instinctively to shield her face. He froze, eyes widening at the reflex. He knew what it meant. He stepped back. He accused her of letting him come, of risking his life. She protested she never would have let him die. He cursed her. It had come too close. She shot back that he refused to let her go alone. He told her if she wanted death, do it cleanly, slit her wrists, anything normal. The words landed heavy. She pressed fingers to her temples, nausea rising. He shoved Tylenol at her. She swallowed them dry. He mentioned the man outside. She picked at the blanket, willing disinterest to silence him. Had the stranger wanted to live? She murmured it could have been her instead, but Reese had refused to leave without her. He countered he could not believe what he heard. Why not? Had he looked outside? Nothing remained. He called it bullshit. Even if true, she had no right to decide for him. She answered he had no right to decide for her. Silence stretched. He dug into his pockets, tossed a crumpled, water-stained paper onto the cot, and walked out. She unfolded it. Her suicide note to Lily, ink mostly dissolved, only fragments legible. Exhaustion dragged at her. She fought sleep because closing her eyes summoned the man staggering, calling for Nick, the dead girl's ruined head, Reese's chair slamming the wall. Mostly the man. Had he wanted life? Was he worth saving? Had she any right to choose? She shoved the guilt down deep to her toes, far from thought. Murderer. The word Grace and Trace used for Carrie, but it fit her now. Footsteps approached. Grace appeared in the doorway, gaze deliberately averted. Reese had warned she might not want company, yet Grace had come anyway. Sloane braced for accusation. Crazy. Risk murderer. Instead, Grace said Reese reported the man had been hurt, dying. Not her dad. Sloane confirmed it. Grace exhaled, relief loosening her shoulders. She crossed the room and perched on the cot's edge, picking at her nails before admitting she did not understand Sloane at all. Sloane asked what there was to understand. Grace wondered if it had been revenge, if Sloane went out there to make up for what Grace had said, to lift the guilt from her. Sloane replied it did not matter. The choice was hers alone, not Grace's burden, just as her parents' decision had not been. Grace told her to shut up. Sloane pressed. They had offered to go first. Grace repeated the command, sharper. Sloane reminded her they had both witnessed it. Grace collected herself. Going out there did not grant Sloane the right to speak that way. It did not work like that. Sloane shrugged and let her eyes drift shut, willing sleep. She felt her breathing slow. Grace rose after a long pause. She asked what Grace hated most. Sloane surfaced enough to prompt her. Grace said she hated how everyone described it, her parents choosing the alley as though they understood the risk. They never would have stepped in if they believed danger waited. No one considered that part. But they did step in, Sloane murmured. Because they thought it was clear, Grace answered. Then she reached out and brushed Sloane's hair from her face, a gesture so gentle it jarred against the bitterness in her voice. They would never have led if they thought it unsafe. They let Carrie go ahead the whole time because he was not their child. If something happened to him, he died. not them. Grace finished that her parents had never chosen the alley knowingly. They stepped in because Carrie declared it clear, and he had been wrong. He was sorry, Sloane offered quietly. If he truly felt remorse, Grace answered, he would have gone out himself tonight to prove it. And Trace, he wanted to thank her. Grace's voice cracked then. She exhaled hard. She believed Sloane's choice had finally forced Trace to accept their parents were gone. Sloane curled onto her side, held perfectly still, breath so shallow it vanished even from her own ears. She willed herself invisible, lifeless, until Grace finally rose and left. Only then did the room empty of everything. When awareness returned, it came uneven, staggered footsteps approaching. A rough, unfamiliar hand settled against her cheek. The calluses felt foreign to anyone she knew here. Fingertips traced her skin, gentle yet insistent, and panic flickered that this must be a dream she refused to keep. She turned her face away. The touch withdrew, footsteps receded. She bolted upright, vision swimming, and stared at the open doorway. The hallway beyond looked cold, deserted. Had she truly been awake? She rose slowly, every joint protesting, and padded into the corridor. Darkness pressed close. She felt exposed, raw. The touch lingered in memory, too familiar, too impossible. She needed to reject its reality even as certainty grew. She drifted past the administration office, navigating by faint shadows. At the front barricade, she paused, trying to summon the ordinary sensation of pushing through those doors each morning when this place had meant nothing more than school. Nothing came. Then every muscle locked. The air thickened with another presence. She stepped forward, eyes sweeping empty space. Her hand rose instinctively to her cheek. She retreated down the hall the way she had come, heart hammering, when the sensation sharpened. Eyes on her back. A musky scent coated her throat, familiar enough to squeeze her chest tight, like being sealed in plastic. She wondered if she would carry him forever, the ghost of his hands, his smell. "Dad," she whispered. Her voice shattered the hush. She stumbled back to the nurse's office, collapsed on the cot's edge, and waited for the invisible fist around her heart to loosen. She snatched the flashlight, twisted it to its dimmest glow, and caught sight of the crumpled note to Lily on the table. She unfolded it, smoothed the damp paper again and again until her breathing steadied. She wondered if Lily heard him now, his voice, his steps, in dreams or waking hours. Whether distance had silenced him the moment Lily walked away, or if the footsteps that haunted her sister belonged to Sloane instead. She hoped so. She hoped she was the only ghost Lily carried. Ready to join the land of the living? The words stung. Even Carrie winced as soon as they left his mouth. She managed a faint guess. He had brought clothes from the drama department, a plaid men's shirt, jeans too tight at the waist, buttons biting into her stomach. She looked like someone from another life. She changed in the small bathroom across the room. When she emerged, he still waited, watching her with that same uncertain gaze. She asked what it was like outside now. A few stragglers lingered in the streets, he said, but none pressed the doors. Good news. They had recovered the windows just in case. He asked if she felt all right. She had been distant when they carried her in. The bandage on her forehead itched. Her cheek burned red and scratched, fresh bruises blooming across her ribs and arms like she had been sideswiped by a car. She claimed she was fine. He answered he would bet on it. Then silence stretched until his stare made her skin prickle. She asked what he was looking at. He shrugged. He had been surprised she was the one who went out. Everyone had been. But it should have been him, he added. Why would he say that? Because Grace and Trace kept repeating it. Now Trace claimed Carrie nearly had her blood on his hands too. He would not have, she told him. He exhaled slowly. She meant that? It had never been about him. What had it been about? She looked away. He said Reese had told him about the man outside, what she had done. The stranger had been half mad, Reese explained. Bringing him in would have endangered them all. Now he wandered as one of the stragglers. So the man had turned. Heat burned behind her eyes. She refused to discuss it with Carrie and turned the conversation back to Grace and Trace. They were grieving. They needed time. Everyone grieved, he answered. The whole world deserved mourning. The only difference was that Grace and Trace had held their parents longer, and they had survived this far only because of him. He had apologized to them. They had never once thanked him for keeping them alive. They probably never would. He was not holding his breath. Quiet settled again. She looked him in the eye and offered a small, deliberate lie. "Thank you." It did not comfort him. Sadness deepened in his face. He managed a thin half-smile she saw straight through. "Let's go back," he said. In the auditorium, every head turned her way, the sudden attention making the space feel more like high school than it had in weeks. Before anyone could speak, Trace crossed the room and pulled her into a hug. Pain flared through her bruises, yet she let him hold on. He said nothing until Reese broke the silence. He had gone out there too. Trace released her, and you got your pat on the back. His eyes met hers, warm and steady. "Thank you for what you did for us, Sloane." Forget it. She wanted them all to forget. He insisted she needed to know it mattered that she tried. He glanced past her then, Worth vanishing, unlike some people. Carrie answered tiredly, "Fuck you." Reese asked who had breakfast duty. He had done it yesterday, not today. Trace claimed it. Surprising, he had never once handled food since arrival. He jogged to the stage, hoisted himself up, and vanished behind the curtain. Reese called that the kitchen lay the other direction. Trace reappeared almost instantly, holding the whiskey bottle. "Not exactly breakfast," Reese noted. Why had they not drunk it the day they found it? Trace hopped down. What were they waiting for? Time was running out. All they had was time, Grace reminded him. Who knew how much longer? Fuck tomorrow, the next day, the next. He uncapped the bottle, lifted it to drink, then paused. It should be Reese and Sloane first, for what they had done. Carrie called him a douchebag. Trace ignored him and extended the bottle. Reese took it, drank smoothly, passed it to Sloane. She mimicked him. The burn scorched her throat and she nearly coughed it back up. Trace drank next, handed it to Grace, who took a reluctant sip before passing to Carrie. The circle continued. Harrison struggled so much he chased it with juice from the kitchen, looking suddenly too young for any of this. Trace teased him. Grace elbowed her brother, better than wasting it. They realized then this was likely all the alcohol they would ever have. One bottle, no more hidden stashes waiting. Trace set it on the floor. Debate followed. How much to drink, whether to finish it or pace themselves for fairness, for moderation. It should be fair, Carrie said. If life was fair, Trace answered, Carrie would not be here. Fun was not always fair either. Reese refused to stay sober while Trace got wasted. Trace liked that idea, yet no one else agreed. Someone suggested drinking games. Soon they sat in a circle on the floor playing I Never. Trace looked pleased. Perhaps he expected an advantage, real experience, or invented claims. He started. I have never skinny dipped in Pearson Lake. Awkward pause. Reese and Carrie drank. Trace's faint smile appeared. At the same time? Fuck off, Reese said, snatching the bottle from Carrie. I've never cheated on a test. Bullshit, Carrie muttered. I'm so brilliant. I never had to. Everyone drank except Harrison. Carrie went next. I have never engaged in sexting. Trace drank. Reese drank. Trace startled when Grace reached for the bottle. With who? He cut himself off before she answered. Forget it. One of my friends? Robbie? Her smile widened until he looked away. I hope he's fucking dead. Reese declared sexting pedestrian anyway. What happened to love letters? Emails. Love emails, sorry. Love letters now, Sloane murmured absently. Email is over. Reese shivered at her words. Harrison asked what it was like out there. Eyes divided between her and Reese. She stared at the floor, willing him to answer. He knew she wanted that. He was still angry. I don't know. What do you think, Sloane? She shook her head. I don't know either. Yes, you do, Trace pressed. Tell us what it's like now. A beat. Quiet, they said together. The word felt strange as the first to surface. She met Reese's gaze. Whatever had happened outside would bind them as long as they breathed. It's quiet, Reese repeated. I can't even describe it. They looked to her for confirmation. She could only nod. Grace asked about when the infected came. How had either survived outnumbered? Her parents had not. You didn't even get bitten. I came close, Sloane admitted. Too close, Carrie muttered. They don't think like we do, Reese explained. Not coordinated. Dumb animals fighting each other for her, holding one another back. He had struck while they were distracted. Luck. The girl was persistent, Sloane added. The memory flooded back. Milky eyes locked on hers. Raw hunger. She tried to see longing there too, then forced it away. No, just hunger. Simple, almost beautiful in its purity. The thought felt wrong, yet true. Were you scared? Grace asked. Sloane could not lie to her. No. When you know it's really happening, really the end, part of you accepts it because nothing else remains. Probably helped that she was half conscious, Reese offered. Bet you would have felt different fully awake. I don't think so. Trace whistled, impressed. Grace said she could never feel that way. Harrison hesitated. Do you think they have souls? Oh, fuck, Carrie groaned. Remember when we were playing I Never? That was fun. This is not. Long silence followed. Grace reached for the bottle. I've never stolen from my parents. Really? Trace asked. Sloane watched the bottle pass from hand to hand. Carrie first, then herself, then Carrie again, Reese, even Harrison, each swallow burning down her throat like a shared secret no one questioned. Stealing cash from her father's wallet had always felt weightless. He never noticed, and it had been her only way to help because he refused to let her work until 18 while Lily could. Lily was already stashing groceries for their getaway, yet Sloane refused to leave the burden on her alone. She pressed a finger into the bandage on her head until the sharp sting flared, reminding her how close she had come to being caught and how ugly the fallout would have been. Lily had warned her every single time but still accepted the bills because they bought freedom, for both of them, together. Reese glanced at her and asked if she was all right. Sloane dropped her hand and gave a quick nod, the motion steady enough to hide the liquid haze already clouding her thoughts. He stared at the bottle a long beat, then confessed he had never fallen in love. Only Trace and Grace drank to that. Sloane caught Carrie deliberately avoiding her eyes, and the reason settled cold in her stomach. He had slept with Lily but never loved her. The mismatch felt both sharper and blurrier than before. Carrie seized the bottle out of sequence. Sloane frowned, asking whether they were even keeping proper turns. He swigged anyway and declared that if the rules were broken, it was no longer the game. It was simply them sharing pieces of themselves, nothing more. Harrison cleared his throat and announced he had never had sex. Sloane knew silence would isolate her and him alone, so after Reese drank, she took a long, deliberate pull, pretending the burn-proved experience she did not possess. The bottle came back to her before she had spoken. Trace teased that she was overthinking. Sloane stared at the label, the whiskey softening every ache in her body while making her brain feel dangerously loose. She offered that she had never run away from home. Carrie drank and shrugged it off as something he had done at 5, simply to avoid cleaning his room. Round after round, the confessions slid from childish to crude, the bottle never emptying. Sloane grew heavy-eyed and overheated, feeding them lie after lie because, strangely, their opinion of her still mattered. When Harrison passed again, Trace fixed on him and demanded what he had actually done with his life, then mocked whether the boy even understood what a kiss felt like, offering to demonstrate if needed. Carrie, the most unsteady among them, told Trace to shut his mouth. Harrison whispered that he did know, corrected his age to 15 in a miserable voice, and looked utterly wrecked. Grace defended him gently while Carrie insisted they drop it and simply drink without the questions. Harrison's lips pressed tight, his palms pushed hard against the floor as his whole frame trembled with the effort not to cry. Trace tried to claw the words back. Too late. Harrison admitted he had believed his life could become something worthwhile someday, yet now saw it as nothing. Still, he wanted it to matter, and one tear slipped free. Carrie groaned for silence. Grace slid close, cheeks flushed from the whiskey, wrapped an arm around the boy, and kissed him softly on the mouth, long enough for him to lean in and taste her. When she pulled away, Harrison stared stunned. Tears stopped. Trace looked on with open pride. Carrie made a disgusted sound, lurched upright, and sneered that the night had been fine until the crying started, exactly what Harrison always did. Harrison protested. Trace told Carrie to let the kid feel what he needed. Carrie rubbed his eyes, swaying, tired of dwelling and only wanting to drown everything in liquor. Sloane reminded him they had only been sharing. Carrie gestured wildly at Harrison, nearly toppling, and called the whole confession pathetic. Harrison apologized. Trace insisted he could dwell if he wanted, then predicted Carrie would twist it back to the parents he had killed. Carrie met his stare, then broke first, knuckles whitening against his forehead as he insisted he had never wanted any of this. He had loved the very idea of his parents, yet it should never have been them. It should have been. Sloane saw the unfinished thought burn behind his eyes, and in that moment Carrie transformed for her, no longer the survival expert, but the boy who believed he should have died instead. She finally understood him completely. He shook his head and staggered out of the auditorium, finished with all of them. She wanted to follow, to tell him he was not alone, to ask how they could carry each other through whatever came next. Grace caught her gaze, mouth opening then closing, happiness drained from her face. Sloane rose, the floor tilted beneath her. She announced she would go after him. Trace told her to let him rot. Reese stood and said he would join her. She did not want his company, but accepted it. Reese moved steadier, guiding them straight to the library where Carrie slumped across a table, head buried in his arms. He slurred for them to leave him. Reese offered to help him back to a mat. Carrie lamented there were no more beds, no more homes to return to, and stared at Sloane with glassy eyes, repeating that they could never go back. She answered that she was fine with that. He countered that this ruin was the only alternative. Reese hauled him up anyway and aimed for the nurse's office. Carrie needed both their shoulders to stay upright, his legs folded like wet paper. Passing a classroom he veered in, vomited into a trash can, spat, then mumbled that he felt slightly better. In the office, he collapsed onto the cot while Reese loosened his shoes. Carrie declared himself a murderer, each word thick. Reese told him he was only drunk and should sleep it off. Sloane did not want the confession to end. She needed to hear someone else voice surrender. She asked whether it should have been him instead. Reese shot her a warning look. Carrie blinked, denied it, then said it should have been Harrison. Reese tried to lighten it. Carrie struggled upright and explained how they had found the boy, a stranger who happened to attend the same school, clearly insignificant. Everyone else they had known, yet the alley had been swarmed, the only route to safety, and Harrison had been the perfect bait. The Caspers had demanded they move. He could not admit the lie, so he had set it up that way, certain it would be Harrison who paid, never them. His shoulders heaved. He curled tight on the cot, sobbing so violently Sloane feared he would be sick again. The raw pain carved into his face sank straight into her chest. Her heart understood before her mind could catch up. Carrie had known the alley was swarmed. Harrison had only ever been bait. Sloane's mind dragged her back to the alley. Carrie peering down it, declaring it clear, the Caspers surging forward with desperate hunger for the school's walls and the safety they promised their children. Mrs. Casper's voice echoed inside her skull, bright with relief. At last, something had finally gone right. Then Reese cut in sharply. Carrie snarled for them to leave him the hell alone. Reese needed no second urging. He seized Sloane's hand, towed her from the nurse's office, eased the door shut, and stared through the glass at the broken boy inside. Her pulse hammered against her ribs. Reese turned, insisting they could never breathe a word of what they had heard. Sloane agreed at once, then again when he pressed, voice tight. They started down the corridor together. She feared the truth would be written across her face for everyone to read, so she halted. Reese waited. When she forced herself forward, he matched her step. Rounding the corner, exhaustion slammed into her. She slumped against a locker, unwilling to rejoin the others just yet. Reese asked if she was holding up. She begged a moment. He noted how badly whiskey mixed with a head wound. Sloane told him she could not stand his company right now. The cruelty landed hard on the same boy who had once ordered her to end her life, yet refused to let her follow through. He stalked away. Only when the hallway emptied did she sink to the floor. Her father had never hunted Lily after she walked out at 19. Legally free, yet his fury had burned so hot Sloane still could not fathom why he never called the police or made her return harder. Then the parallel struck. As long as he still possessed something he could wound, her sister's absence had been tolerable. Carrie had chosen Harrison for bait. The Caspers had simply stepped into the trap, believing Carrie disposable, just like the man outside had been nothing to her. The question coiled tighter. Was she expendable too? Had she been Lily's bait all along? She slipped into the bathroom and dashed cold water across her face. The ache behind her eyes throbbed worse. Back in the auditorium, she stretched onto her mat. Grace lay curled on Trace's, while Trace and Harrison sat opposite sharing chips, the older boy actually listening. Sloane could only guess guilt over Carrie's wrath or the whiskey made Trace care. Either way, it felt unreal. Harrison had been meant to die. Grace's voice pulled her back. How bad was Carrie? Sloane ached to confess he was shattered, both better and worse than Grace could picture, but the words would not come. She answered only that he had cried harder than she had ever seen any boy cry, even Harrison. Grace dismissed it. Drunk tears meant nothing. Sloane offered that maybe alcohol was the sole crack through which it could escape. Grace's flat sure landed like a door closing. Everything pressed too close. Grace, the pounding in her skull. Trace, Carrie, the knowledge that Harrison should be dead and she should be dead. Sloane told her they turned hating Carrie into sport, and he felt every cut. Grace demanded whether forgiveness was suddenly required. Sloane replied that Grace still held something while Carrie held nothing, and he had apologized. She believed him. She closed her eyes. Any lingering buzz had curdled into pure fatigue. Grace noted he had said it only once. Sloane asked if a million repetitions would change anything, pointed out she had never witnessed him cry, and suggested Grace go see for herself. Grace accused her of unfairness. Sloane nearly repeated his exact words, then lied instead. He had claimed it should have been him. Grace denied it. Sloane rolled away, turning her back. Fine. The sun eventually sank. They surrendered to night far earlier than darkness demanded. She stood at the edge of a cliff with her heart carved out. Sloane. Whiskey still thickened her skull and dragged her eyelids. She could barely lift them yet his voice reached her, calling. She should answer so he would know she heard. Dad! The word tore free and she jolted awake, stomach heaving. There was a brutal difference between choosing to speak it and having it slip out unbidden. She sat up, checked her watch. 5 a.m. Reese stirred, rolled over, face peaceful in sleep. Everyone else lay motionless, hours from waking, and raw envy flooded her. All she craved was to sink back into that same oblivion. Footsteps echoed outside the auditorium. At first she assumed Carrie returning from the nurse's office, but the tread was heavier, uneven, and it crawled across her skin like recognition. A shadow slid past the doorway. She whipped her head toward the hall and caught the tail of it vanishing. Real. A person. Her palm pressed hard to her chest. Her own breaths came quick and shallow against Reese's slow, even rhythm. She had seen someone. She knew it. No. Something inside her had fractured the night she came back broken, and now it was conjuring her father in these halls. The dread circled until she stood. Her legs felt foreign. She pinched her arm, felt the sting, yet still questioned whether she was truly awake. She crept to Grace and shook her shoulder gently until her eyes fluttered open. Grace blinked. "Sloane? What's wrong?" Sloane asked if she was awake, if Grace had heard anything. Grace rubbed her eyes. No, she had been sleeping. What was happening? Sloane insisted it was nothing, apologized, told her to go back to sleep. Grace pressed. Sloane repeated it was nothing, just a nightmare. Grace glared through sleepy slits and turned away. Sloane stood alone in the center of the room, lost. Sleep was impossible now. She dropped onto her mat, tried to steady her breathing, managed 1 minute before she was up again. She snatched a flashlight and padded to the bathroom, palms resting on the taps. Her heart stuttered before she twisted them. She wondered how much water remained in the tank, how much they had already burned washing infected blood from her skin, how full it had been on arrival. She cupped her hands, splashed her face. Sleep dissolved completely, and she regretted it instantly. She left the faucet running, leaned against the stall, and listened to the waste. For some reason, the sound summoned birds singing in trees. She wondered if any birds were left, then shoved the foolish thought aside. Of course there were. She shut the water off and left the bathroom, but instead of returning, she drifted the opposite way, chasing the direction those imagined footsteps had gone. She did not know why she had to hunt the nightmare. Bare feet slapped cold tile, unnerving her until she quickened her pace. She reached the rear of the building, facing the barricaded doors that opened onto the athletic field. She squeezed past the desks jammed almost wall to wall, wedged herself into the narrow gap, and rested her forehead against the concrete. She had no idea what she was doing. She stayed so long her legs stiffened and her neck burned. No sound reached her from outside. Everything had been silent since the gas station. She pictured what the world beyond looked like now, what her own house looked like. How she missed her room and her bed. The summer window left open, cars passing, maple leaves whispering when the breeze was perfect. Lily used to climb out that window and down the tree. Someone stood behind her. She spun, her hips slammed into a desk edge and pain doubled her over. When she lifted her head, she saw the man, broad, familiar, back turned. Real, or not, she no longer trusted the difference. A man waited at the far end of the hall. She squeezed her eyes shut, opened them, still there. Shut, opened, still there. "Dad?" The word left her. "Dad." He squared his shoulders and began a slow pivot. Terror warned her that seeing his face would bring the entire world crashing down. She could not bear it. She killed the flashlight and bolted blind through the corridors until she reached Grace, shaking her urgently. "Grace, wake up, please. There's someone inside the school. Someone got in." Sloane sat rigid on her mat, with Grace's arm draped around her shoulders. The warmth seeping in like something she had forgotten she could still feel. Carrie, Reese, and Trace filed back in from their sweep of the building. Carrie looking wrecked, clothes rumpled, eyes bloodshot and heavy with hangover, his gaze landing on her with clear irritation. She ignored it, picking at her fingernails instead, the small pain keeping everything else from spilling over. Harrison huddled on Grace's other side, too frightened even to join the search, too frightened now to speak. But there was nothing to fear. The school was empty. No one else was here. No one. Carrie rubbed his eyes hard. "It's just us. Jesus, I could have slept 12 more hours." Sloane dropped her forehead to her knees. Grace murmured that it was all right. her hand moving in slow circles across Sloane's back. The contact thawed something frozen inside her. It was probably a nightmare. Reese asked how her head was feeling. "Go to hell," she muttered under her breath. She felt Grace stiffen beside her, startled, and remembered in the same instant that only she and Reese knew how fractured things were between them. He started to explain, but she cut him off. It wasn't that. Or maybe it was. Grace asked quietly if this had happened before. The question pinned her. Silence answered for her, and Grace pressed gently. When, where, how it felt. Sloane walked her story back only as far as the nurse's office, careful not to mention those earlier nights when she had caught the ghost of her father's cologne drifting through the halls. If she had known those weren't real and this felt real, then maybe the footsteps had been real too. Maybe she had heard someone. Carrie spoke firmly. No one could have gotten in. They had made certain of it. Morning light filtered through the high windows, gray-white and heavy. Rain seemed close. Maybe they were right. Maybe the school held only her injury, her mind playing tricks. "I'm sorry," she said. Carrie crouched in front of her. The sudden nearness sent Grace to her feet. She stepped away, though not before her eyes met Carrie's in a brief, loaded glance. "You've been hurt," Carrie told her. "You got scared. It happens." It had happened. Everyone handled her with too much care now, afraid she would shatter, and the kindness only made her feel more exposed. She endured their company through half the morning, forcing normalcy until the effort became unbearable. She excused herself and slipped away to retrace last night's path. 5 minutes alone, and Reese appeared behind her. She wanted to send him away, but resistance felt pointless. He would always be here. They would all always be here. This place had become a tomb. He asked if she was trying to scare everyone out of the building, if he would have to watch her to stop some dramatic exit. She said nothing. He studied her. If she wasn't lying, he said, it could be the concussion. Beneath the bandage, a piece of her forehead was gone, and it would probably scar. Her hand lifted to the dressing. She pressed. The sting bloomed sharp and metallic across her tongue. She asked why he was out here. He turned the question back on her. She had reached the classroom door where she had seen the figure. She pushed it open, Mr. Baxter's room. Annoyance at Reese dissolved the moment she stepped inside. She walked the aisle slowly, fingertips brushing desk edges, the wrongness of the empty space rising around her like damp air. She did not want to forget what this room had once been for. She reached the teacher's desk and sank into the chair while Reese stood in the center, watching. An old agenda lay open before her, archaic in an age of phones. She flipped pages at random. A dentist appointment. Then, beneath it, Madeline this morning, red nightgown. The 5 words felt impossibly intimate, pulling her back to Lily describing how their mother had turned the kitchen bulletin board into a secret diary. Appointments listed alongside small truths like girls fought. Sloane took Lily's dolls. Lily had said their mother saved everything, and Sloane had asked their father once about the dolls, but he refused to say where they were, or if they still existed. Reese spoke. Guilt. She looked up. What? The man you saw. I bet it's guilt over the guy outside. She gave a flat, "Oh, really?" He insisted he wasn't being cruel, just that stress and guilt could twist perception. She told him she felt no guilt about the man outside. Then, balancing the lie with honesty, she felt jealous. Reese pointed out the man had turned, was still out there somewhere. She knew. She noticed now how much weight Reese had lost, cheekbones knife-sharp against skin that had once carried more softness. They were all wasting. He asked if she truly believed nothing remained for any of them. Nothing for her, she corrected. Not necessarily for the rest. What did the others have that she lacked? She pressed her lips tight. She refused to voice it, how everyone still carried fragments of what they had lost, and those fragments gave them strength to keep breathing. Guilt, Reese said again. She started to deny seeing anyone at all, then stopped herself. He asked, quieter now, who she had thought it was. The room felt suddenly sacred, his gaze unyielding. She knew he would wait forever if needed. My father, she said. I thought it was him. He reminded her she had said her father was dead. I hope he is, she swallowed. I wish it. The words stunned him silent. Satisfaction curled through her, sharper than it should have. He could not understand how she could mean it, how the wish sat steady inside her. His own past had probably been softer, safer, even the rough edges better than hers. Before he could recover, Carrie burst in breathless. He had been searching everywhere. He wanted to clear the air now about what he had said yesterday. No one's going to say anything, Sloane told him. He exhaled, tension easing. Okay, good. She flipped the agenda open and shut, while the two boys stood there. She turned to the first page. Nick Baxter. Phone numbers. Address. Nick. Nick. Oh, she breathed. Reese asked what? The world fractured and reassembled in the wrong order, the picture inverted and grotesque. She rose slowly, instinct pulling her around the desk, along the back wall to the closet. She opened the door. Everything stopped. Reese and Carrie went utterly still behind her. Mr. Baxter lay curled on the floor asleep, or something close to it. Nothing remained of the steady teacher who had once commanded the room. His frame had collapsed inward, cheeks sunken, skin ghostly pale beneath filth and dried blood. A torn dress shirt and suit clung to him. He breathed, shallow but alive. The sight of another living adult in their sanctuary felt overwhelming, terrifying. Reese spoke low and urgent. Get the gun, Sloane. Shock delayed her. The gun! Get it! She registered the handgun resting awkwardly in Baxter's lap, barrel angled toward her. Her pulse surged. She reached forward carefully, fingers brushing too near inappropriate territory, and snatched the weapon. She scrambled back. Reese tore it from her hands, and in that instant she understood exactly what she could do with it. Holy shit, Reese whispered. Triumph flared, I told you so, then crashed into panic. Someone else was here. Someone else had gotten inside. Reese and Carrie stared down at the diminished man, frozen, unsure. Carrie demanded how he had gotten in. Before either could answer, he strode forward and kicked Baxter's legs, once, then again, as the teacher stirred. Reese reached to stop him too late. Baxter moaned. Sloane backed farther away. She wanted distance from this ruined figure, from the reality of him. Reese called her back. The gun was in his hands now. Their gun. No, Baxter's gun. This was Baxter's classroom. His school. Did that give him more claim? Her thoughts spun uselessly. What mattered most? That Baxter was alive. Here. Alive. Carrie addressed him, first Baxter, then corrected to Mr. Baxter. The man's eyes opened, empty at first, then flickering with dim recognition. He tried to speak. Carrie cut across him. How had he gotten in? He had to tell them. You found me, Baxter rasped, voice like gravel. I wondered when you'd find me. Reese pressed. How had he gotten in? My gun. Where is my gun? Which one of you took it? Reese concealed the weapon behind his back. Carrie dropped to a crouch, seized Baxter's face in both hands. Listen to me. How did you get in here? Baxter stared back for a long, hollow beat. I don't know, he said, His body sagged. Carrie released him. The man slumped bonelessly. Only the slow rasp of his breathing remained in the room. Sloane stayed seated on her mat, Grace's arms steady around her, while Carrie, Reese, and Trace returned from their sweep. Carrie rumpled and clearly hungover, his stare landing on her with open disapproval. She did not care. Her fingers picked restlessly at her nails to keep the panic pinned down. Harrison clung to Grace's other side, too frozen to have helped search, and still too frozen to speak. But the truth settled calm and final. The school held only them. No one else. No one. Carrie rubbed his eyes roughly and muttered he could have used 12 more hours of sleep. Sloane pressed her face into her knees. Grace soothed her back in slow circles, the warmth sinking straight into the numb parts of her. It had probably been a nightmare, she said. Reese asked how her head felt. Go to hell, Sloane answered low. She sensed Grace's jolt of surprise and realized in the same breath that only she and Reese knew the fracture between them right now. He tried to explain himself. She cut him off. It was not the head, or maybe it was. Grace asked gently if this kind of thing had happened before. The question trapped her. Her silence confessed enough, and Grace began the careful probe. When, where, how it felt. Sloane traced the story back only to the nurse's office, leaving out those first nights when her father's cologne had drifted through the dark. If she had known the cologne was false and this felt true, then perhaps the footsteps had been true too. Carrie stated flatly that the barricades were solid. No one could get in. Morning light washed the high windows gray-white, rain threatening. Maybe they were right. Maybe the only intruder was her own mind. She apologized. Carrie crouched directly in front of her. Grace rose at once and stepped aside, though her eyes met his first in a silent exchange. You've been hurt, Carrie told her. You got scared. It happens. Everyone moved around her with excessive softness after that, afraid she might break, and the careful kindness only sharpened her discomfort. She endured their company until halfway through the morning, then excused herself and retraced her path from the night before. Barely 5 minutes alone, and Reese appeared. She wanted him gone, but fighting it felt useless. They would all remain here forever. This building had sealed itself into a coffin. Reese asked if she was deliberately trying to terrify them out of the school, or if he needed to watch her to prevent some dramatic exit. He studied her and suggested concussion. Under the bandage, she was missing part of her forehead and it would scar. Her fingers found the dressing and pressed. The sting flooded her mouth like metal. She asked why he had followed. He asked the same of her. They reached the classroom door where the figure had stood. She pushed inside Mr. Baxter's room. Annoyance at Reese vanished the instant she crossed the threshold. She walked the aisle, palms brushing desktops, the emptiness of the space pressing in like a held breath. She refused to forget what this room had once meant. She reached the teacher's desk and dropped into his chair while Reese stood in the middle watching. An old paper agenda lay open. She turned pages until she found the dentist slot, then beneath it the stark line about Madeline and the red nightgown. The intimate detail pulled her back to Lily's stories of their mother turning the kitchen board into a hidden diary. Appointments mixed with tiny truths like the fight over dolls. The Sloane had asked their father about those saved dolls once. He had never answered where they were. Reese said it was guilt. She looked up. He meant the man outside, he explained. Not cruel. Just stress and guilt twisting what she thought she saw. She denied feeling any guilt for that man, then balanced it with honesty. She felt jealous instead. Reese reminded her the man had turned and was still wandering out there somewhere. She already knew. She noticed Reese's face had grown sharper, bones cutting through skin that had once been fuller. They were all shrinking. He asked if she truly believed nothing remained for any of them. For her, yes, not necessarily for the rest. What did the others still possess that she did not? She sealed her lips. She would not speak it aloud, how even broken pieces of their old lives gave them enough to keep moving. Reese repeated guilt. She began to insist she had seen no one, then stopped. His voice dropped reverent, eyes locked on hers. He would wait. She gave in. Her father. She had thought it was him. He reminded her she had said her father was dead. She hoped he was. She wished it. The confession left him speechless. A dark satisfaction bloomed in her chest. He could not grasp how she could mean it so completely. His own past had surely been kinder, even its worst edges softer than hers. Carrie strode in breathless before Reese could recover. He wanted to address what he had said the day before, clear it now. Sloane assured him no one would speak of it. He relaxed visibly. She flipped the agenda open and shut until the cover page stared back. Nick Baxter, numbers, address. Nick. The realization cracked through her. The world splintered, then snapped back together crooked and wrong. She rose on instinct, circled the desk, and opened the closet at the rear of the room. Everything halted. Reese and Carrie fell deathly quiet behind her. Mr. Baxter lay curled on the floor, asleep or near it. Nothing left of the solid teacher who had once ruled the class. His body had caved inward, cheeks hollow, skin pale beneath blood and grime, suit and torn shirt clinging to him. He breathed. The sight of another living adult inside their walls felt overwhelming, terrifying. Reese ordered her to get the gun. Shock slowed her. He repeated it urgently. She saw the handgun angled oddly in Baxter's lap, barrel toward her. Her heart slammed. She reached, fingers grazing too close to his body, snatched the weapon, and scrambled back. Reese tore it from her grasp, and in that second she understood every terrible thing a gun could do. "Holy shit," he breathed. Triumph flared. She had been right. Then panic crashed in. Someone else was inside. Someone else had breached their sanctuary. Reese and Carrie stared down at the broken adult, uncertain what to do next. Carrie demanded how he had gotten in, then kicked Baxter's legs as the man stirred. Once, twice. Reese reached to stop him too late. Baxter moaned. Sloane backed farther away. She wanted distance from this ruined stranger who had once been their teacher. Reese called her back. The gun was now in his hands. Their gun. No, Baxter's gun in Baxter's room, in what had once been Baxter's school. Her thoughts spun uselessly. What mattered above all else was that Baxter was alive and inside with them. Carrie addressed him first by last name, then corrected. Baxter's eyes opened, empty, then flickered with faint recognition. He tried to speak. Carrie cut him off. How had he gotten in? He had to tell them. Baxter rasped that they had found him. He had wondered when they would. Reese pressed again for the gun. Baxter asked where it was. Reese concealed it. Carrie seized Baxter's face in both hands and demanded once more how he had entered. Baxter stared a long, hollow moment. "I don't know," he said. Then his body collapsed. Carrie stepped back. Only the slow, ragged sound of the man's breathing remained in the room. Sloane watched Baxter slump in the chair at the head of the table, eyelids drooping until Trace and Reese guided him gently to a mat so he could rest. The group moved around him in careful silence, no one speaking. The air suddenly waited. Harrison alone looked quietly pleased, his simple hope shining clear. Baxter would remember the entry soon, grow strong again, and take charge of them all. Sloane studied the sleeping man. He moaned once and jerked upright. "The radio," he mumbled. Trace asked if he had caught it before. Baxter said only once and doubted it had changed. Trace crossed the room and flipped the switch. Static crackled, then the woman's voice cut through sharp and steady. Not a test. Baxter lifted a trembling hand and shut his eyes. Trace killed the sound at once. Around dinner, they woke him again. He settled back into the best chair, Carrie's usual place, the one dragged from the principal's office, and observed Harrison and Grace carrying in the trays. As they arranged themselves, he remarked how they had banded together and reached safety on their own. Sloane hated how natural he made it sound, as if the room had always belonged to him. "Not all of us survived," Trace corrected, voice tight. "Our parents are gone." Baxter asked how. Carrie's hand hovered over a bag of chips, froze for the briefest moment, then snatched it and tore the seal. Baxter's eyes noted the pause. Trace began to answer hotly, but Grace's fingers closed on his arm, and the words died. "We were overwhelmed," she said simply. "That's all." Baxter nodded that such things happened, reached for the rice cakes, and stared at them as though they might vanish. Had they tried the community center? Harrison answered they had barely made it. Trace added everyone had thought it safe. Headed there first, found it already lost. They never would have gone if they had known. Baxter said they had made the exact same error. Sloane asked who we meant. He closed his eyes, opened them, then offered that they could remain here indefinitely. Even if the tank emptied, bottled water would last, simply waiting for rescue. They should hold the position as long as help took to arrive. Carrie countered that the infected could discover the same gap Baxter had used. "They won't," Baxter replied. "Then you remember the way?" Baxter shook his head and insisted only that their shelter far outmatched anything outside. They must cling to it. Murmurs of agreement rose around the table, but Sloane's stomach stayed empty. A deep unease refused to loosen its grip. She stood, just going to the bathroom. Grace rose with her. "Me too." In the washroom, Grace hovered while Sloane dashed water across her face and neck. Sloane tried to send her back. Grace refused. She asked if Sloane was all right. "Fine. Headache. Brain short-circuiting. Something like that." Grace stayed quiet, clearly wanting to speak and not quite managing. Sloane leaned her forehead against the cold mirror, savoring the chill. "Anything I can get you?" "No. I just don't want to face the table yet. Baxter unsettles me." Grace confessed that when Carrie and Reese first let him in, Trace had mistaken him for their father. Had Grace? No, but the thought terrified her. What if the next breach brought her own mother or father stumbling inside? Sloane began to answer that the odds were slim. Grace cut across her. As slim as Baxter slipping through after all this time? Tears welled. When would the ache ever stop? Sloane told her she did not believe it ever would. This was simply how it remained. Grace tore paper towels free, dabbed her eyes, and laughed shakily. She slipped in here 10 times a day to cry. She wished she could be strong like Sloane, who simply endured, who had walked outside as though it cost nothing, who alone had made her reconsider her treatment of Carrie and see the truth plainly. Sloane turned from her reflection. Too much credit. Grace wanted to become more like that. "You already have more," Sloane answered. "I have always wanted to be like you, still do." Grace looked startled. "I thought you hated me. Sophomore year, the sleepover felt perfect, then you vanished. I called, and your sister said you no longer wanted to speak to me. I never understood what I had done wrong." The floor tilted beneath Sloane. She stood frozen. "I didn't know Lily did that." "How could you not?" "I swear I didn't. I had no idea." Grace asked where Lily was now. "Ran away 6 months ago." Sloane shrugged away the pitying look. "She's fine, I'm sure." Grace murmured sorrow. She could not imagine enduring this without Trace. They had been as close as sisters. Right, were. Past tense. Sloane twisted a strand of hair until it hurt, imagining ripping it free, leaping from the roof, smashing her skull against the glass until it shattered. Grace watched awed, as if Sloane simply accepted everything without fracture. Then the room emptied, and only Sloane remained with her former teacher. Trays cleared, garbage disposed, the others left to hunt the entry point while Carrie laid out every suspicion they had gathered. Sloane stayed behind, stomach churning and exhaustion heavy, because Carrie wanted one of them present to keep Baxter from sensing their distrust, though Reese had warned it might heighten it instead. Suspicion itself began to feel like a word without meaning. Sloane suspected Carrie almost relished the puzzle. Worry over the breach gave him purpose, something to control. Baxter asked for water. Sloane fetched a bottle, though he could have risen himself. She carried it over. He set it down, then seized her wrist with the same rough grip she remembered from her face. She swallowed. "You're injured," he said. "The others are not." "Did they do this to you?" "They?" The implication turned her stomach. "No." He held her eyes a long moment, then released her. She walked back to her mat without rubbing the skin and sat. "Good that you found people worth trusting," he said. "I guess. Rare these days." "Is it?" He thought so, then rambled. Panic stripped people to wreckage. Cortege was gone and most of its residents with it. Those left would not be kind, because kindness did not keep you alive. Yet somehow they had remained good and survived anyway. They must be the exception. Sloane wanted to ask whether the man outside had been good. Baxter winced, leaned forward, exhaled slowly through his teeth, then straightened. His eyes glistened. "Are you all right, Mr. Baxter?" "Just tired. You still address me like I'm your teacher." "Sorry, we can stop." "I'm fine. I still am your teacher." He drummed his fingers. "If they ever hurt you, tell me. We will decide what must be done. You need not pretend they are decent." The question landed strangely familiar. Sloane recalled sitting in his classroom on hot days, long sleeves hiding bruises, no one ever speaking. She imagined how those same words would have sounded then. "If he hurt you, tell me. We can fix it. You need not pretend he is good." "We're not," she said. "The night you arrived, we went outside. It ended badly." His fingers stilled. Why would you do anything so foolish? She knew she should not speak, yet the words left her anyway. "We went for the man you arrived with." Baxter's face drained of color, but he stayed silent. She pressed on. "We know you did not come alone. He was outside calling your name, Nick, still alive when we reached him. He is not alive now. You can tell us what happened. It's all right." Baxter stared at her, utterly blank. "I don't understand what you're saying. I came here alone." Sloane's stomach dropped. She asked again if he truly could not recall how he had entered. Baxter's voice sharpened. Did she think he would lie about something like that? She shook her head, yet the moment Carrie and Reese returned, she told them exactly that. He was lying about everything. Even so, most of them pictured the days ahead as merely awkward, the sort of strained coexistence where someone's odd behavior makes you question yourself instead of confronting them, until the tension simply fades into background noise and nothing changes. None of them anticipated how swiftly it would unravel. His screams tore them from sleep. "Where is the gun? Where did you put the gun? I want the gun." The shrill demand bounced off the auditorium walls. Sloane's eyes snapped open. Everyone else was already rising, so she pushed to her feet. Baxter stood at the stage edge, flashlight sweeping, shoving aside trash and discarded clothes while raking fingers through his hair. Trace demanded what the hell was happening. Baxter wheeled on him. Where had they hidden it? Harrison's voice cracked higher. Were the infected inside? Had they broken through? Reese answered fast. No one had gotten in. Carrie stepped closer. "Mr. B, what's wrong?" Baxter insisted he needed his gun. Now. Carrie said he did not have it. What did he need it for? Trace passed out the other flashlights. The room flooded brighter. Baxter made a frustrated sound and tried to haul himself onto the stage. Carrie shot Reese a panicked glance. Sloane knew instantly the weapon was stashed somewhere obvious behind the curtain. Baxter's strength failed. He dropped back down. If Roger was out there, he needed... Carrie seized his arm and pulled him away. He thought Baxter was confused. Roger was out there! Baxter clutched Carrie's shirt, eyes darting wildly, unfocused. He needed the gun. They had to understand. Carrie promised he did understand completely, but nothing could happen until Baxter calmed down. Roger was out there. He knew, but... They had no idea what Roger would do. Mr. Baxter. He's out there! The repetition finally pierced. Baxter went slack, sank to his knees, breath coming in exhausted rasps as awareness returned. Carrie asked Harrison to fetch water. Harrison refused to go to the kitchen alone. Trace volunteered to go with him. They left. The rest stood frozen while Baxter fought to steady himself. Carrie's face had drained pale. The situation had outstripped every plan they had. Grace moved to Sloane, took her hand, squeezed. For one fleeting second, Sloane felt the strength Grace believed she possessed. Small, broken gasps escaped Baxter. He apologized to Carrie, over and over. He did not know how to feel safe anymore, that was all. It was okay, Carrie said. He had been outside so long. They understood. He did not know how to be comfortable. It was okay. Carrie helped him stand. Baxter winced, stumbled, caught himself as Trace and Harrison returned with the bottle. Baxter pressed it to his damp forehead. I'm so sorry, he whispered. Reese asked who Roger was, because apparently this was the moment for questions. Sloane braced for another outburst, but Baxter only flinched at the name spoken aloud. Whatever had passed between them outside could no longer be denied. Baxter requested a shower to clear his head before they discussed anything further. Perhaps Carrie could find him clean clothes. Carrie agreed. He helped Baxter toward the exit. They disappeared. Trace muttered that if Baxter stayed this unhinged the entire time, he had no idea how he would cope. Reese agreed he was worse than Harrison. Harrison shot him an offended look. Reese ignored it and turned to Sloane. The man outside had been named Roger. Knowing the name made everything heavier. Sloane could have lived without it. Her palms still remembered shoving him. As she let the memory surface, she could hear the exact sound of his death. Cold spread through her. The man she had killed, Roger, Baxter had known him. Her mind raced to justify it. Roger must have been dangerous. Baxter feared him enough to demand the gun. Roger had been bad, so killing him had been right. She told Reese he should hide the gun somewhere safer. The words had barely left her when Carrie burst back in, shouting he needed the gun, now. He vaulted on stage, vanished behind the curtain, reappeared clutching the weapon. What are you doing? He's bitten. He's infected. Trace dropped the water bottle and leapt back. Holy shit! Grace demanded where. She had seen no bite. His arm. Carrie looked ready to be sick. He had fetched clothes from the drama room. When he returned, Baxter was undressing and the mark was there. Baxter had not noticed him looking, but it was unmistakable. If he stayed, he would turn, and the entry point would not matter. They would all be dead anyway. Harrison covered his mouth. Oh my God. Carrie stared at the gun, suddenly appearing younger than Harrison. Then his expression hardened with purpose. He started for the door. Reese caught his arm. Was he really going to shoot him? Right now? In the shower? What choice was there? Was he certain it was a bite? Yes. Teeth marks clear on the arm. He did not care about fever or anything else. Reese pressed temperature? Hot? Cold? Carrie shouted he was bitten. That was enough. Trace offered to do it himself. If the others could not decide, better now than waiting for the turn. Harrison asked what if he had already turned. Reese whistled sharply, silencing them all. He said nothing after. They stood staring at one another, helpless. Sloane thought, at least with Roger there had been no time to deliberate. Here there was too much time. The decision felt enormous, shrinking the room around them. The only path she could see was death. He could not remain alive in the school. They could not risk the turn. He had only just arrived. She said weakly, as if that mattered. How would they tell him? Just tell him? Reese shook his head. Don't. She babbled on. Do it fast. Maybe the dark would help. Make it quick and clean, straight to the head. Sloane, Reese begged, stop. We do not even know if it is real. Carrie stared at him, incredulous. He had just said it was. Even if not bitten, Trace pointed out, Baxter was unstable, waking them in hysterics over the gun. What if he found it next time and shot someone by accident? He lied about the entry, Carrie added, and about coming alone. Nothing about him was normal. Reese demanded what normal even meant anymore. Freaking out and lying were not grounds to execute someone. You want to kill me? The voice froze them. Baxter stood in the doorway, hair wet and slicked back, dressed in fresh clothes, looking more like their teacher than at any point since arrival. Yet his eyes held only deep, wounded disappointment. Carrie stated the fact. He was infected. What? Baxter denied it. The arm. Carrie had seen it. Baxter shook his head slowly and stepped forward. The group retreated as one. In that instant, Sloane knew the matter was decided. No amount of pleading would change it. Reese asked to see the mark. Baxter studied them, searching for something. Sloane hoped he would handle it gracefully, make it bearable for everyone. In a way he did. He tried to run. Trace shouted to get him. Reese, Carrie, and Trace brought him down hard. The gun skittered free. Sloane snatched it while Carrie and Trace pinned him. Reese demanded which arm. Left, Carrie said. Reese rolled up the sleeve. Grace aimed the light. Sloane had never seen a bite this close. Raw, inflamed, red and yellow teeth impressions, skin weeping despite the recent shower. It is not what you think, Baxter promised. I swear. Reese pressed a palm to his forehead. If not a bite, Reese asked, then what? He had to tell them. Baxter's face collapsed. It is a bite, but not from one of them. Please listen. It is not. Grace whispered it looked infected. I am not infected, Baxter pleaded. You have to believe me. I am not. Sloane's heart sank lower. She pressed whether he truly could not recall the way in. Baxter turned sharp, asking if she honestly believed he would lie about that. She shook her head, yet the instant Carrie and Reese returned, she told them flat. He was lying about everything. Still, most of them pictured the days ahead as merely strained but harmless, the awkward presence of a strange adult that slowly made you doubt your own instincts until the tension simply settled and life continued unchanged. None anticipated the speed with which it would explode. Shouts ripped them from sleep. Where is the gun? Where did you hide it? Give me the gun. Baxter's voice rang shrill through the auditorium. Sloane's eyes flew open. The others were already rising, so she pushed up too. He stood at the stage lip, flashlight sweeping, shoving aside trash and clothes while clawing at his hair. Trace demanded what the hell was happening. Baxter spun on him, demanding its location. Harrison's voice rose panicked. Had they broken through? Reese answered fast. No breach. Carrie stepped closer, asking what was wrong. Baxter insisted on his gun, right now. Carrie said he did not have it. What did he need it for? Trace passed flashlights around. The space brightened. Baxter grunted frustration and tried hauling himself onto the stage. Carrie shot Reese a frantic look. Sloane knew the weapon waited obvious behind the curtain. Baxter's legs failed. He dropped back. If Roger waited outside, he needed... Carrie seized his arm and drew him away, saying he seemed confused. Roger was out there, Baxter cried, clutching Carrie's shirt, eyes darting unfocused. He needed the gun. They had to understand. Carrie promised understanding, but nothing could proceed until he calmed. Roger was out there. He knew, yet they had no idea what Roger would do. Mr. Baxter. He's out there. The words finally landed. Baxter sagged to his knees, breath ragged, and spent as clarity returned. Carrie sent Harrison for water. Harrison refused the kitchen alone. Trace went with him. They left. The rest watched Baxter wrestle himself steady. Carrie's face had gone ashen. The crisis had outrun every plan. Grace took Sloane's hand and squeezed. For one breath, Sloane felt the strength Grace imagined she carried. Baxter gasped small apologies to Carrie. He did not know how to feel safe anymore, that was all. Carrie said it was okay. He had been outside so long. They got it. He did not know how to feel comfortable. It was okay. Carrie helped him stand. Baxter winced, nearly fell, caught himself as Trace and Harrison returned with the bottle. He pressed it to his damp forehead. "So sorry," he whispered. Reese asked who Roger was. Because this was somehow the moment, Sloane braced, but Baxter only flinched at the name. Whatever had passed between them outside stood undeniable now. Baxter asked for a shower to clear his mind before further talk, and perhaps clean clothes. Carrie agreed and guided him out. Trace muttered that if this instability continued, he had no idea how to endure it. Reese agreed Baxter was worse than Harrison. Harrison glared. Reese ignored him and told Sloane the man outside had been Roger. The name weighed heavier. Sloane could have lived forever without it. Her palms remembered the shove. The sound of his death waited easy to recall. Cold washed through her. The man she killed, Roger, Baxter had known him. Her thoughts scrambled excuses. Roger had been dangerous. Baxter feared him enough for the gun, so killing him had been necessary. She told Reese to hide the gun somewhere better. The sentence left her, and Carrie exploded back in shouting he needed the gun now. He vaulted on stage, disappeared behind the curtain, re-emerged gripping it. "What are you doing?" "He's bitten. He's infected." Trace dropped the bottle and recoiled. "Holy shit!" Grace asked where. She had seen nothing. His arm. Carrie looked ready to vomit. He had brought clothes. When he returned, Baxter, undressed, and the mark showed clear. Baxter never noticed him watching, but it was unmistakable. If he stayed, he would turn and the entry would not matter. They would all die. Harrison covered his mouth. Oh, God. Carrie stared at the weapon, suddenly younger than Harrison, then resolve hardened his face. He started for the door. Reese caught his arm. Would he really shoot him right now in the shower? What other choice? Was he certain of the bite? Yes. Teeth marks plain. Temperature did not matter. Trace offered to handle it himself if they could not decide. Better now than waiting. Harrison wondered if he had already turned. Reese whistled sharp, silencing them. He stayed quiet after. They stood helpless. Sloane thought at least Roger had allowed no deliberation. Here too much time stretched, shrinking the room. The only path felt clear. Death. He could not stay alive inside. They could not risk it. He just arrived, she said weakly. How would they tell him? Just tell him? Reese shook his head. Don't. She babbled. Do it fast, dark might help. Clean to the head. Sloane, Reese begged. Stop. They did not even know for sure. Carrie stared, incredulous. He had just said it was. Even without the bite, Trace added. Instability showed. The gun hysteria risked accidental shooting. Carrie listed the lie's entry, coming alone. Nothing normal. Reese asked what normal meant now. Panic and lies did not justify ending a life. You want to kill me? The voice froze everything. Baxter stood in the doorway, hair wet and combed, fresh clothes on, looking more their teacher than ever, eyes heavy with disappointment. Carrie stated it. He was infected. What? Baxter denied. The arm. Seen clear? Baxter shook his head slowly and advanced. The group retreated together. Sloane knew then the decision had locked. No negotiation would open it. Reese asked to see the mark. Baxter studied them, searching. Sloane hoped he would make it bearable. In a way he did. He bolted. Trace shouted to grab him. Reese, Carrie, and Trace slammed him down. The gun slid free. Sloane seized it while the boys pinned. Reese asked which arm. Left, Carrie said. Reese rolled the sleeve. Grace aimed the light. Sloane had never seen one this close. Raw, angry, red and yellow teeth impressions, weeping despite the shower. It is not what you think, Baxter swore. Listen. Reese felt his forehead. If not a bite, then what? He had to explain. Baxter's face crumpled. It is a bite, but not from them. Please. He was not. Grace whispered it looked infected. I am not infected, Baxter begged. Believe me, I am not. Trace asked incredulous whether they should believe a bite, not from the infected. That was exactly it, Baxter insisted. Bullshit. Trace said you were only saying it to survive. Reese spoke low that he believed him. Sloane alone heard. She lacked courage to ask him to repeat. She stared at the arm and still saw only infection. Baxter had to die. Who has the gun? Carrie asked. Sloane, Grace answered. Her. The weapon sat heavy and warm in her palms. She lifted it, absurd and terrified, and aimed at Baxter. This was what they needed, wasn't it? Baxter began shouting something prayer-like. She closed her eyes. No, Reese cried. Jesus, Sloane, no, no. She pictured the shot, the hole between his eyes, vivid enough that she shook. Reese's hands closed over hers, gently taking the gun. She felt herself dissolving, unsure whether from losing it or having held it. I did not know what you wanted, she whispered. Shoot him, Trace ordered. Just do it. Reese wanted a vote. Fairness demanded it. Carrie warned he would be outnumbered regardless. They did not have to kill him. What else then? If I leave, Baxter cut in, you will never learn the entry. Then he wept. They were not murderers. They remained decent people forced into an impossible choice. Baxter had to exit or die. The proof crushed. Bite. Instability. Lies. More than sufficient now. They gathered in the library, flashlights on the table throwing harsh light. Baxter stood before the outer door, steeling himself. Sloane remembered standing exactly there with Reese days earlier. Everything had shifted. Harrison and Grace lingered near shelves. Trace and Carrie cleared the barricade and left. 2 tasks remained. Open the door and Baxter must step out. Afterward, he would live only until the turn claimed him. They would continue as if untouched. Because no shot had fired, nothing truly happened, yet his end stayed certain. They were not murderers. even with Reese holding the gun steady at Baxter's head, ready only if he endangered them. "If you try re-entering the same way," Carrie warned, "we will have to kill you." "You, Mr. Chen? You would?" "I will," Trace muttered. "I am so sorry, Mr. Baxter," Reese said, voice genuine enough that Sloane wondered if they had chosen wrong. "You have to see—" "You will never find it," Baxter interrupted, "the way I entered." "We will." Baxter studied his hands. "I am not infected, not bitten by one of them." He had repeated it since the verdict, as if enough pleading would earn mercy. Sloane knew if that alone sufficed, they would have kept him. Deep down, they were not cruel. "No one knows what I endured," he whispered. He turned. Sloane stepped back, unwilling to etch those hollow eyes into memory. Baxter faced Carrie. "You were never a strong student," he said. "I could never make you try." Carrie simply nodded. Baxter sighed, eyes closing. "Maybe you will open the door." "Okay," Carrie answered. He moved past Baxter. Baxter lunged faster than thought. Sloane saw every mistake at once. They had believed themselves stronger than a man who survived weeks alone. Carrie made no sound. They crashed. His head struck the door, leaving him dazed. Baxter seized the arm. Sloane knew what followed and could not prevent it. Teeth sank into flesh. Carrie snapped alert and screamed. Raw, unlike any sound before. Blood flashed. A dozen things collided. Trace ripped the gun from Reese, yelling, "Open the door! Get him out!" Reese heaved Baxter up while the man still pleaded, teeth red with Carrie's blood. "I am not infected. You will see." "Someone help!" Reese fought him toward the exit. Sloane pushed the door wide. Cold air tugged at her. She wanted to step through, but Baxter's flailing arm slammed her chest, driving her back. Reese shoved once, hard. Baxter vanished. The door shut. Silence held one heartbeat, then fists hammered. "Let me in. Let me in. Let me in." Then nothing. "Barricade it now," Reese ordered. "Wait," Trace said. "What?" "Wait." Trace leveled the gun at Carrie, who stared at his bleeding arm. "Carrie is bitten. Does he not have to leave too?" Carrie looked up. "No, I did not. It is not." "We all saw Chen bitten." "Trace," Reese said. Trace ignored him, eyes locked. "Trace," Sloane urged, "think what you are saying." "Why? That is what we just did to Baxter. Baxter infected, bit Carrie. Carrie infected. Simple. Anything threatening me or Grace cannot stay. Chen, pick your exit." Color drained from Carrie's face. He extended the arm. Blood ran, dripping onto his shirt. He begged silently. Trace winced, yet kept the weapon trained. The sight turned ugly. "I brought us here," Carrie whispered. "Does not matter. Bitten now." "Give me the gun, Trace," Reese said. "Back off, Moreno." "Come on. Quarantine in the nurse's office until he turns." "We did not quarantine Baxter. Why Chen? After what he did to my parents. Name one reason." "Because Reese is right." Grace's voice stunned them silent. Trace's grip faltered. They turned. She stood nervous yet resolute, stepped to Trace, hand on his arm. He swallowed hard. Sloane saw fear of killing Carrie mirrored their own. Yet the gun stayed dangerous. "Do not," he told her. "They are dead. It changes nothing. Look at me." Trace would not. She placed herself between him and Carrie, movement almost sacred. Carrie gazed as at a saint. The instant the barrel left her, Trace lowered it. Even that fraction of a second pointed at her had wounded him visibly. They would not want this. "Grace, he is bitten." but not turned yet. If he turns... He can do whatever he wants to me, Carrie said, clutching the arm to his chest. Sloane thought, Carrie will die before me. We lose him. Trace, Grace pleaded. Sloane staggered from the library. She could not bear them debating his death while he listened. In the hall, she ran upstairs past second floor to third. She tore the poster down and stared across Cortege. Moonlight lit the streets, yet Baxter was nowhere. She thought this day must have waited for him since birth. Live, find Madeline, teach, meet Roger, reach them, and meet this end. Carrie would not speak. He lay on the cot while Reese poured peroxide. It foamed, but Carrie never flinched. Reese wiped blood with a damp cloth until clean, then salve. Sloane could not stop seeing the damage. Human teeth tearing, a chunk of Carrie missing, now inside Baxter's mouth. She tried to recall if he spat it out and felt sick instead. I do not think you are infected, Reese told him, bandaging. Carrie stayed silent. Carrie, you are not going to die from this. Carrie pressed his face into the pillow. Reese finished. Carrie hugged the arm close and shivered. Reese frowned, touched his forehead briefly. 3 days. They granted 3 days. If no turn by then, safety. Yet no one truly believed it. 3 days. In 3 days, the world would have ended 25 days ago. 18 of them inside the school. It already felt like years. Someone will bring food, Reese said. We check hourly. Carrie. He waited for acknowledgement. None came. Carrie, if you are still you in 3 days, you will be fine. So do nothing stupid, okay? Carrie said nothing. Sloane ached to pull the blanket higher, offer comfort. Yet fear of touching him held her back. She and Reese stood listening to his breaths, wondering if he felt what terminal patients feel, the knowledge that allotted time had shrunk far shorter than expected. He must. This day had been carved for him from the start. Reese stood in the doorway of the nurse's office, saying her name once, Carrie, but she gave him nothing back. He lingered there, shoulders tight with the urge to reach out, to fix something he couldn't fix. Nothing left to do. He turned the key in the lock behind him as they stepped into the hall, and the metallic click landed like a betrayal in Sloane's chest. She hated him for it. Hated the way he could look Carrie in the eye, promise her she wasn't turning, then seal her away like she already had. Grace appeared at the end of the corridor before Sloane could let the words out. Reese met her first, voice clipped. Grace asked how Carrie was holding up. He answered with bitter sarcasm, laying out the last hour's horrors. Bite, gun barrel, the whole brutal sequence, and left the question hanging between them. Grace pressed. She wanted to see Carrie. Alone. Without him. Reese questioned her reason. Grace brushed it off. It didn't matter why. She had saved him after all. The claim hung there, bold and unshaken, and Sloane felt a strange jolt of admiration mixed with disbelief at how easily Grace could say it. Reese stared at the keys in his palm for a long beat before he handed them over, reluctance carved into every line of his face. Grace thanked him quietly. He warned her to return them straight to him, then added, low and deliberate, that if Trace came near Carrie with threats, taunts, or even his shadow, Reese would make him regret it. Grace flushed dark with anger but swallowed the retort. The keys mattered more. She moved to the door. Sloane wanted to follow her in, to witness whatever passed between them, but Reese's hand closed around hers and tugged her down the hall. Behind them, the office door opened, then shut again. They walked in silence. The approaching auditorium felt wrong, too ordinary, Trace and Harrison's voices drifting out like nothing had changed. Sloane couldn't hold the question any longer. Why lock the door if he believed Carrie wasn't infected? Because he was the only one who did believe it. She pressed harder. He tried to walk faster. She stepped in front of him, blocking the way. He'd said the same thing about Baxter. She demanded the truth. Reese's jaw tightened. Finally he answered. Both of them had been bitten, but neither had gone cold. That was the tell. Baxter had carried his bite for days before arriving, and if the infection had taken, the chill would have settled in long before. Speed varied with the wound, but the cold always came. Sloane stared. How did he know that? He looked away. Didn't matter. Maybe he was wrong now. Maybe the rules had changed. But if Carrie stayed warm through the next 48 hours, she wasn't turning. The realization hit like ice. He had known Baxter wasn't infected and still sent him out to die. Reese flared back. He'd gotten Baxter out of the school alive. Sloane shot back that he'd said nothing about the bite. Let them force him out anyway. Reese reminded her she had been the one holding the gun to Baxter's head, ready to pull the trigger. The shout stung. Too much yelling lately, but this one landed personal. She stormed toward the auditorium doors. He matched her stride, then cut her off just before she could step inside. Trace and Harrison's casual voices floated out, normal, oblivious. It made the hallway feel colder. She whispered that he'd held the gun too. He admitted it. Didn't change the facts. Baxter had lied, nobody wanted him there, and no one would have believed Reese about the bite anyway. He'd already risked everything for Carrie. The whole thing had moved too fast. She swallowed. Okay. They stepped inside. Moments later, Grace returned, and Trace rounded on her at once. Sharp, possessive questions about why she'd gone in alone, what she thought she was doing. Grace deflected. She'd only wanted to talk. Trace dismissed it. Nothing she had to say to Carrie mattered. He'd turn soon enough anyway. He warned her to stay away. Grace insisted Carrie hadn't turned yet. Trace smirked, claiming first rights when the time came. Reese cut in, voice dangerous. Shut up, or he'd make him. Trace dared him to try. They locked eyes. A slow, taunting smile spread across Trace's face, then vanished as Reese visibly reined himself in. Reese asked where the gun was. Trace said somewhere safe. Wouldn't say more. Reese looked ready to snap. Trace felt it, waited. Reese asked why not. He'd gone out for Trace's father. He thought they were square. Trace said that was before Reese and Sloane put Baxter and now Carrie ahead of the rest of them. The gun stayed with him. Harrison surprised them all by agreeing it was fair. Reese didn't argue the point, only asked what happened to the gun once Carrie came back out. Trace said Carrie wasn't coming back. Reese held his ground. 3 days without turning meant she was safe. They were a group. They should decide things together. Trace shrugged, called for a vote. Anyone who wanted him to keep the gun until Carrie's fate was settled, raise a hand. 3 hands lifted. Trace, Grace, Harrison. Reese extended his own hand. After a beat, Trace shook it. Sloane trusted neither of them. Reese checked on Carrie every hour. Sometimes Sloane wanted to go too, but the memory of Baxter's fists hammering the outside of the door stopped her cold. Only Grace and Trace's low, tense argument in the corner pulled her attention away. Grace stood with arms folded tight. Trace pointed at her like she was still a child. She snapped back. They stared, then he pulled her into a quick, rough hug, and whatever storm had been brewing seemed to pass, for now. Grace drifted over later. Sloane asked what she'd said to Carrie, what Trace had said to her. Grace wouldn't answer. Sloane's questions only pushed her away. Grace dropped onto a couch. Eventually, Sloane slept. When she woke, morning light had slipped in, though time no longer meant much. The auditorium felt too still. Grace, Harrison, and Trace were gone. Reese slept beside her, one arm flung out, half off his mat, palm open on the floor. An impulse took her. She reached over and pressed her finger lightly into the center of his hand. He didn't stir. She did it again, let the touch linger. His lips were parted, breathing steady and deep. His shirt had ridden up, exposing skin. The keys to the nurse's office glinted at his belt loop. She wanted to see Carrie, alone, no asking. She watched him a moment longer, gathering nerve, then slid closer. Her fingers worked at the clip, awkward, fumbling against denim in a way she'd never pictured. Reese's hand snapped around her wrist. His eyes opened halfway, heavy with sleep and something else. He asked, voice thick, what she was doing. She told him she wanted to see Carrie. His eyes drifted shut again. He swallowed. Give him a minute, he murmured. They'd go together. He slipped back under. Relief washed through her. He was out and she didn't have to explain. She unclipped the keys in one swift motion and slipped out of the auditorium. The halls were empty. No sign of Trace, Grace, or Harrison. She should have worried. She didn't. The nurse's office door opened under her key. Carrie lay on the cot, silent. A tray of untouched food sat on the desk nearby. She told him Reese was sleeping. Carrie said he wasn't surprised. Reese had taken a lot of Benadryl last time he'd visited. Sloane sat beside him. She reached out, pressed both hands to his cheeks. He wasn't cold. If anything, feverish. Carrie caught her wrists gently and lowered them. He already knew what Reese had told her about the cold. She said it meant he wasn't infected. He shrugged. She thought he'd be relieved. He reminded her how fast they'd been ready to throw him out. It was just Trace, she said. He'd really believed the bite would take him. He'd thought that was the end. It wasn't. He gave a small, wry smile. Made you think the end of the world was one long existential crisis. But whatever. He was still here. Alive. Probably not infected. Great. Sloane asked what Grace had said during her visit. Carrie kept it private between them, but admitted he hadn't mentioned Reese's theory about the bites. Reese didn't want the others knowing what he knew and was angry they weren't being told. They sat in the quiet that followed, the kind of silence that felt safe enough to loosen something inside her. Without fully understanding why, she leaned in and wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his chest. He stiffened at first, then returned the embrace. No spark of romance stirred in her, only the raw need to be held. Then he told her he had loved her sister. The words landed like a blow she couldn't absorb at first. When they finally sank in, she lifted her face to search his. He explained he hadn't laid everything bare before. He'd seen how rattled she'd been when he mentioned sleeping with Lily. It had been one-sided anyway. Lily never knew. Now he couldn't stop turning it over, and confessing to Sloane felt like the nearest he would ever come to telling Lily herself. She asked why he'd never said anything to her. Carrie answered that Lily had needed distance to be intimate with him. She avoided anything too personal, so he had respected that boundary. Did he truly believe Lily had survived? He let the question linger. In their earlier talks, he had insisted she would make it, yet during the game he had claimed he had never been in love. He hoped she had. He liked to imagine she did. Sloane told him Lily had left without a word. Carrie said she had needed to sort things out for herself. Sloane pointed out that sounded more personal than he had claimed. He conceded it hadn't gone deep enough. She pressed further. What exactly had Lily been trying to figure out? Carrie recalled Lily saying once that she felt hopeless, trapped, never truly free. He had assumed it was the usual after-graduation panic about the future. Was that it? The conversation pulled her under like a wave she hadn't seen coming. The moment their bodies separated, the absence hit her hard, turning her limbs to stone. She stood quickly before he could speak her name. She told him she should head back before the others started to worry. Carrie reminded her the real priority was finding how Baxter had gotten inside. She should lock the door on her way out. She did, then stood frozen in the hallway. Lily's promises echoed in her mind. Only the two of them, their future, their freedom, escaped the one thing worth wanting. But Sloane had always known how much Lily hated it. The final words she had spoken to Carrie first still burned. She couldn't do this anymore. She wrapped her arms tight around herself and wandered the school. Voices drifted from the gym. Trace, Harrison, Grace. When she stepped inside, Harrison held the basketball and the ordinary scene made her want to shatter it. She insisted they should be searching for Baxter's entrance. Trace brushed it off. Reese had already lectured him. She argued it mattered. Trace mocked that Reese was passed out on Benadryl, then asked if Carrie had turned yet, let him know the second it happened. The shine of her earlier bravery outside had clearly worn off. She left the gym and returned to the hall. Baxter's way in was also a way out. If she found it, she could leave. She searched classrooms and closets, pressing walls that refused to budge. Nothing. She returned to the auditorium. Reese still slept deeply. She clipped the keys back to his belt loop, then impulsively laid her palm against his cheek. He stirred, leaning into the touch. She traced his skin for a long moment, but he never woke. Hopelessness settled heavier. Grace insisted on delivering Carrie's breakfast. Trace tried to take the tray from her. She refused, telling him outright she was going. Trace warned her slowly not to go near Carrie in his state. He called her stupid for it. Reese spoke up. He had checked on Carrie an hour earlier and seen nothing wrong. Grace would be fine. Trace suggested Reese handle it instead. Why was she pushing this? Grace snapped that as former student government president, she had dealt with people she disliked every day, listening and advocating for them when needed. Trace reminded her she wasn't president anymore. Grace shot back that he wasn't in charge of her. Trace laughed at how childish it sounded, then stopped when he saw the fury on her face. He turned patronizing. "Don't be like this." Grace lifted her chin, trembling, and said she had told him they needed to let it go. This was her doing exactly that. Something in her expression told Trace he had lost. He stepped aside. Grace hurried out. Trace glared after her, then turned the same look on Sloane and Reese. He said he had set the gun down. That was as far as he was willing to go. Reese answered dryly that Trace was a great man. Trace shot him a filthy look, left, then poked his head back in and called for Harrison. Harrison followed without hesitation. Sloane asked how that had happened. Reese explained Trace held the gun now, and Harrison had joined his side. She said this wasn't a war. Reese half-joked that maybe they could recruit Grace as a double agent, then laughed at his own absurdity before growing serious. Grace had the right idea, though. This wasn't the time or place to cling to old grievances. Sloane sensed what he would say next and rose, hunting for any excuse to escape. But Reese spoke her name first. He didn't want the way he felt about her to interfere. He didn't want to end up hating her the way Trace hated Carrie, because that would only destroy him in the end. He wanted to let go of what had happened outside. He waited. He said he forgave her. She answered only, "Okay." He asked if that was all. She asked what he expected her to say. He suggested thank you. She told him she hadn't asked for his forgiveness. Reese stared at the ceiling a moment, then walked out. Alone, she drifted back to sleep until thunder rolled through the skylights and woke her. Rain began tapping overhead. Sadness pressed down so thick it outweighed every part of her. She shifted restlessly on the mat, but the weight only deepened. All the trapped hours inside had hooked themselves into her bones. The storm made the auditorium feel vast and hollow, and she felt just as empty. She stood. She needed to see Carrie again, to talk more about Lily, to somehow dull the ache his words had left. The walk down the corridor stretched forever. Breathing itself felt heavy. When the nurse's office came into view, she felt a flicker of relief, then froze. The door stood slightly ajar. That was wrong. She backed up, considered running for Reese, but there might not be time. She crept closer on careful feet. Grace's voice carried out, "Stop talking! Stop talking!" over Carrie's low mumbling. "Shut up! Just stop!" The voices cut off. Sloane eased inside and peered past the desk and cabinets. The cot was empty. They stood beside it. Carrie had Grace pressed against the wall. At first her mind supplied the simplest childish reading. He was hurting her. Then the truth clarified. No, not hurting. Kissing. Carrie and Grace. She felt like an intruder watching something private and forbidden, the way their hands moved urgently over each other, the way he kissed her mouth and then her throat, the way Grace tilted her head all the way back as though nothing in the world felt better than his lips on her skin. Then Grace brought her palms to his face, guiding his gaze to hers, and Sloane's throat tightened at the raw openness in her eyes. Still no forgiveness, but something in her heart had cracked wider. They couldn't see her. They only saw each other. Grace kissed him again, and suddenly the urgency softened into something slower, tender, honest, end-of-the-world intimate. Sloane felt every second of it from where she stood, and felt the aching absence of anything like it in her own life. She didn't know how much longer she could keep standing still. Still here, still here, still here. Their breathing filled the small room. She backed away silently, slipped into the hall, tears already blurring her vision. She ran past Lavallee's office, past the auditorium where Trace and Harrison's voices drifted out, and pushed through the gym doors. Reese stood there smoking. The first words that rose, Carrie and Grace had found each other, died on her tongue. Saying them would only make what she was about to do feel worse, feel wrong. She steadied herself and walked toward him slowly. He asked what was wrong. She bit her lip and tilted her head toward the hallway. He crushed the cigarette under his shoe and followed without another word. She never looked back. She chose the locker rooms because they were closest. Once inside, he asked if it was about Carrie. She shook her head. What then? She told him thank you. He answered, whatever. Sloane knew she should ask first, but the words wouldn't come. She closed the distance and pressed Reese back against the wall. Her hands moved over him, clumsy, urgent, searching, and he allowed it, matching her hunger with his own mouth. He tasted of loneliness, the same hollow ache that kept him from pulling away or questioning her. She could feel it radiating through him, the long stretch of nights without anyone close enough to touch. He had always been surrounded by girls. She had never had that. The contrast ignited a sharp, directionless anger. She wanted to punish him for having had it, punish Lily for having had it too. She kissed his throat roughly, pressing hard enough to leave the sting she craved, needing the pain to make any of it real. Her nails dug into his skin. He murmured her name, Sloane. And when she met his eyes, the muddy brown held the same emptiness she felt staring back at her. He kissed her again, softer this time. She didn't want soft. She needed force. His hands found her waist and spun her so her back met the wall instead. In that instant, the dim locker room registered, the faint storm light, rain drumming steadily outside, fat drops she could almost see bursting against roofs and pavement, pooling, reflecting. He mumbled something about her shirt. Her fingers worked the buttons open, 1, 2, all 9, until the fabric parted. He eased it off her shoulders. It caught at her elbows. He stepped back to look. No bra. He had seen her like this before. His palm settled against her collarbone, trembling. Dizziness swept through her. He kissed her again, finally hard enough. Thunder split the sky. Rain scent flooded her mind. Wet pavement, musty and clean, coating the lungs. A memory rose unbidden. Mild spring day, 2 girls in blue raincoats with yellow flower buttons. Lily kicking off boots, grabbing Sloane's hands, tugging her toward every puddle. Sloane had always hung back, afraid. Lily always released her grip. Sloane? Reese's voice yanked her back. The puddles vanished. Only the 2 of them remained, but not really them. Just the gaping space between, the foolish hope a kiss could fill it. Tears came before she could stop them. Then they were on the cold floor, his arms wrapping her tight while she sobbed that she couldn't, over and over, because no other words existed. He tried to soothe her, hand cupping her face, murmuring it was okay. It wasn't. She was coming apart, lungs refusing air, heart cracking wide. She pushed against him. He held fast. She curled fingers into his shirt and let the grief pour out. Carrie had broken before her eyes. Grace too, Harrison. She wasn't alone in shattering, but every second still burned unbearable. She only wanted it to stop. Her hands finally unclenched from his shirt, fingers aching. She let go. His hold never loosened. The silence stretched. Then he asked, so gently, why she couldn't. The locker room floor chilled her back. His body stayed warm against her. "Because she couldn't," she whispered. He pressed his forehead to hers to hear. "She told me she couldn't do it anymore." "Do what?" "Be my sister." The confession tore out of her, raw, splitting her lips. "I'm your sister, Lily. I never stopped." "Why?" Because their father had beaten them. They had planned to leave together. But she left Sloane behind instead. Being tied to her made Lily feel trapped. Sloane pictured herself perched on the bathtub edge, years ago now, and fresh sobs rose. She had been stuck here far longer than she was ever meant to be. Reese repeated that it would be okay until the words melted into a low hum. Her eyes drifted shut. Time slipped. 5 minutes, 10, 15. Her hand slid to his lap, then nothing. Later she felt his finger press gently into her open palm, then his touch tracing her face. Awareness snapped back sharp. She disentangled herself and stood so fast he startled. She couldn't meet his eyes. He caught her hand, tried to draw her down again. She jerked free. "Sloane, wait." Her shirt hung open. Heat flooded her face. She buttoned it in frantic haste, every fastening crooked. She shoved out of the locker room and ran, his voice echoing behind her down the halls. She ducked into the girls' bathroom, locked herself in a stall, and pressed her forehead to the cool metal. Only then did she register she wasn't alone. "Sloane?" Grace's voice. The stall door rattled. "I know you're in there. I saw you run in. What's wrong?" Sloane pressed her lips shut. "Sloane." The lock shook again. "Open the door." She reached forward and turned the latch. Grace stepped back. Sloane told her she had seen her with Carrie. Grace faltered. That was why she was upset? Sloane pushed past her out of the stall. The last weeks had been nothing but a game to Grace, making life hell in here with Trace, pushing Carrie until he cracked, forcing everyone to choose sides, and then sneaking off to be with him in the nurse's office. Sloane. It wasn't cool. Sloane stormed toward the door, then spun back. Grace stood frozen, mouth open. Sloane demanded the keys to the nurse's office. Why? She wanted to see Carrie. Hand them over, or she would tell Trace what Grace had been doing. Grace pleaded. She had come because she heard crying, wanted to help. Sloane held out her hand, cutting off any more words. Grace read the refusal in her face, dug into her pocket, and surrendered the keys with a desperate look. "Please don't tell Trace." Sloane promised nothing. Her hands shook so violently it took ages to unlock the nurse's office door. Carrie lay on the cot looking quietly satisfied. The sight fueled fresh hatred. She slammed the door behind her. She told him she thought he loved her sister. He sat up fast. What if... She had seen him with Grace. She thought he loved Lily. He tried to process both accusations at once. She repeated she had seen him with Grace. And he had been wrong about Lily anyway. He rose and approached. She backed away. She wished she could switch herself off. Lies spilled out because only she could say what she needed to hear. He had been wrong. She knew her sister best. Lily had been free, not trapped. Okay, but... He had been wrong. Carrie stopped. His eyes flicked past her. Sloane turned. Reese stood in the doorway staring at them both. She shoved the keys into his hands and left them there. The only thought left that Lily had abandoned her when she needed her most, and she still needed her now. She slept, refused to stay awake. Later, Trace asked Reese if she was sick. She cracked her eyes open and asked if he would shoot her depending on her answer. The joke landed flat. Reese told her to get up, move around. She stared at the skylight instead. Rain again, a wet spring bleeding into some uncertain summer. Hard to picture brightness, life, anyone sorting out the end of everything. She slept again. Eventually, Reese woke her and insisted she take Carrie his dinner. Grace had mysteriously stopped volunteering. Sloane took the tray reluctantly. Carrie didn't look surprised. She set the food on the desk without meeting his eyes and turned for the door. Behind her, he said Lily never took her shirt off when they were together. He had thought it cute. She was usually so confident. He never realized she might be hiding something. The image flashed. Back seat of a car, hands everywhere. Him pushing her shirt up, her tugging it down, playing coy to cover bruises. Sloane turned. Reese shouldn't have told him. Maybe not, Carrie said, but she needed to bury it. All of that was over. She had to be here now. Bury it. Lily was gone, had been for weeks. The last marks from their father had faded, replaced by others that had nothing to do with him. She didn't want to be here, especially not now. She told him he wasn't infected. He nodded, glanced at his bandaged arm, which meant Baxter hadn't been either, which meant they had sent him outside to die. Did that bother him? He was just glad it wasn't him. What about the Caspers? Was he glad that wasn't him now? Had Grace forgiven him? What about that? He was as close to forgiven as he was going to get. So he had buried it. He was here now. Yeah. Enjoy your dinner, Carrie. She left and locked the door. A short way down the hall she stopped, leaned against the wall, head buzzing with what Carrie knew. Had Reese told him about her and Lily? About wanting to die? About what they had done in the locker room? When Carrie looked at her, did he see a girl with her shirt open, pressed against Reese? In the bathroom, she checked under the bandage. Raw pink and red skin, gouged, struggling to heal. She would need to change it soon, but the supplies were with Carrie and she couldn't face him again. She headed back toward the auditorium. Reese burst out of the doors, shouting her name. Sloane. He needed the key to the nurse's office. They had to get Carrie. What was wrong? Nothing. They just had to get him now. Reese refused to explain anything until they reached the nurse's office and retrieved Carrie. Even then, he offered no details, only that they needed to return to the auditorium immediately. It was important. An urgent current ran through him, sharp but not panicked. When they stepped inside, Grace, Trace, and Harrison clustered around the radio. Trace killed the volume the instant he saw Carrie. He protested at once. It wasn't tomorrow yet. Reese cut him off. Enough with the games. They all knew Carrie wasn't infected. Trace insisted they had agreed on 3 full days. Put him back. Carrie offered, voice edged with sarcasm, to prove it by letting Trace feel his arm. Trace demanded 10 feet of distance at all times. Carrie answered that he could stand wherever he damn well pleased and close the gap. Trace shoved him. Carrie shoved back. In seconds, Grace wedged herself between them, exhaustion plain on her face. When she told Trace to stop, the room dropped into an uncomfortable hush. Carrie retreated, cheeks flushed. Trace shot a disgusted glare at the back of her head. He asked if she would stop acting like she wanted to sleep with the guy. Grace went white. She spun on him. Trace stepped back, realizing he had crossed a line without grasping how precisely he had struck it. He stammered an apology. He knew she would never. Grace told him he should be sorry, pain deeper than hurt carved across her features. She shared everything with him except this. Reese redirected them to the radio. Trace switched it on. Tina T's voice drifted through the static, familiar at first, then carrying new weight as she listed emergency shelters. Sloane's fingers prickled at the roll of locations. Her ears caught only one: Rayford. The broadcast instructed all survivors to head to the nearest shelter for medical processing, where food, water, military protection, and first aid waited. Travel with extreme caution, avoid crowds, do not assist anyone suspected of infection. Trace shut it off and smirked at Carrie. See, they never should have helped him. Help wasn't coming here. They had to go to it. Sloane spoke the name, Rayford, almost 100 miles away. Trace confirmed it. The room went still. No one looked like the news carried any mercy. Carrie called it a death sentence. Grace suggested finding a car and driving. Carrie laid out the brutal checklist. Prepare first, locate a working vehicle, hope it could cover the distance, pray nothing went wrong along the way. Trace asked what his point was. They already knew all that. They had been discussing it before Carrie entered. Carrie pressed on undeterred. The highways might be jammed. The infection could have spread farther than they realized. Back roads would add time and offer no supplies. What then? Run out of gas and die on some empty stretch, or camp in the woods and start a colony? Trace threw his hands up. What else were they supposed to do? The radio said go. They weren't coming to them. Carrie agreed they should go, but wanted every risk examined first. Reese asked what medical processing actually meant. Trace answered it was probably just a quick check. Not infected, welcome to safety. Reese replayed the broadcast once, then again. Each loop stripped away a little more hope until he finally switched it off for good. Carrie said Rayford felt impossible. Harrison agreed it was, and surprised them all by saying they should stay. Carrie countered they couldn't remain forever. They had to leave eventually. Harrison asked why today, tomorrow, this week. Maybe the town would be reclaimed by then and the risk unnecessary. Sloane reminded him it wasn't safe. They still hadn't found Baxter's entrance. Harrison insisted it was safer here. Food, shelter, water, first aid, and no one infected. Baxter had told them to hold the position as long as possible. Carrie pointed out the water would run out eventually. Harrison said they didn't know when. Carrie called that all the more reason to move now. Harrison brought up Baxter's warning again. They waited now. He didn't want to go back outside where they were waiting for them. Sloane told him sometimes they had to do things they didn't want. Harrison exploded, far beyond anything they had ever seen from him, accusing Carrie of wanting to force them out there just to throw them under the bus the way he had with the Caspers. The room froze. Carrie's face fell as the realization landed. Harrison was no longer on his side, if he ever had been. He asked where the gun was, turning to Reese. Trace answered with open glee. Reese didn't have it. Carrie demanded how they could have given it to him. Reese clarified he hadn't given it. Trace had taken it. Carrie pictured waking with the barrel at his head. Trace called that a good idea. Grace insisted Trace would never and begged him to say so. Trace let the silence stretch, then answered, not unless he had to. Carrie pressed for meaning. Trace shrugged. Maybe Carrie was a late bloomer and would still turn. Reese said it didn't work that way. Trace replied a guy could hope. The discussion about Rayford died right there. Everyone stayed on edge except Trace, who wove words like bang, shoot, click, and trigger into every sentence until Carrie couldn't stand it and left the room. Grace sat alone in the corner, hands twisting in her lap. All the small dramas had worn her thin. Sloane felt a fresh pang of guilt for the way she had attacked her yesterday. She crossed over and sat beside her. Grace glanced at her, then away. Sloane apologized softly. She would never say anything to Trace. Grace knew that, but worried Carrie might if Trace kept pushing. She forced a weak smile, eyes heavy with fear. Then Carrie really would wake to the gun, and it would destroy Trace if he ever learned the truth. Sloane assured her Carrie wouldn't tell, though she wasn't certain. Grace relaxed a fraction, letting herself believe it. She said it wouldn't happen again with Carrie anyway. It had been spur of the moment. She had only wanted to touch someone, to feel close. He had been there. Did Sloane understand? Sloane did, but stayed silent. Grace nodded toward Trace and Harrison on the couches. Trace leaned back, hand resting between his legs. Harrison mirrored him exactly. In some broken way, they looked like they belonged together. She asked if Sloane wanted to guess what Trace had told her. He had said all Harrison needed was a little guidance. She sighed. That was how pathetic both of them had become. Sloane told her it wasn't pathetic. She swallowed. On the day everything started, after Lily left, she had thought about Grace a lot. Nothing bad. Never. She had remembered the sleepover, how much she had loved Grace's family. They had seemed perfect to her. Grace laughed softly. They had been far from perfect. Sloane said she had needed to believe they were. It had been a good memory when she needed one most. And then she added the truth she had been carrying. She wasn't strong, Grace. Grace stared at her for a long moment, then wrapped her arms around her. The hours of survival stretched into blank expanses where nothing happened and nothing needed to. No one warned Sloane how you could bare your deepest wounds to someone, press your mouth to theirs, and then the next hour pass like strangers again, because if every moment carried weight, the pressure would crush you flat. Days drifted by on autopilot, body present, mind elsewhere, sleepwalking through the quiet until a rare pulse of wakefulness broke through. This one mattered. Reese stood in the doorway of the nurse's office, asking if she needed anything. She sat on the cot, surrounded by peroxide, salve, fresh bandages, supplies meant for the crusted wound on her forehead. She touched it absently and told him she wanted to leave it alone. He said that wouldn't help it heal. She gathered the items and stepped into the bathroom. She cleaned and dressed the injury with careful movements. When she emerged, Reese had moved farther inside. His hand rested on the back of the chair he had occupied that night, waiting for her to wake so he could demand answers. His gaze traveled over her, the blue drama department dress she had chosen after washing her other clothes in the showers. It hung between casual and formal, strange on her skin, but necessary while the rest dried in the locker room. Heat rose in her cheeks under his look. He admitted he kept thinking about what she had told him, about her father. He had assumed she escaped him, that she should see herself as free now. She said it wasn't about him. Reese called her tragic, the word hanging between them. Then he surprised her. He didn't think he would go to Rayford. Why? The phrase medical processing didn't sit right with him. Infection might be shifting, unpredictable. She reminded him he knew more than the rest of them. He had been right about Baxter, right about Carrie, right about the cold that never came. He stayed silent. How did he know they got cold? He turned the question back. What had her father done to her? Tell him that, and he would tell her about the cold. It shouldn't be hard, he said, if it wasn't about him. The bargain felt like the strange mathematics of getting close to someone. One reckless act together, then everything else had to spill out whether you wanted it to or not. She weighed the trade. She needed to know what he knew. She had brushed so close to that cold edge herself and still didn't understand it. She counted to 100 in her head. Then the words came. A history of bruises. She described how her father could shrink a room simply by entering it. No tears afterward, no apologies, no broken promises, just mechanical precision. He inspected them obsessively, making sure no marks showed, sometimes standing them side by side in underwear to catalog every injury. He learned fast that hurting Lily wounded Sloane deeper. Lily placed herself between them again and again. The first time he struck Sloane so hard stars burst behind her eyes, she crawled to her room alone. Lily wasn't there. She told him Lily had never confessed feeling trapped. Sloane wished she had said it outright, though maybe hearing it wouldn't have changed anything. Maybe their story could only end in shades of grief. She missed her, needed her. That particular emptiness cut sharper than the collapse of the entire world. She had been hollow long before everything else fell apart. Grace and Trace sometimes killed her with envy for having each other. Surviving, she realized, meant having something to hold, and Reese had been clever, asking one question to unlock everything else. Or maybe she had known what he was doing and wanted to speak it aloud anyway. Maybe she needed to hear her own voice say it. She finished by telling him she wouldn't have let him die out there. He might believe she would have pulled the trigger, but she wouldn't. When the others came for him, she had run toward him to save him. She wouldn't have abandoned him the way Lily had abandoned her. Lily always said Sloane would die without her, and then left anyway. Reese answered quietly that she hadn't died. She had, she said. The rest of her was just waiting to catch up. Silence settled. She waited for his turn. Instead, he stepped closer. His hand rose to her face and paused. No useless sorry, no empty understanding. He knew better. His thumb traced her lower lip, pressing gently, curiously, as though testing the give of her skin. The tenderness startled her body. It wanted to flinch from something so soft. He leaned in until their breaths mingled, an inch apart. Her heart hammered loud enough she feared he could hear it, but her voice came steady when she asked what he thought he was doing. It halted him. The narrow space between their mouths felt vast. He said it was okay for her to do it. If she told him not to, he wouldn't. She searched for the refusal and found none. Instead, she kissed him hard. He stumbled slightly from the force of it, then steadied, and suddenly they were everywhere, hands frantic, shifting from hair to waist to back. He pulled her tight against him until breathing felt secondary. Then he hissed and drew back, touching his lip. She had bitten him. Sorry. He checked for blood. None. He suggested they go slower. They did. Much slower. Almost too slow. She didn't know how to navigate it. He kissed her carefully, each touch asking permission, drawing her into the same gentle rhythm until they eased onto the cot. She wanted to confess this was her first time, her first everything, when his hand slipped beneath the dress and found her in a way no one ever had. Her breath snagged. She tensed everywhere wrong, but she didn't want him to stop. She simply didn't know how to allow it. He kissed her neck and the thought flashed. They had almost died out there together, and now this. She watched him watch her body respond. She tipped her head back, eyes closing, every thought in this place dissolving until only electric current remained. His mouth returned to hers, then her neck. She threaded fingers through his hair. He liked it, she could tell, and she liked the way he touched her even as nerves twisted inside her, even as she wanted to turn herself inside out. Because it was the opposite of everything. He pressed his forehead to her shoulder. Their breathing came ragged, a voice cut through. Trace. Reese didn't flinch. He kissed her once more, tender now, sweet. His hand withdrew from under the dress. The absence registered instantly. He kissed her again, then rose from the cot. She stayed where she was. Trace asked if this was real. Reese pulled him out of the room. Alone, Sloane tried to grasp what had just happened and failed. She touched her face, her skin burned. Trace told everyone. Grace kept sending glances. Talk to me. Sloane ignored them until Grace understood she didn't want to speak of it. Not with her. Sloane wanted to talk to Lily. Why had Lily gotten to be with other people? Why had Sloane obeyed when Lily said she had to wait for all these things? Until they escaped, until their father was gone. Lily must have believed Sloane would ruin it, blurt the wrong secret to the wrong person, trade everything for a kiss. And maybe she would have if it was all going to end like this anyway. She should have. Night settled. Reese lay beside her, Trace too. She waited until breathing evened out around her, then turned to Reese. He reached out. She stared at his open hand, then touched her fingertips to his. He closed around them, grip firm. She shut her eyes and pictured them back on the cot. His touch ghosting over her skin until the memory felt vivid enough to climb on top of him and finish what they started, take it further. When she opened her eyes, his were closed. His hold had slackened. The ache for him flared into anger at Lily. The two feelings tangled, indistinguishable. She wanted. She didn't know what. All the things she could have had, she had known they existed, but never known she wanted them until now. Every part of her reached outward, grasping for something that wasn't Reese and wasn't her sister. Short, breathy gasps broke from the next mat. She shifted. They stopped. A minute passed. They resumed. Understanding landed cold. Trace was touching himself. She squeezed her eyes shut, willed sleep. When it came, she dreamed of Baxter's classroom, desks lined with former classmates, bloodless, staring blank at the chalkboard like statues. One wrong move and they would wake. She hurried down the aisle to the shaking closet door, the place she had found Baxter. But Baxter was dead. They had killed him. Whatever waited behind was new. She opened it. Lily fell into her arms. Sloane held on until Lily's skin melted into hers, and then she held nothing. She woke, edges blurred. Reese's wrist rested across hers. She lifted her head. Everyone slept except Carrie, who paced restlessly. He stopped when he saw her eyes open. She asked what was wrong, why he was up. He shook his head, silent. She studied him closer. Had he slept at all? How could he, with the psycho holding the gun? Carrie. He raised a hand to silence her, crossed to the table, dragged a chair across the floor. The screech tore through the room, jolting everyone awake. Reese asked sleepily what was going on, what Carrie was doing. Carrie said he had something to talk about. What? Rayford. Sloane's mind had drifted from Rayford entirely, the survivor camp fading like background noise while everyone else kept turning it over. Her thoughts never locked onto the same things theirs did. Trace stirred on the mat beside her, rubbing sleep from his eyes, and she couldn't help remembering the short, ragged sounds she had heard in the dark, wondering who had filled his mind while he touched himself. Carrie's voice cut through the quiet, loud, and insistent. He wanted to talk about Rayford. Trace answered that they had heard him. It took time for the group to pull itself together, bathroom trips, fresh clothes pulled on. Carrie's patience thinned. His eyes flashed with the urge to shake them all, but he held his tongue. When they finally settled around the table, Trace claimed the head seat without subtlety. Carrie stayed on his feet. He announced he was heading for Rayford. The words landed like a death notice. Reese repeated them slowly, testing the weight. Grace suggested it was simply to escape Trace. Carrie flushed and denied it. Trace leaned forward, reminding everyone the gun stayed with him. He wouldn't hand it over no matter how persuasively Carrie argued for the journey. Carrie insisted it had nothing to do with the weapon or with Trace. He was going regardless, alone if necessary. He didn't care who followed or stayed. For once, Trace had no comeback. He glanced at Grace. Reese spoke carefully. They all wanted answers about the outside world and the promised protection, but this wasn't a short walk across the street. They had no guarantee of a working car. Carrie countered they would find one. Harrison objected. They had agreed to wait here where it was safe. Carrie pointed out they still had not located Baxter's entrance. Harrison's mouth opened, then closed. Grace defended him. No one could blame him for fearing the outside. Carrie repeated he didn't care whether Harrison left or stayed. The decision was his own, and he was leaving. Reese warned him not to be an idiot. He would get eaten alive. Carrie answered that inside he could just as easily catch a bullet from a gun-happy fool. He would take his chances either way. Trace grinned. So it was about him after all. There was the door if Carrie wanted it. Carrie slammed his fist on the table. This was no joke. Rayford offered a real way out. Had the broadcast really sunk in so little that they needed to rub sleep from their eyes before even discussing it? Staying here had dulled them. The school wasn't safe. They were forgetting how to survive, and when the time came, they would die because of it. Trace called it dramatic. At first, Sloane thought he was right, until the truth flipped. Carrie wasn't being dramatic at all. Somewhere in these halls, a door still stood unsealed. Any second, the dead could flood in. They had sent Baxter out to die, and the next morning the others had played basketball like nothing happened. Only a handful had even searched for the breach since. Fear had dulled to background static. They had grown used to it. She turned to Trace and asked why he had stopped running. He shrugged. He just hadn't seen the point anymore. Carrie's stance strengthened. Sloane asked if he meant to leave today. No, he needed a few days to plan properly, to prepare. The infected would return sooner or later. They would surround the school and Russo's wouldn't explode a second time. Anyone who wanted to come could, but they would be following him, not the other way around. Trace asked what made him think anyone would follow. Carrie repeated for the third time that he truly did not care. Grace asked whether Rayford was definitely the closest shelter. Carrie crossed to the radio and switched it on. Nothing but static. He twisted the dial. The radio had died. Grace wondered if it was the battery. Carrie said no. The power light was on. The broadcast had simply stopped. They all strained to hear, but only white noise answered. Trace said it wasn't good. Harrison swallowed hard, afraid it meant the shelters themselves were gone. Carrie insisted it could be nothing more than a downed tower. It didn't prove the camps had fallen, but the possibility hung in the air like smoke. Sloane felt the familiar weight settle. Everything ahead could only be worse. Landlines dead, phones dead, power gone, water failing. The rooftop tank would run dry eventually, and no one knew when. The emergency signal had now gone silent too. They would never rebuild. The world was being overtaken, buildings would crumble, weeds would split concrete, and they would become shuffling corpses haunting ruined echoes of what had been. That was why giving up made sense. There was nothing left. Harrison begged him to turn it off. Tears already streaked his face. Carrie snapped out of his stare and killed the volume, but Sloane needed the sound. She turned the radio back on. Carrie didn't stop her. She cranked the volume until the grainy hiss filled the room. Then Tina T's voice returned, calm and clear, repeating the instructions. Shelters stocked with food, water, military protection, first aid. Travel with extreme caution. Avoid crowds. Do not assist anyone suspected of infection. A collective breath released around her. Disappointment flooded Sloane's chest. Reese said she had magic hands. Trace coughed out a crude joke she pretended not to hear. Carrie raised a hand before she could switch it off. They listened through the full list of locations. Rayford remained the nearest. Carrie told them they had a couple of days to decide. After that, he was gone. He left the room. Reese followed. The others stayed silent. After a moment, Grace spoke quietly. Megan was in Rayford. Maybe she had made it. Harrison asked who Megan was. Their cousin. Trace said he had no interest in traveling with Carrie or Reese. Reese had already shown he would risk everything for Carrie before the rest of them. The two were the same, and Trace trusted neither. Grace countered that a group was safer. Once they reached Rayford, they could separate and never speak to either again. Trace laughed softly at the table. That would be nice. Grace decided that was what they would do. Sloane still had no idea what she herself would do. She slipped out of the auditorium. No one tried to stop her. In the hallway, she guessed the direction Carrie and Reese had taken and chose the opposite. Grace called her name. Sloane turned. Grace asked whether she was leaving with Carrie. Sloane answered yes. She knew she had to, if the rest were going. Then Grace asked, when they reached Rayford, would Sloane stay with them? Carrie and Reese would stick together. She would stay with Trace and Harrison would follow Trace. Was it serious with Reese? The question felt painfully awkward. Sloane said she didn't know what she was going to do. She couldn't think that far ahead. Who knew if they would even survive the trip? Grace insisted they would make it. They would find Megan, settle in, relax. It wouldn't be perfect, but it would be good. Sloane agreed it probably would. Then Grace said she wanted to put in a bid for her. Sloane blinked. A bid? Grace nodded, eyes sincere in a way that could only come from someone good to her core. When they split at Rayford, she wanted Sloane to come with them. What about Reese? Grace shifted uncomfortably. Sloane had heard Trace. After everything Grace herself had done, she wasn't going to push. Trace wouldn't want Reese there, but he had said it was okay, so what did Sloane think? Sloane felt the sting of tears rising. It meant more than Grace could know. Grace gave her a quick hug and added the words that lodged in Sloane's chest like something both terrible and wonderful. She had always wanted a sister. Grace hurried back the way she had come without looking over her shoulder, never seeing the tears that threatened to spill. Sloane stood frozen in the hallway, sadder than the moment deserved. She tried to picture it, leaving with Carrie and Reese, or staying with Grace and the others, but the future refused to take shape either way. Sloane sat listening as Carrie made up his mind aloud, his pen scratching across the old math notebook while he weighed the risks. Trace's gun would only pull trouble their way, he concluded. Better to arm themselves with the heavy swing of baseball bats and the crowbar he had spotted in the custodian's closet. Solid, blunt weapons that could do the job without drawing eyes. Reese countered that none of it would matter if they were surrounded, but Carrie shrugged the point aside, insisting a gun would fare no better. He asked about transportation next, and Sloane answered quietly that the lot outside held only a keyless car and a wrecked wreck across the street. Carrie nodded, tapping the pen, eyes narrowing with resolve. They would scan every vehicle they passed and hunt for shelter while they searched. He outlined the rest with quiet confidence. Eyes open, supplies divided 1 pack per person, so separation would not leave anyone stranded. Sloane felt the weight of his plan settle over the group. He had considered slipping away under cover of night for concealment, yet now favored the gray edge of pre-dawn. Dark enough to stay hidden, but light enough to spot the infected before they closed in. The streets outside had grown strangely still since their arrival. Perhaps most of the dead still clustered at Russo's. They would steer clear of that district entirely. Sloane's mind drifted despite herself to the Caspers, to Harrison, and the ache of wondering what might have changed if he had never stood beside Lily. Would that single link have spared her, or would spite have made Trace the next chosen one? Or worse, Grace? The thought twisted inside her like cold wire. Carrie caught the shift in her face and spoke low, assuring her he would never force such a choice on either of them. Yet Sloane's worry ran deeper than that promise. Reese voiced the group's trust in Carrie's lead. Across the room, Harrison slept on the couch, and all Sloane could see was the ghost of the death he was meant to carry. She wondered how much lighter the air might feel without him, whether any of them would have wept. She voiced the slim hope that the military could reclaim the cities before their water ran out, but Carrie's reply came sharp and hushed. He refused to remain trapped here with Trace a moment longer than necessary. He would never trust the man. Reese pressed whether that meant letting Trace travel with them anyway. Carrie answered that once outside, Trace would have far bigger threats to occupy him. Then Reese turned to her, asking what she thought. Sloane met his gaze and answered with blunt honesty that they would probably all die. Carrie snapped the notebook shut, his tone dry with reluctant amusement at the grim forecast. Later, when the group sat together at the table picking at their rations, Reese asked her outright if he could speak with her alone. Sloane agreed without hesitation. Only when Trace let out a mocking whistle as they stepped away did the realization hit her. Maybe this was not about talking at all. A tight coil of dread formed in her chest at the thought of his hands on her again, of returning the electricity she had once sparked in him. They had never even had a proper date. She circled the dim hallways beside him in silence, every glance from him carrying an unasked question that pressed against her skin until she could bear it no longer. She asked first whether he wanted something from her. Reese startled, flustered as she felt, denying it outright. He had only wanted to talk. Relief and embarrassment tangled inside her while the shadows hid her burning face. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a heavier need than idle curiosity. Did she believe any trace of humanity remained in the infected? Sloane pictured the dead girl who had pinned her, the hollow emptiness in those eyes, and answered without hesitation, no. He pressed further, asking about their souls, the way they died yet rose again. His tone made it clear he truly needed the answer. She told him the first death claimed the soul. What returned was no longer a person. He wanted to know how she could be certain. She let a small, bitter joke slip that she was God, and earned a soft laugh from him in return. Reese confessed he could not stop replaying the moment of turning, that fleeting second of sorrowful awareness before the light vanished. Sloane asked the question she had long suspected. His parents had turned, hadn't they? He crumpled under her gaze, hands rising to his eyes, breath shuddering, yet no tears fell. When he lowered them, he told her everything. The night before the world truly collapsed, 6 of the dead broke into their house. 1 bit his father. They barricaded themselves in the bedroom, called for police that never truly came. His father grew cold, spoke of not wanting to hurt them. Then his heart stopped, and he rose. Reese had used his father's golf clubs. His mother lasted longer, stayed lucid, but in the end the chill took her too. He had not even waited for her to turn. Sloane remembered the blood that had coated him for days. Shirt, jeans, neck, hands, and realized it had all belonged to them. 7 days of wearing his parents' deaths in silence. Grief and guilt surged through her. She seized his hand and squeezed until her knuckles ached, desperate to bleed off even a fraction of his pain. He let her for a moment before gently withdrawing. He described how shockingly easy it had been to end them, how it proved people were made of almost nothing. She told him she was sorry. He insisted it was fine. When she pushed back that it was anything but, he explained the only thing that mattered now. He was still here because they were not, so he had to make that survival count for something. He asked if she was coming to Rayford. Sloane hesitated, thinking of Grace's plea to stay together with Trace once they arrived. Reese nodded slowly, guessing the invitation excluded him and Carrie. He asked outright whether she would stay with Grace, then whether she would stay with him and Carrie instead. When she stayed silent, he pressed closer to the truth she carried like a hidden blade. She would not remain for Grace, not for him, not even for herself, only for Lily. The name landed like a fresh wound. He reminded her that Lily had been the one who left, not the one trapped. Then he offered the quiet ultimatum. If she meant to stay, let it be with him. If she meant to go through with her original plan, wait until they were safely away. He could not bear to witness it. Sloane answered only with a single word of agreement. Reese's voice softened with something close to pleading. He hoped he would never see it, hoped she would wake up instead. He lingered a moment, then touched the crook of her elbow and pressed his lips to the corner of her mouth. The gentleness of it struck her heart like a bruise. He turned and walked back toward the auditorium alone, leaving her in the dark hallway with the echo of his hope still ringing against her ribs. Sloane helped the others raid the lockers, pulling out book bags that felt practical. Nothing flashy, nothing too large or easy for grasping hands to yank away. They crammed them with water bottles and food until the straps dug painfully into shoulders, forcing ruthless choices. Sacrifice some water for more calories, or medical supplies that might mean the difference between bleeding out and limping on. No matter how they rearranged, the packs looked pitifully inadequate, lined up against the library wall, a quiet testament to how little they could truly carry into whatever waited outside. Grace suggested traveling light, relying on the clothes already on their bodies, layered for the chill that had settled over the world. Trace agreed it was smarter than freezing. Carrie reminded them they had survived 7 days out there once, but Trace corrected him with a sharp edge. Most of them had. Carrie met the jab with a hard stare and insisted they set rules for the gun. Trace dismissed him immediately. No one would dictate how he used it. Grace intervened, urging discretion since any shot or loud noise would summon the dead. Trace gave a reluctant nod. Sloane glanced around the fortified library, the solid walls, the barricaded doors, and felt a nervous flutter rise in her chest at the thought of abandoning this shelter the day after tomorrow for the exposed streets. As they left the room, Grace pulled her aside and asked if she had decided what she would do once they reached Rayford. Sloane admitted she hadn't thought that far, and the disappointment in Grace's eyes cut deep. Grace had once told her, with startling warmth, that she had always wanted a sister. Refusing to promise to stay felt like betrayal after such generosity. Yet Sloane could not lie. She was not Lily. She could not bind herself to a future she might not survive to reach. The guilt clung like needles pricking every inch of her skin, refusing to fade through dinner, through the darkening evening. In the shower later, she stood under cold water in total darkness, letting it sting until the ache felt cleaner than the shame. Soon there would be no more water, no more ritual of washing away the day. She sat dripping on the bench afterward, naked, running fingertips over unseen bruises, tracing the map of damage on her own skin. Reese's words echoed back. People were made of almost nothing, and she wondered whether her father had felt the same emptiness when he looked at her, at Lily, and whether that realization had driven him to chase it again and again, as though inflicting pain proved he still existed. She dressed slowly in the dark and started back through the halls. The flashlight beam trembled ahead of her. She took the long route deliberately, pausing at every corner, every exit, studying the barricades they had built together. The light swept the floor in lazy arcs until her heart slammed to a halt. She jerked the beam upward, washing the ceiling, certain she had imagined it, the way she sometimes imagined her father's cologne or his voice drifting through empty rooms. She squeezed her eyes shut, counted backward from 10 to steady her breathing, then lowered the light again. It spilled across the wall and into the open basement door. The open basement door. Her hand shook so violently the beam danced. If she held still, if she kept the light away, the sight might vanish. She opened her mouth to call out, but terror clamped her throat shut. What if the sound woke whatever waited? She forced the light back down. There he was, Mr. Baxter, sprawled flat on his back, crumpled. In the second she had looked away, he had risen to his knees, palms flat against the tile, staring straight at her. His fresh clothes hung in filthy tatters. He had left clean and returned like this, alive. He whispered that he had told them he wasn't infected. He reached for her. Sloane spun and ran, knowing it was reckless to turn her back, but unable to do anything else. She burst into the auditorium shouting that Baxter was here. He was here. No one questioned her sanity this time. Trace retrieved a hidden gun while flashlight snapped on, beam slashing wildly through the dark. She repeated what he had said. I told you I wasn't infected. They rushed back down the hall together. Baxter still lay exactly where she had left him, flat, motionless. Carrie called his name softly. No response. Carrie started forward, but Trace stepped ahead, gun raised, covering the body while Carrie peered into the open basement. Harrison asked why Baxter would come back. Sloane insisted he wasn't infected. He could prove it. He only wanted shelter. Grace knelt beside him. Baxter's eyes were half open, glazed. He blinked, lips moving soundlessly. She leaned closer, asking if he could hear her. Trace suggested they leave him the school and go. They were already planning to abandon it anyway. Carrie's light swept the floor and froze on streaks of blood trailing back to Baxter. No obvious wound showed where it came from. Baxter closed his eyes. His chest stopped rising. Grace touched his neck and whispered he was cold. Reese urged her to back away now. Sloane had always pictured the change as gradual. Baxter drew a sudden breath. Relief flickered across Grace's face until the sound registered. The wet, mechanical rasp of the dead. His body jerked once. His eyes opened, milky white. Grace, get back! Baxter lunged, flipping their positions in an instant. Grace hit the floor on her back with him pinning her. Screams erupted from every throat. She shoved at his shoulders, desperate to keep his mouth away from her skin. Harrison yelled for Trace to shoot. Sloane acted on instinct, seized Baxter, and hauled him off. A deafening crack split the air. The shot reverberated in her teeth. Baxter rolled sideways, still alive, twitching toward her. She froze, accepting it. If this was the end, at least she had saved Grace. Another voice shouted for her to move. Carrie, Reese, Trace, she couldn't tell. A second shot rang out. This time Baxter went still. Blood spread dark beneath his head. Trace stood shaking, staring at the gun. He accused her. He had said he wasn't infected. Then he laughed, dazed. He had killed him. That was close. He turned to Grace. Grace? She remained on the floor, dazed. Trace dropped beside her, asking frantically if she had been bitten. She murmured no, tried to rise, then faltered. Her eyes widened in quiet surprise. Trace set the gun aside. Carrie swept the light over her. Red bloomed across her stomach. Grace tried to reassure them she was okay, but her body refused to obey. Understanding settled into her gaze, heavy and final. Trace pulled her into his arms. She cried out in pain, and he moaned as though the wound were his own. She buried her face against his chest. He begged her to talk to him. She whispered she didn't want to die. Trace squeezed his eyes shut, apologizing over and over. She asked him not to be mad. He swore he could never be. She began to cry, the last thing left to her. Her voice shrank smaller with each plea. "Please don't be mad. I don't want to do this to you." He begged her not to, but she slipped away anyway. Grace died in the hallway, cradled in her brother's arms, inside the school they had all believed would keep them safe a little longer in this merciless, silent world. She fought to stay until the very end, then quietly let them go. Sloane waited in the auditorium with the others after Trace asked to be left alone with his sister's body. No one managed more than a few halting words. They landed flat and unnatural, as though speech itself had become foreign. The ringing in her ears swallowed everything else. The thud of her own heart, the mechanical draw of breath in and out. Harrison lay curled on his mat, sobbing. Sloane felt a vicious urge to shake him until the sound stopped. Time stretched thin. Seconds, minutes, hours. Sunlight eventually climbed the walls. When Trace finally returned, they all looked older. His eyes were swollen and raw, his face bloodless, Grace's blood dark across his shirt and pants. Even knowing, Sloane looked past him on instinct, waiting for her to appear. Half of her accepted the truth. The other half refused, still expecting Grace to walk in so they could talk this through together. No one spoke. Nothing could be said. The sight of him broke Harrison harder. He pressed a hand over his mouth, shoulders shaking. Sloane's chest tightened with the fresh stab. Grace had once kissed that mouth, and Carrie's. Grace was gone. The world had simply lost her. Reese finally asked where she was. Trace answered that he had carried her to Ms. Yee's classroom. Sloane's eyes drifted to Grace's empty mat, her yesterday's clothes still scattered around it. Reese asked if they could see her. Trace refused. He crossed the room, lifted her sweater, and buried his face in the fabric. The muffled sobs tore through the quiet. They sat useless, watching until he lifted his head and asked whether this was real. He called her name once, voice cracking into nothing. He stared at empty air, then gathered her blanket and pillow and walked out. The atmosphere pressed down until Sloane could not breathe. She stood, steadied herself along the wall as the floor tilted and sank to the ground. She had no sense of how long she remained there before Reese appeared beside her, helping her up and guiding her back. Later, they faced the truth about the basement window at the rear of the school, low and half hidden by boxwood, facing the athletic field. That was how Baxter had entered. Carrie explained the shelves placed in front had been meant as a barricade. Baxter had positioned them the first time and shoved them aside on his return. Nothing else had followed after his arrival and Grace's death. They had inspected the basement, and those shelves yet missed the opening entirely. Reese insisted it had not been obvious, but the words only sharpened the regret. They had known Baxter lied about forgetting the entrance and used it as leverage. Why had they never searched for anything hidden? He asked where Baxter's body lay now. Carrie said it remained in the basement. He still could not believe the man had come back only to do this. Reese reminded him they had sent Baxter outside to die. Why could Carrie not accept that? Harrison suggested someone should check on Trace. Carrie told him to go since he was closer to the man. Harrison recoiled. He did not want to see her. Carrie assured him he would not have to. Harrison called it unfair. Carrie answered that they still needed to reach Rayford. Reese urged patience. Trace had just lost his sister. Give him a couple of days. Sloane asked whether Trace would still travel with them. Carrie only shrugged. She volunteered to go herself. Each step upstairs felt heavier than the last. Tears rose as she bit her lip. The grief had not truly landed yet. It hovered like the first numb shock after Lily vanished. Total collapse, then waves that would only grow heavier, turning the world gray. Outside Miss Yee's classroom, she heard Grace's voice, warm and alive, speaking to Trace. Relief flooded her limbs until they weakened. She had been wrong. It was all a mistake. Grace was still here. She shoved the door open, slamming it against the wall. Trace sat on the desk. Sloane searched frantically for her, but found only the sheet-draped form on the cluster of pushed-together desks. The voice continued. Trace held the camcorder. He told her they had recorded it in case. He stopped the playback. The sudden silence chilled the room deeper. The battery would die soon, and then her voice would vanish forever. The air tasted strange. The school itself felt alien now, smaller with one less of them inside it. She asked if she could see the body. Trace refused, offering the video instead, Grace alive on the tiny screen. She sat beside him, leaning close. The image was fuzzy, flashlight lit from the night recording, making Grace look almost ethereal. An urge rose in Sloane to step into the frame and warn her of what waited. He switched it off, eyes hollow. She offered to bring him anything he needed. He said she could not. Silence settled again. Then he asked whether bringing one of the infected in to bite her might bring her back. His voice cracked. Sloane's stomach turned. She answered no. It was already too late. He asked directly if she had planned to stay with them once they reached Rayford. Grace had told him she asked. He wanted the truth. Sloane admitted she had not been sure. He said Grace had wanted her badly. He had not been as certain, but Grace had liked her. Sloane knew. He added that Grace thought it was because of Reese. She corrected him. It was not. He rubbed his eyes. Then he asked if she would sit with the body while he stepped out for a moment. He could not stand leaving her alone. She nodded. He resisted visibly, every part of him fighting the departure. Finally he left. Sloane moved quickly to the center, gripped the sheet, and drew it back. This was final death. No infection, no turning, no bite that could ever bring her back. She hovered her hand near Grace's face, but could not touch. Death did not look peaceful or like sleep. The stillness felt utterly wrong. Lips, mouth, hair all off-kilter. Grace was present yet completely absent. The creatures outside were bodies, not people, yet they had once been. She replaced the sheet. When Trace returned, he found her there. She tried to offer comfort. He should go to Rayford and find his cousin. He took it as meaning to abandon Grace. She tried to clarify. He exploded. Get out. Who had even invited her here? He stepped close enough that for one frozen second she saw her father's rage in his face. Get out. She brushed past him. The moment she cleared the doorway, her lungs filled properly again. Her legs shook. Back in the auditorium, Carrie and Reese waited. Reese asked how Trace was. Bad, she answered. Where was Harrison? They stayed silent. Reese told Carrie to explain, his tone edged with displeasure. Carrie flushed, throat working as he cleared it. He wouldn't stop crying and I lost my temper. He's wandering somewhere. Did you mention leaving to Trace? Reese turned to Sloane, eyes narrowing. Tell me you didn't. It's way too soon. Her face betrayed her. Reese closed his eyes, exhaling sharply. Shit, Sloane. Carrie shrugged it off. That's Trace's problem, not ours. Reese stood abruptly, shot Carrie a look of pure disgust, and left to search for Harrison. Sloane remained rooted, staring at Carrie until the silence pressed too hard. Grace is dead, she said. I can't bring her back. She was ours, and she's dead. He stared at the table. She wasn't mine. But you were with her. Carrie lifted his gaze. The shadows under his eyes dragged his whole face downward. making him look half-turned in the dim light. He exhaled through clenched teeth. Don't. Sleep refused to come. Sloane drifted in fragments, visions of Grace's body lying in Yi's room, skin already softening, shifting in ways no one could bear to witness. They could not move her without something terrible happening. There was nowhere to take her anyway. Yet the absence of any rite, any burial, felt like another wound. No one had spoken her name with kindness, had remembered how good she was, how gentle, how she had loved Trace beyond everything. Those truths still mattered. She had wanted Sloane to stay in Rayford, to become the sister she had always longed for. The fragile dream of belonging to that kind of family pressed against Sloane's ribs even now, heavier because it had evaporated before she could grasp it. She had wasted it. Dawn crept in. Quick, heavy footsteps jolted her fully awake. Trace strode across the auditorium straight toward her. The sight of him away from Grace made no sense. Unless she was still alive, the only explanation that fit. Trace. His foot slammed into her side. Pain exploded through her ribs. Her head spun. She curled arms around herself just as the next kick aimed for her stomach, striking her forearm instead. Air fled her lungs in a groan. He drew back again, connecting with her legs. She rolled away. Another kick split her in two. Trace! 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 Reese and Carrie were on him in seconds, hauling him off. Trace screamed that he had had the shot, the clean shot, and she had ruined it. Sloane forced herself upright, staggering to the stage edge, clinging to it while the room tilted. He had the shot. She had ruined it. Memory clawed back. She had seized Baxter, yanked him off Grace. There had been no time. The first shot had rung out deafeningly, vibrating in her teeth. She had saved her. She sank to the floor. Trace collapsed mid-shout, legs giving out. Carrie and Reese struggled to lower him gently as sobs tore through him. Reese hurried to Sloane, but the pain felt distant, unreal. Trace's grief was the only thing solid in the room. Help him, she managed. Please, help Trace. I can't, Reese said quietly. She stared at Trace, the violence already blurring into something older. Her head against a coffee table, blood in her hair, no, that had not been Trace. That had been... Reese said her name. She shook her head slowly. He took her arm. She tried to pull free. Let me see how bad it is. Lily's voice echoed inside her head. Calm down. Let me see how bad it is. Did he break anything? No bones, never bones. Nothing that would demand a hospital. Nothing anyone could know. Wait, that was not Trace. Trace. She had ruined his shot. He's right, she whispered. Reese stopped inspecting her, sat back and rubbed his eyes. Carrie hauled Trace up and muttered about the nurse's office. They did not simply leave him there. They locked the door. Sloane showered alone. The water scalded the way it used to at home. Hot enough to melt muscle, to leave her boneless in an oversized robe on her bed while Lily sat on the edge, whispering plans for escape, just the two of them. She dressed slowly, zipped her jeans, and slipped toward the nurse's office. Through the small window, Trace lay flat on the cot, staring at the ceiling. Awake or not, she could not tell. She knocked lightly, no movement. She pictured Grace on the pushed-together desks, same position, same stillness, no breath, no sight. Time had frozen for both of them. Sloane pressed her palm to the glass, willing him to turn, to rise, to speak. He remained motionless. Back in the empty auditorium, she stood alone for a breath. Then footsteps approached. Reese, Carrie, Harrison. Their pitying gazes from earlier still burned. She could not face them. She climbed the stage and ducked behind the curtain, wedging herself between the old out-of-tune piano and the wall. Her hand brushed plastic. Her phone. She stared at it, memory sluggish. The last time she had been back here, Reese's hands on her back, murmuring she was fine. Voices drifted closer. She wasn't in the locker rooms. We couldn't even find how Baxter got in. Keep looking. Harrison, check the back. They moved on. Sloane stayed hidden. She powered the phone on. It lit up. The last working one in the building, useless without signal. Yet a text waited. The end of the world, and a text message. Dated 3 days after everything began, when the Caspers still breathed, when Grace still laughed, when messages could still reach across the silence. She had no clear memory of where she had been that day, only that they had been a group then. The sender, her father. Her hands shook so violently the screen blurred. Sweat broke across her forehead, her neck. Lungs refused air. She bent forward, gasping, willing calm. It was old. An old message. Old, old, old. A dizzy laugh escaped. His timing, perfect, cruelly perfect. But another voice roared louder. He was alive. She opened it. Lily's here. It's safe. Come home. Sloane rose from behind the curtain and leaped down from the stage. The message burned behind her eyes. Lily alive, home safe. She had to go now, had to see it for herself, confirm the words were real. She stepped into the hall, legs unsteady, searching for the direction Carrie and Reese had gone. Her fingers, numb and trembling, let the phone slip. It clattered against the tile. She dropped to retrieve it, checked the screen. The text still waited there, unchanged. Then her knees buckled. She sank to the floor, palm pressed to her forehead, laughter bubbling up wild and broken before it dissolved into sobs. Reese and Carrie appeared at the corridor's end, hurrying toward her, voices overlapping in urgent questions. What happened? Are you hurt? The barricades? She wiped her face and thrust the phone forward. Do you see it? The message. Reese took it, stared, passed it silently to Carrie. Sloane searched their faces for the same rush of joy that flooded her chest. Carrie's frown deepened, then slackened into stunned recognition. She waited for elation. He had loved Lily once. He would want to see her. But his voice came flat instead. This is old, Sloane. It's not that old. She snatched the phone back. We stop there before Rayford. We get her, then we all go. My dad has a car. You don't even know if they're still alive. She cut him off. It says it's safe. Safe. We stop. We take her. We reach Rayford together. Lily had left once, deliberately. If she had returned, she meant to stay. She had to. She wouldn't leave again. Not this time. Not after coming back. They exchanged a glance. Sloane felt the urge to seize them, shake sense into them. We're heading to Rayford anyway. Why can't we detour? Why am I even asking permission? The realization struck like cold air. I don't need it. I can go alone. Carrie caught her arm, the bruised one Trace had kicked, and the sharp flare of pain yanked her back to herself. Even if they found each other again, the old thought whispered, she still left you once. Calm down, Carrie said. We can go. Of course we check it out. She buried the doubt deep. They settled on leaving at first light. No reason to delay any longer. Carrie asked whether Trace should come, as though the decision belonged to her. Sloane answered without hesitation. He was Grace's brother. Rayford held their remaining family. He belonged with them. Harrison muttered something about whether she would have left him locked in the nurse's office otherwise. She shut him down. He's coming. Stop. Carrie turned to Harrison. You tell him what's happening. Harrison balked, tears already tracking his cheeks. Carrie's patience snapped. He buried his face in his hands, then lifted it with murder in his eyes. If I'm hauling your useless ass through Cortege, you do what I say. You've never done anything that mattered because you never do anything. Tell Trace, now. Harrison fled the room crying. Sloane understood his fear. Trace carried grief and rage like fresh wounds, but Harrison had chosen his place long ago. Carrie exhaled shakily. I'll divide Grace's supplies, her book bag, split everything between us. He left for the library. Sloane pictured him unzipping the pack, handling the last things Grace had chosen to carry, and grief twisted fresh and sharp. She tried to replace the image with Lily, seeing Lily, but it offered no relief. Reese watched her across the table, face blank, mouth tight. "What?" she asked. "I'm happy for you." "Thank you." "I hope she's there." "She will be." He nodded, silent. She knew he doubted it. She did not care. She knew. "When we went outside," he said quietly, "if your plan had worked, you'd never have seen the message, never seen her. So I guess it's good it failed." She looked away. "And your father's there too." "He's dead," she answered. "How can you know?" "He's dead to me. If he's breathing, we're not taking him. It's his car." "I don't care." "I'm happy for you," he repeated, the words thinner each time. Harrison returned. Trace agreed to come, but first they would pay respects to Grace. Sloane tried to picture their departure through the library doors, without Grace in the frame. Erasing her felt wrong, leaving her as a ghost felt worse. Evening found her on her mat, staring up at the skylights as darkness thickened. The bruises from Trace's kicks throbbed deeper now. She feared they would slow her tomorrow. Yet want could outweigh pain, could drive her forward. She hoped. "Sloane." Reese's whisper reached her. She considered ignoring him, then thought, what if he died tonight? What if this was their last shared moment? She owed him more. She rolled to face him. He lay watching her. She wondered how long he had been doing so. "We should be asleep," she said. "Are you scared?" She shook her head. A half-truth. Not scared in this precise instant, not the way he seemed to be. He looked small, exposed, as though fear had singled him out and he hated bearing it alone. "I'm jealous of you," he whispered. "It kills me to look at you." "Come here." The mat was too narrow. He slid his beside hers. They lay close. She threaded fingers through his hair, soft, smelling faintly of smoke. He curled into her, arms tentative around her waist. She winced at the pressure on her ribs. He loosened instantly. "Sorry." "It's okay." She guided his arm back around her. He closed his eyes. She traced the line of his cheek, his lips. His breath came uneven, fractured. "Sloane." "What?" "When we get to Rayford, can I stay with you and her?" "Of course," she whispered. "Of course." He began to cry. She drew him closer. He pressed his face to her collarbone. They slept entwined. Morning light filtered through the nurse's office window. Trace stood on the other side, eyes hollow, jaw locked. Carrie unlocked the door and pulled it open. Sloane hung back behind Reese and Harrison, wary of another outburst. The fresh ache in her side reminded her she needed to move fast today. Trace stepped past without glancing her way. No visible anger, but she felt its undercurrent. He paused, then walked on. They fell into line behind him without words, a silent procession. No coffin, yet the weight pressed down anyway, Grace's body waiting upstairs. They climbed to the second floor in eerie unison. Trace halted on the landing. They halted with him. The hallway stretched dark ahead. He drew a long breath and moved forward. 10 feet from Yi's room, he stopped again. They waited. "If I go in there," Trace said, "I won't come out." Even after what he had done, even believing she had cost him the shot, Sloane did not want him to cross that threshold. From here she saw Grace in him, the curve of his face, the shape of his eyes, the way he carried himself. Not delicate, but unmistakably her. It tricked her heart into believing Grace still lived. He lifted a hand to his mouth, considering. Then he turned. His gaze settled on her. She shrank back instinctively. "Lucky," he said, nothing more. They followed him downstairs to the library. The barricade stood open. Rain drummed steadily outside. Carrie called it good. Uncomfortable, yes, but the downpour might cloak their scent, render them nearly invisible when they needed to disappear. He distributed weapons. Reese, Carrie, and Harrison took baseball bats. Trace refused, lifting his shirt to show the gun tucked against his waist, chin raised in silent challenge. No one argued. Sloane accepted the crowbar. Its solid heft steadied her. She shouldered her pack, felt the folded note to Lily tucked inside, insurance she would not die before delivering it. Not now. Carrie outlined the route, over the fence, through the trees to the alley opposite, where the Caspers had died, then cut across streets and shortcuts until they reached her house. Harrison asked what if they needed to stop. Carrie answered they would hope for shelter. He fixed Trace with a look. No shooting unless it's life or death. From here on, no talking, no shouting, no panic. The rules sounded reasonable. Following them should keep them safe. But Sloane knew better. Carrie did not ask if they were ready. There was no ready. He met each pair of eyes in turn. When no one resisted, he pushed the door wide. Rain poured down, heavy drops striking the building, the path, the bare trees beyond. They would offer scant cover, but better than open ground. Her heart seized at the sudden exposure. Too dark still, too easy to miss death approaching. She tightened her grip on the crowbar and stepped out into the wet. She turns back toward the school one last time, the sound of running water still echoing in her ears, the walls, the ceiling, the barricades that had held as their fragile fortress. Then her gaze swings to the open door and the figure of her sister waiting beyond it. She steps through first. The world outside feels unreal, dreamlike. The path lies clear ahead, trees standing silent under a quiet that makes the horrors of Cortege seem distant, almost imagined. The boys fall in behind her. Her hands find the chain-link fence. She remembers the metallic rattle it makes when climbed. She wedges the crowbar between the links and prees. They line up along the fence. She squints into the distance, nothing moves. Baxter's face flickers in her mind. They wait, but the dead cannot hide forever. She climbs first. The metal feels slick and bitterly cold under her palms. The book bag shifts awkwardly against her spine. Reaching the other side, she takes each baseball bat handed down and lays them silently on the ground. Together they slip through the thin stand of trees, footsteps crackling over last fall's dead leaves. Still nothing. No sign. She glances at Carrie, Harrison, Reese, Trace. Their heads swivel constantly, unease written in every tense line of their bodies. The silence itself feels loud. She hears their breathing, quick and shallow. She looks back at the school once more. A quiet farewell forms inside her chest for Grace. They reach the middle of the brush. Carrie extends his bat, pointing toward the street ahead, the alley. Her hair clings wet to her neck, her clothes heavy with rain, palms slick with sweat. Thoughts of the Caspers surface, poor and gone. They push into the open street. The street stretches empty under a slowly brightening sky. Harrison whispers that maybe the dead have moved on. Carrie shoots him a sharp glare for breaking the quiet. She points. The alley ahead is not empty. Bodies lie scattered along the narrow concrete, 3 at least, the turned ones put down and left to rot. Her gaze widens. More shapes resolve across the road. At first they look like discarded heaps, but they are corpses, the true dead. Reese taps his bat against the pavement. They turn to him. He mouths the plan. Run. Running makes sense. Creeping would only invite disaster. He raises 3 fingers, drops them one by one. 3, 2, 1. She surges forward, out of the trees. Branches claw at her book bag, at her arms. Her boots hit a puddle at the curb. The splash rings out too loud. Water soaks her jeans to the ankles. They become a rushing knot of the living, the alley so near she can almost feel its shelter. Then the bodies stir. They rise together, stiff and deliberate. She freezes. The word stop bursts from someone. Maybe her, maybe one of them. They stand back to back in the center of the street. Her head reels at the sight. Rotting faces lifting, skin sloughing away in sheets, organs crusted and exposed, remoistened by the rain. Fresh kills ooze. Older ones have blackened blood, brown, red, pink. Every age, every face unrecognizable behind the same milky film that marks them as lost. Trace lifts the gun. Carrie stops him. No, they need to run. Reese snaps back. Where? Their voices ignite the infected. The horde chargers. Carrie breaks left, abandoning the alley shortcut. She follows, pain stabbing her side with every stride, but stopping is unthinkable. The dead pursue, their screams thin and high, scraping through ruined throats. Terror coils so tight, she wants to collapse in the road and let it end. Carrie calls for the park. But she spots something better. A small yellow four-door across from the park entrance intact, waiting. She veers hard toward it. Carrie and Reese shout after her. The boys keep moving in the street's center. She yanks the handle. The car alarm erupts, a piercing whoop that splits the air. She stumbles back, rejoins them. They bolt into the park. She forces herself not to register the overturned truck half buried in the sandbox, the small pink coat beneath a swing set, the spilled garbage cans. Carrie points to the public restrooms. They race inside. The door swings shut behind them. No lock. Carrie gropes frantically along the frame. The stench hits, an acid bite of decay that claws into her lungs. She gags. Reese coughs. Two closed stalls face them. She pushes the right-hand door open and jerks back. A man sits slumped on the toilet, a bullet hole in his skull, body torn open by bites, flesh stripped to muscle and bone, dried blood pools on the tiles. Harrison heaves. Carrie warns him not to. No lock. A small window at the back remains whole. Possible escape. She turns toward the entrance, braced for the dead to flood in and trap them, but nothing comes. She asks why they haven't followed. Carrie takes his bat from her, edges to the door, cracks it open just enough to look. She pulls her collar over her mouth. The combined reek of corpse and bathroom stings her eyes, threatens to turn her stomach inside out. He shuts the door again. They're drawn to the car alarm. More are arriving. They have to leave before it stops. He climbs onto the sink, peers out. Clear, he thinks. They'll go through the window. He tries to open it, won't budge. It will have to be broken. Harrison asks what then. Find a place. The park slopes down to a tall wooden fence bordering Hutt Street. Half-built suburbia, houses in various stages of completion. One will have to do. Carrie tells her to break the window. 2 strikes with the crowbar. First cracks, second shatters. She tries to clear the jagged edges. Carrie urges her to hurry. The opening is too narrow with book bags on. They toss the bags out first, then squeeze through one by one. She goes last after the final bag. Glass bites into her arms as she wriggles free. The memory flashes of the woman twisting through their own broken picture window at home. How can home still be safe? Rain lashes her face as she drops to the ground. No dead here yet. Harrison follows, then Carrie. Thunder rolls. The sky splits open, drenching them. They crawl down the muddy hill to stay hidden, dragging themselves over sodden grass. The smell of wet earth fills her nose, close and grounding. Even now, she finds a strange comfort in the grit under her palms. Time feels warped. Daylight has arrived, but she cannot gauge how long they've been moving. Too little or too much. Never what is needed. They reach the fence and press their backs to the wood. They cannot linger. The alarm will fade soon. The dead will wander this way. The fence cannot be climbed. She leans her cheek against the wet planks, straining to hear anything beyond the rain. Nothing. They creep along the base. Trace trails last. Carrie leads. She stays close behind Carrie, Reese behind her, Harrison behind Reese. Lily's face rises in her mind. How she will react to see her sister returned, mud-caked and alive. She imagines tears, disbelief, small hands reaching to touch her face, still doubting. Carrie halts abruptly. She collides with him. They've reached the corner. He signals wait, then inches forward to peer around. He jerks back, flattening himself to the fence. A group of infected approaches on the other side. They will round the corner soon. Move now or be seen. Get to a house. Wait out the rain. Ready? They rise and slip around the end of the fence. Across the street, the infected converge, heads turning, searching. The first ones paw at the wood, sensing presence but not location. Carrie motions them forward. The houses opposite stand open-mouthed, doors ajar, promising shelter. They need to run. Instead, they creep across the rain-slick road, footsteps hushed by the downpour. They choose the nearest house. Hurry up the steps. Locked. Carrie vaults over the porch rail. They follow, slipping between the houses toward the back. A rear door, maybe unlocked. They nearly clear the side when glass shatters above. An infected drops from a neighboring window, landing cleanly between them. A scream lodges in her throat and dies. Reese yanks her backward. They stumble into Trace. The man is not long dead, skin gray-purple, eyes vacant yet alert. Gashes on his hand, throat torn wide. He rasps, confused for a moment by so many living bodies. Then he turns, slow and mechanical. He faces Carrie. He chooses Carrie. She sees Carrie lunge at the dead man, but in the same heartbeat she realizes the body hitting the ground is Harrison's. He had thrown himself between them. She swings the crowbar high and drives it into the creature's shoulder. The blow does nothing. The thing clamps its hands on Harrison's shoulders, yanks him down, and sinks its teeth straight into his cheek. For one sick instant, she almost mistakes the motion for a kiss. Then the flesh tears free in a wet sheet, blood pouring down his face in a bright river. The dead man tugs at the dangling strip, irritated. It won't come loose. Harrison screams. Her first thought is cold and terrible. That scream will bring more of them. Reese's bat rises and falls. Blood and brain matter spray across the wet pavement. The thing goes still. She glances behind them. Nothing yet. Reese kicks the corpse away. Harrison lies twitching on the ground, mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water, widening the ragged hole in his cheek. They circle him. He tries to speak, lips working uselessly. Carrie leans close. Harrison's eyes flare wide, then the word finally pushes out. There. Carrie lifts his head, rain streaking his face. He orders them inside the house now. They crawl through the shattered window, leaving Harrison and Carrie behind. She drops onto cold kitchen tile, crawls past the island and forces herself upright. The house opens before her. Kitchen bleeding into living room. Hallway beyond, stairs rising. Bloodstains mar every surface. The television lies face down. A table is overturned, legs snapped off. The couch is slashed open. She grips the crowbar tighter and moves forward. Reese and Trace fall in behind. Reese checks the front door. Trace climbs the stairs. She clears the opposite side, slipping into an empty office, windows shuttered. She meets Reese in the hall. Trace pads halfway down the stairs and nods that the upper floor is clear, then retreats upward again. He has not spoken once since they left the school. A clatter comes from the kitchen. They find Carrie on hands and knees, baseball bat rolling away from him. He carries both remaining book bags. Harrison is gone. He tells them not to speak. He stays there a long moment, gathering the strength to stand. Only when Reese approaches the window does Carrie rise and block their view. "Don't look," he says. "I'll handle it." She feels her stomach knot. She watches him wrestle the refrigerator in front of the broken window while refusing any help. Her mind turns to Harrison, how he had feared wasting his life, and how, in the end, he had given it for Carrie. Pity floods her, but sorrow does not follow all the way. She crosses to the ruined couch, drops her bag, and sinks down. The cold and wet sink straight into her bones. Every muscle aches. She closes her eyes and listens to the rain. Harrison and Grace are gone. The cushion beside her dips. Someone sits. She cannot open her eyes. The corpse in the bathroom. Mr. Baxter. Lily. When she finally looks again, time has slipped. Reese is curled at the far end of the couch, face buried in a pillow. She pulls a water bottle from her bag, drinks half before remembering to save it, then shoves it away. Carrie sits at the kitchen table, rolling the bat slowly back and forth under his palms. She keeps her voice low and asks what is happening outside. He shrugs. They know the group is nearby, the dead line both sides of the street. Cars are unreachable. They will have to move soon. She asks if he has a plan. "Run," he says. Hope. He should rouse Reese and Trace. Trace still will not come downstairs. She offers to fetch him. "Be careful," he warns. She lingers, then sits beside him instead. He shifts away. She reaches for his arm. He pulls back. Whatever comfort she might give, he does not want it. She leaves the table, climbs the stairs, and searches the upper hall until she finds Trace in a bedroom. A dress drapes the desk chair. Family photos cover one wall, all centered on a young blonde girl. This was her room. Trace sits on the edge of the bed, staring out the window, gun resting in his lap. His thumb traces the metal. He turns to her. Fear spikes through her chest until his face softens into something unbearably sad, and the fear drains away. If his sister could see him now, it would destroy her. He tells her he is sorry. She sits beside him. He returns to watching the street. She follows his gaze. The infected drift back and forth below. She tells him it is all right. He nods once. Good. He presses the gun under his chin and fires. Blood bursts into the air and into her mouth. She reels backward. Reese and Carrie appear in the doorway asking what happened, then see and understand at once. Trace is gone. Grace, Harrison, Trace, only 3 remain. Reese seizes her arm and tries to pull her up. They have to leave now. She digs her heels in. Grace would never want her to abandon him like this. The infected are already scrambling toward the gunshot. Thuds echo through the house, wood splintering. They rush downstairs. She tries to explain Trace ended it himself, though they already know. In the living room, she snatches her crowbar. She fumbles for her bag, but Reese and Carrie shout there is no time. The refrigerator rocks forward and back as the dead shove against it from outside. They know the group is trapped inside. Carrie says they are close and to run. He throws the door open. She takes the lead the way they did in the first days. Streets full of the hungry, no better plan than sprint and pray. She drives them straight across to Mrs. Crispell's house. Its backyard is fenced. They must clear the fence. Footsteps pound behind them, guttural growls rising. They have lost the numbers game. Death feels certain. Still, they reach the fence. The boys scramble over. She is last, halfway across when fingers clamp her sneaker. Teeth sink into the rubber sole. She screams and kicks blind until her heel connects with something soft and yielding. The grip releases. She drops hard on the other side, wind driven from her lungs. The world tilts. Blackness threatens. If she blacks out, she dies. Reese and Carrie are already sprinting ahead. They cannot stop for her. She must rise alone. Lily. She forces herself up, head clearing. The fence rattles violently behind her. A pack of infected shake it, desperate, unable to make their bodies climb. She runs. Gunter Street is thinner with dead. Cars sit idle, but there is no time to try them. She spots Reese and Carrie crawling under the back deck of Mrs. Schmidt's house and slides in after them. Luck holds, nothing sees them. They press flat to the dirt and watch the final street before her own. The dead mill everywhere. They will never cross. Reese whispers maybe they will drift away if they wait. So they wait. Hours pass beneath the deck in silence. Words about Trace rise in her throat, but she swallows them. He was here, and then he was gone. Just like that. More time slips. The dead do not leave. They can wait forever. The living cannot. Her body goes numb. Her mind feels half dead. They will die here in the dirt. Reese shifts closer. Somehow he is warm. She huddles against him. They cannot stay all night. If they stay tonight, they will stay every night after. She points across the gap. That is the Seals' yard. Pass through it and her house waits on the far side. Carrie considers, then decides. They split. He will go right and draw them. She and Reese go straight. If they all move together, the horde will close in. They will meet at her house. He stares at her. Look after yourselves. She knows then, as surely as she knows Lily waits inside, that if Carrie makes it, he will keep running. She wants to stop him, but only reaches out and squeezes his hand. He squeezes back. He elbows out from under the deck and begins shouting, calling the dead to him. They surge after his voice at once, missing her and Reese as they wriggle free. She does not see whether Carrie escapes, but she believes he does. That is how they say goodbye. She and Reese stumble through the Seals' backyard. 4 infected notice them climbing the back steps. The door stands open. They throw themselves inside and slam it shut, locking it. The dead crash against the wood. It will not hold. Reese leans against the wall, gasping. She cannot let him rest. She is too close now. She grabs his hand. The path feels clear from here. She drags him to the front door and peers out. Her house. The yard is empty. The windows are boarded. She whispers the words in sudden hope, then realizes the doors will be locked too. The back door begins to splinter. She flings the front open, seizes Reese's hand again, and pulls him down the steps. They race across to her yard. The front door refuses to budge. She notices the second-floor windows are clear, left that way for her. The maple tree stands outside her bedroom window. Her grip tightens on the crowbar. They must climb. The scramble upward is clumsy and painful. Bark rough and rain-slick. No grace, nothing like the movies. Lily was the one who climbed trees. That knowledge alone carries her. They reach the weak branch that leads to her window just as the infected gather below. The branch creaks under their weight and begins to break as she smashes the glass. She hurls herself through. Reese tumbles in after her. She crawls across the floor, uses her bed to stand, her own bed, and the untouched stillness of the room makes her dizzy. The end of the world never reached this space. Or perhaps she is already dead. She turns to Reese. They made it, didn't they? They are here. She crouches beside him, hands on his face while he fights for breath. We're still here, he manages. She stands frozen in the center of her own room, breath shallow, waiting for footsteps that never come. The house is sealed tight, boards over windows, safe from the outside, but she shattered glass to get in, landed hard on the floor. No one rushes up the stairs. No voice calls out. Her bedroom door remains closed. Perhaps they are down in the rec room, too far to hear. Or perhaps they heard the crash and mistook it for the dead, and now they hide. Reese's voice scrapes raw. How will Carrie know to climb the tree? He looks at her, searching. She feels the truth rise in her throat but cannot speak it. He reads it anyway in the way her eyes darken. Carrie is not coming. Reese drops his face into his hands. A cold certainty coils inside her. Something is terribly wrong. She tells him she is going to search the house. Her father's promise flickers. Lily waiting here, safe. What if it was a lie, a trick to lure her back? She tightens her fist around the crowbar until her other hand feels uselessly empty. She scans the floor, picks up a jagged shard of her broken window. The edges bite her palm, but the weight steadies her. Reese rises to follow. She stops him. "Stay here." He protests, but she holds firm. He sinks onto the edge of her bed, and makes her promise to shout if anything goes wrong. She nods once. She crosses the carpet, leaving dark, muddy prints, opens the door as quietly as she can, and eases it shut behind her. The hallway stretches empty. A flicker of motion makes her spin, only her own reflection in the stairwell mirror. She lets the glass shard fall and lifts trembling fingers to her face. Mud cakes her skin, hair plastered and tangled, lips swollen and bruised. Fresh cuts and scrapes mark her arms and neck, souvenirs from the road she cannot place. Lily will not know her like this. She looks like someone who has outlived everything. She bypasses the stairs, heart hammering, and goes straight to Lily's room. If the lie is here, she will face it now. She closes her eyes, opens the door, and prays. Something she was never taught but suddenly needs. When she looks, tears cut clean tracks through the grime on her cheeks. Lily has been here. The bed is rumpled, sheets slept in. She almost steps inside, then stops. Mud would ruin everything. She turns and races downstairs, nearly tumbling the last few steps. "Lily?" The name echoes. "Lily!" She passes the living room, the picture window boarded, glass swept away, front door nailed shut. Her father must have worked fast while the street emptied. In the kitchen she halts. The breakfast table stands untouched. "You better eat that." The room is silent, the whole house hollowed out like a ghost. What if they fled to Rayford? She pushes into the garage. The car waits, untouched. She closes the door, steps back. Keys hang beside the fridge. They never left. "Lily?" Softer now. Memory guides her down the hall, her father's arms pulling her toward the rec room. She presses her palm to the closed door, feels the faint warmth of certainty. She opens it and peers into shadow. A dim yellow glow spills from the far edge, a flashlight left burning. She descends the stairs slowly, stops at the bottom. Her gaze sweeps the wreckage. Overturned chair, desk shoved back, cracked television screen. Something violent happened here. None of it matters. In the center of the chaos stands a small blonde girl, back turned, body rigid. "Lily," she says. The girl turns. Gray skin, dark veins crawling beneath. Half her face peeled away, rotting. Mouth red-rimmed, lips black and cracked, eyes sunken behind milky white. She opens her jaws and charges, arms outstretched, slamming into her. She jams the crowbar across the girl's throat to hold her off. Nails rake her shoulders. The metal presses deep, but draws no choke, no flinch. The skin is cold. She shoves hard. The girl stumbles upright and lunges again. This time she meets the attack, wrestles her down, pins her to the floor with the crowbar across her neck. Something inside cracks under the pressure. "Lily, it's me, Lily." The thrashing slows. The girl stills, focuses. Wide eyes lock on her face. Something flickers there. Recognition, perhaps, or sorrow, or nothing at all. She searches it desperately, tries to read what cannot be read. "I'm sorry. I can't anymore." Tears fall from her cheeks onto the ruined face below. The light in those eyes dims. Small hands claw at her sleeves, teeth grinding gaze, darting for escape even now, even knowing she will die without her. Perhaps this is how it ends. She drives the crowbar down into the face. Darkness swallows her. Nothing to see, nothing to feel. The emptiness is merciful after so much exhaustion. Her heartbeat thuds in the void, steady, then slower, then gone. She waits. Sloane. Her eyes snap open. Her arms are wrapped around the still body of her sister, head resting against a chest that no longer rises. Reese kneels above her, the voice that dragged her back. Lily lies motionless beneath. She releases her fingers. He helps her stand. She stares down at the small, ruined form. Stillness seeps into her heart, fills her lungs until she wants to crawl inside and stay. Sloane, we should... A wet rasp cuts the air from the far side of the room. Her chest seizes. More dead. Close. She cannot understand how. She points. Reese pries the crowbar free with a sick, wet scrape that lodges forever inside her. They move slowly across the room. A familiar smell floods her. Bitter, metallic, nauseating, stirring memories she wants to claw away. Her father lies wedged between his desk and the wall. Eyes clouded, skin gray, veins stark. His abdomen gapes, hollowed out, what remains of his organs desiccated and glued to the carpet. Arms flail weakly, he cannot rise. His teeth gleam unnaturally white, untouched by blood or flesh. Hunger twists his face into a moan. Lily did this. She raises the crowbar high to end it. Then she lowers it again. Just leave him, she whispers. They climb the stairs. Reese gathers clothes, searches for supplies. She slips the car keys into her pocket. Her fingers brush a crumpled paper. She pulls it out, unfolds her note to Lily. Ink has bled and smeared with dirt and blood. Only fragments remain legible. Reese steps in. Are you ready? She stares at the ruined words. He moves in front of her, touches her face gently. Sloane, are you ready? Her mouth opens. No sound comes. He says he will drive. She hands him the keys. The engine catches on the first turn. Half a tank of gas. He idles while she lifts the garage door. Then she runs back and slides into the passenger seat. He eases the car out, down the driveway, past silent broken houses and abandoned vehicles. The "you" are now leaving Cortege sign slides by. A few dead reach toward them, too late. Miles of silence pass. Reese speaks quietly. Tell me what happens next. He knows. The brief certainty of him home is finished. She has no answer. She turns her face to the window. Something catches her eye outside. She tells him to stop. He stops. She watches a young dead girl limp across the empty road, no older than 7, ankle shattered and dragging uselessly behind her. The child moves with stubborn determination until she reaches the car window. A small gray hand presses to the glass. She lifts her own palm to meet it. The girl's hand is tiny against hers. Too small, too frail to break through, yet those milky eyes burn with raw longing. In them she sees Lily. She sees Grace. She sees every death she has ever carried, all staring back at once, reaching with something deeper than hunger, something she cannot name but desperately needs to understand. Reese says her name. Wait, she whispers. She leans closer to the glass, as close as she can, silently begging Lily, begging Grace, begging all of them to reveal what remains, while the little girl pushes harder, tiny hands curling into tiny fists, begging in return for the taste of life on the other side. Her life. Then the faces inside those eyes fade. Lily vanishes. Grace vanishes. All of them slip away forever. Yet the weight of what they showed her sinks into her bones. She does not know if she will carry it tomorrow, but right now, in this single breath, she feels nearer to it than she ever has. The dead girl presses her ruined face to the glass and waits for her to say what happens next. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Your patience and presence here mean more than you know. It allowed the weight of Sloane's world to settle in, quietly and completely. Courtney Summers drew this tale straight from her own mid-20s battles with depression and despair. channeling that intimate darkness into a zombie apocalypse that was never really about the undead. She wanted to explore what happens when someone who no longer wants to live is forced to confront survival anyway. The idea emerged after finishing earlier works, blending her longtime love for zombie stories with a question few apocalypse narratives ask: what if the protagonist doesn't want to keep going? Summers approached the writing with deep research, reading personal accounts, watching documentaries, and avoiding harmful stereotypes, to make Sloane's inner struggle feel painfully real and honest. Written in the early 2010s amid rising conversations about teen mental health and trauma, the book became part of a broader cultural reckoning with how abuse and isolation echo long after the immediate crisis passes. Summers faced the usual hurdles of crafting something so raw, balancing emotional depth with the pace of horror, yet she persisted, turning personal pain into a narrative that refuses easy answers. At its core, This Is Not a Test uses the zombie outbreak as a stark mirror for themes of grief, resilience, and the brutal cost of choosing life when everything pulls you toward letting go. It's told in Summers' signature unflinching style, close, intense, and unsparing. She later delved into similar territory with powerful works like All the Rage and the Edgar-winning Sadie, always centering tough, complex young women. The story found new life on screen in the 2026 film adaptation, written and directed by Adam McDonald, who first discovered the book years earlier and fought to bring it to theaters. Released February 20th in the U.S. through independent film company and Shudder, it stars Olivia Holt as Sloane, capturing her quiet devastation with raw vulnerability, alongside Froy Gutierrez, Courtney Moore, and others. The film stays remarkably faithful to the novel's emotional heart, preserving the focus on inner turmoil over spectacle, though it streamlines some group dynamics and adds visual intensity to the outbreak for cinematic impact. McDonald reinterprets the high school lockdown with a tense, almost Breakfast Club-like intimacy amid the horror, shifting timelines to weave past trauma with present chaos. Production wasn't without its trials. Translating Sloane's internal monologues to the screen demanded careful pacing and flashbacks, while creating believable zombie threats in confined spaces tested the crew's ingenuity. McDonald, known for his grounded horror in films like Backcountry, a survival tale of man versus nature, and Pyewacket, a chilling supernatural dread, brought his signature tension-building style here, emphasizing atmosphere over gore. Behind the scenes, the team crafted unique zombie sounds to heighten unease, and Holt's commitment brought unexpected depth to quiet moments that linger long after. One fun detail: the film sets the outbreak in 1998, nodding to Y2K-era fears that amplify the sense of an ordinary world suddenly unraveling, much like how Summers used the apocalypse to expose everyday fractures. If this retelling moved you, I gently encourage you to seek out the original novel. The book holds layers, deeper introspection, unspoken nuances that no screen version can fully capture. Summers' prose lets you live inside Sloane's head in ways that stay with you. If this experience resonated, subscribing helps keep more thoughtful stories coming. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What struck you most about Sloane's choices, or how the themes landed for you? All reflections are welcome, whether praise, questions, or differing views. And if it touched someone you know, consider sharing it. Stories like this remind us we're not alone in the dark. Thank you again for listening, for feeling it, for carrying a piece of this with you now. Until the next one, take care.